Part 1. Fire on the mountain, lightning in the air. Chapter 1. Sikorsky HH-60Q helicopter. Yellowstone. No mortal man can describe the indescribable. Futurists, scientists, and authors might have imagined what the eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano would look like, but none knew because a cataclysmic eruption of this magnitude had never occurred in the history of modern mankind. The sheer enormity of the Earth exploding could be recreated in the talented minds of those adept at digital technology and virtual reality. But none had actually seen the upheaval of the Earth's crust caused by a force as powerful as Yellowstone until now. Ashby Donovan was the first and last to see Yellowstone explode. In those few seconds, with her face pressed against the glass of the helicopter that was rushing them to safety, she watched the caldera sink into the earth as if someone had pulled the drain plug out of a sink full of water. As this happened, the sounds of gas bursting out of the Norris area were deafening, happening in rapid succession like hundreds of fireworks detonating, except with the force of nuclear missiles. Then lightning surrounded them, providing a psychedelic light show unrivaled by any Super Bowl halftime extravaganza. However, it was the sudden rush of wind, exceeding speeds of 200 miles per hour, surpassing any recorded hurricane known to man, that forced the Sikorsky upward, bending the helicopter's blades unnaturally, only to be pulled back down by the force of gravity towards the violently erupting supervolcano. Everyone let out a primal scream in fear, pilots and passengers alike. The sudden jolt of the helicopter didn't necessarily trigger the reaction, but the sheer power and the massive change in pressure below them was terrifying. Ashby was tossed about the cabin like a rag doll. Her screams of fear turned to one of pain as the helicopter suddenly dropped, causing her shoulder and head to crash violently against the door. Dazed, she tried to crawl toward her seat, only to slide across the steel floor toward the rear of the helicopter, as the seasoned pilots regained their composure and steadied the Sikorsky. Jake Wheeler scrambled to remove himself from the Martin Baker mission seat specially designed to protect passengers in the event of a crash. He nervously attempted to release the 5-point harness system in order to help Ashby. Just as he freed himself, another blast of wind overtook them, forcing the helicopter to lurch forward. Jake and Ashby became entangled and rolled across the floor toward the front of the cabin. Ashby, writhing in pain, begged the pilots, "Please, go fast as you can. Roger that, ma'am." The pilot yelled back as both men frantically made adjustments to maintain the helicopter's stability. Jake found his footing and carefully lifted Ashby off the floor. "Let's get you strapped in." Tears were streaming down Ashby's face as she attempted to reach for her right shoulder. "Jake, I think it's broken. In my head, it's pounding." Her voice trailed off as her body went limp in Jake's arms. He quickly got her seated and buckled up. He then scrambled to his seat to get secured for the ride. Thus far, the young scientists whom Ashby had taken under her wing, Rita Charles and Dusty Holder, sat motionless, eyes wide and mouths open with fear. "Based upon our weight, our max speed will be 180 miles per hour. The co-pilot could be heard through the internal communication system. Jake adjusted his headset to hear better. "If we push it, we might be able to get 200. At 222, we fall apart." "Roger that," replied the pilot. "Let's set cruise for 180. Another 10 or 20 won't make a hill of beans difference based upon what I just saw." Jake reached over to Ashby and tried to steady her head in the seat as it bounced around from the helicopter's tossing and wobbling. He turned his attention to Dusty and Rita. "Are you guys okay?" "I peed myself a little," replied Rita dryly. Jake immediately wondered if she was having an acute stress reaction to the blast. He tried to look into her eyes, but the sky was beginning to darken, and visibility inside the cabin was poor. "Dusty, how about you?" asked Jake. "Peachy," he replied. Dusty reached over to Rita, who extended her hand back. They were only able to touch one another's fingers, a rare show of affection between the two. The moment drew them closer together. "Jake," mumbled Ashby, who was suddenly awake from her momentary spell of unconsciousness. "They have to go faster. It will catch us. It always does. They have to go faster." Jake continued to hold her head in place to avoid injury. She hadn't lost her motor functions, although she was somewhat incoherent. He immediately became worried she'd suffered a minor concussion. Jake turned to the other volcanologist on the team. He hoped he could bring Rita out of her mental angst. "Rita, you guys mentioned a cloud of debris? How soon will it come out and how fast?" She responded quickly and coherently. "A good sign. It's already out and blasting upward into the stratosphere. The pyroclastic flow of gas, vaporized rock, and volcanic glass is surging in all directions from Yellowstone. After that, heavier material flows of lava will destroy everything in its path. Jake exhaled. Rita, the initial pyroclastic flow? How fast will it travel? Before she could answer, she was interrupted by communications chatter between the pilots. External temperatures have just increased to 101, said the co-pilot. Then he corrected himself. Make that 105? 06. Still climbing. 089. His voice trailed off. Rita? Jake repeated. 400 to 500 miles per hour, she responded with trepidation. Jake paused to consider the chopper's speed in relation to their position at the time of the eruption. He looked at his watch. It had only been 25 minutes. It feels hot, mumbled Ashby as she slipped in and out of consciousness. I'm registering 111 degrees external temp, said the co-pilot. Engine temps are slightly elevated. Jake, said Rita, the heat. First, we'll feel the heat as we ride at the front of the flow. It's coming. Chapter 2, Sikorsky UH-60Q helicopter, Eastern Idaho. Death by being consumed in a pyroclastic flow was petrifying. Literally, like a massive demon summoned from the depths of the planet's core, the ferocious ash cloud emerged, seeking its victims. The supernatural creature held no animus toward any living thing in particular. It simply wanted to escape and consume. The mixture of ash, lava, and broiling gases at temperatures reaching 1,000 degrees or more sped across the landscape at 400 miles per hour. Death and destruction was taking place below them. Tourists and residents attempting to evacuate found themselves stranded on major highways like Interstate 15 and were overrun by the pyroclastic flow. If they weren't crushed by the debris or burned by the searing hot gases, they breathed in the superheated air which severely damaged the linings of their lungs. The extreme heat burned away the clothes of anyone in its path, scorching their skin until it ruptured and blackened. Jewelry or any metal became so heated that it seared itself onto their flesh, assuming their bodies still had any living thing was killed within a fraction of a second by the superheated air. If the enormous heat of the leading edge of the pyroclastic flow didn't kill them, the subsequent ash and dust did. As soon as the flow overcame them, their muscles involuntarily contracted, forcing them into a pugilistic posture, a protective pose similar to that employed by a boxer to guard himself from an opponent's blows. The extreme heat instantly dehydrated the body, causing it to contract before it was covered with the mummifying ash. The outside temp continues to rise, said the co-pilot after a brief moment of silence on the comms. And, sir, our airspeed is increasing. What? Against the prevailing westerlies? The pilot questioned. If anything, we should be battling a headwind. We set our cruising speed accordingly. Jake, it's getting closer, Rita warned. Yellowstone doesn't care about prevailing westerlies. We either have to go higher or faster now. Jake leaned forward in his seat and addressed the pilots. Gentlemen, can we go higher? The co-pilot looked into the cabin to address Jake. Mr. Wheeler, our max ceiling is 19,000, but we lose cruise speed capability at higher altitudes, the pilot interrupted. Let's take it to 12K to avoid dealing with pressurization. Plus, I want to be able to see terra firma considering what's chasing us. Yes, sir, replied the co-pilot. Jake looked to Rita, who shrugged. She was seated directly behind the co-pilot against the bulkhead, the wall that separated the cabin from the helicopter's cockpit. Jake craned his neck to look outside the window as they passed the 11,000-foot summit of Scott Peak. Snow had just blanketed the highest point of the northern Rockies after a low-pressure system had brought wave after wave of moisture off the Pacific Ocean. The chopper moved forward, occasionally battling fits of gusty headwinds courtesy of the cold front and the tailwinds caused by the leading edge of the heated flow of air from Yellowstone. The two climactic events were destined to collide at any moment behind them. Jake, Dusty began joining the conversation for the first time. It only takes a millimeter of ash to cause damage to the internal components of any aircraft. So, like we're screwed. Don't say that, dork, shouted Rita, who was back to her old form. We're out ahead of it. Dusty accepted his beatdown. I'm just saying, the numbers aren't on our side. Suddenly, the noise inside the Sikorsky grew to a deafening roar. The engines groaned, and the cabin's metal panels bent in resistance to the dark forces that surrounded the helicopter. Repeated vibrations came in large waves, causing the cabin to contract and expand back into place. It was as if an enormous fist were squeezing the chopper like it was a large stress relief ball. The nose of the helicopter pitched upward, causing everyone to gasp and grab onto their seats. The sudden jolt brought Ashby out of her semi-stupor, which also brought back her moans of pain. The pilots fought against the turbulent air. Alarms were sounding and lights flashing from one side of the controls to the other. "Brace! Brace for impact!" shouted the pilot. Jake closed his eyes and squeezed Ashby's hand as the Sikorsky flailed about, rolling and plunging toward the Rocky Mountains below them. Chapter 3, Sikorsky UH-60Q Helicopter, Eastern Idaho, Fighting Unconsciousness. Ashby's mind began to wander as she closed her eyes during the tumultuous flight. The pain of her shoulder was suppressed and replaced by the memories of the loss of her parents. As she took herself back in time to the day Mount Pinatubo erupted and stole the lives of her family, she recalled for the first time the minutes after she had been placed into the rescue basket by her father. The basket wouldn't stop spinning. The helicopter couldn't be controlled as the unstable air attacked it from all sides. She remembered looking up at the chopper the first time the rescue basket crashed into the side of her father's truck, causing her to spin like a top. In that moment, Ashby feared she would die from it falling on top of them. Then suddenly it lifted her high into the air. She was shaking. A small child whisked away in a cloud of ash and fire as her parents became smaller and smaller below her. As the helicopter climbed, the air cleared. She could see the fires raging all around her. The lava flowed hot and red down the sides of the mountain. The pilot climbed to a safe height above the ground, and the soldiers methodically began the process of pulling the rescue basket toward them. With each tug, Ashby lost hope of ever seeing her parents again. She did not become emotional at the loss. No, that came later. The young girl focused her ire on the creature that was responsible for what was happening to her. The volcano glowing ash continued to shoot out of the sides of Pinatubo as more vents opened up in the crumbling ground. Ashby watched the rushing flow of lava displace the river, which provided much-needed water to the villages in the surrounding area. This killer can't be stopped. It will cease its murdering ways when it's good and ready. Just as Ashby was pulled into the cabin by the Filipino soldiers, a gust of hot air shot upward, forcing them upward and causing everyone to fall to the floor. There were no modern, ergonomically designed safety seats complete with fancy harnesses. Wood benches surrounded the interior, and the occupants were expected to hold on the best they could. Ashby recalled there was one thing for certain, then like now, she had been in mortal danger. The pilot of the rescue helicopter at Mount Pinatubo did his best to maintain control of the aircraft. He made adjustments and sped toward Clark Freeport, an airfield in the nearby city of Angeles. However, the pyroclastic flows emanating from Mount Pinatubo were faster. To gain speed and out of fear, the pilot brought the helicopter to just above the treetops, flying through the clouds of debris and barely missing the tallest of the falcata trees which rose high above the palms. Soon the ground flattened out over a golf course near the Sacobia River. The pilot followed the river basin as he made his way westward toward the airport and their National Guard facility. That was when Ashby heard a choking sound. A sputter followed by a violent shaking of the helicopter. The consistent hump she'd heard when the chopper first found them was replaced by a high-pitched whine and the sudden slowing of the rotor blades. The rescue helicopter had succumbed to the ash and debris. Ashby shrieked as the machine suddenly dropped downward. The soldiers all crowded around the windows as they saw the water growing larger in their field of vision. Ashby didn't want to look, as she'd seen enough that day. Instead, she crawled on her hands and knees into a small open compartment at the back of the cabin, a decision made out of fear or primal instinct that saved her life. Unable to maintain control, the pilot tried to manually guide the helicopter in a desperate attempt to land in the river rather than crash to the ground. He was successful in part. The front of the rescue helicopter collided with a bridge connecting Angeles to the remote jungle. The cockpit was crushed, and the impact threw all of the soldiers into the bridge railing or out of the jettisoned helicopter doors. Ashby was wedged into the cubbyhole, and the force of the impact was insufficient to dislodge her. Despite the chaos going on inside the Sikorsky, her mind remained at the base of Mount Pinatubo as she continued to remember the details vividly. She recalled clenching her eyes shut and gripping the sides of the compartment to keep from falling out. For a brief moment, the tail section of the helicopter remained level in a state of suspended animation, until gravity took its toll, a loud creaking sound followed by the ripping and tearing of steel, preceded the tail section breaking loose and falling 30 feet toward the water. Ashby remembered seeing the badly mangled wreckage and several mauled bodies before looking skyward as the tail section twisted 90 degrees. The remains of the helicopter plunged into the warm waters of the Secobia River, taking Ashby underneath with it. The rear of the helicopter embedded into the sandy bottom of the river and remained there. Ashby, who had taken a deep breath as she made impact with the river, worked her way out of the compartment and shot to the surface. For a minute, she allowed the flow of the river to carry her under the bridge as she tread water like a fishing bob cut loose from its line. A good swimmer, she found her way to the bank, which was when she realized she'd lost her backpack that had been given to her by her mother as she was being lifted to safety. Ashby stood on the bank and wiped the water out of her eyes. She scanned the water desperately in search of the only connection she had to her parents. Then she heard a voice. "Batang babe? Nasakten kaba? Little girl, are you hurt?" Ashby burst into tears as an old fisherman walked along the river's edge holding her backpack. She ran to him, kissed his cheek, and quickly slung the backpack over her shoulders. He continued to speak to her in Filipino, but she was unclear about what he was saying. Ashby recalled stopping, looking past the man to Mount Pinatubo, which continued to spew its venom into the sky, and realizing she was 7. She was alive, but she was alone. And now she was reliving those horrors all over again. Chapter 4. Sikorsky UH-60Q Helicopter. Central Idaho. "Failure, main rotor failure," shouted the co-pilot as the first of the twin GE turboshafts stalled. The main rotor affixed to the top of the helicopter typically rotated at nearly 260 revolutions per minute. As the engine stalled, the rotor slowed, causing the UH-60 to suddenly lose altitude. "Rear engine?" the pilot asked calmly. "Stable at 20,000 RPMs. Jake leaned forward to get a better view of the cockpit. He was amazed at the quiet professionalism on display by the seasoned Army National Guard pilots. Their heads and hands moved in unwavering fluid motions. Adjustments were made, and switches were flipped as alarm bells with accompanying flashing lights filled the cockpit with warnings of an impending crash. "Rear engine is lost!" shouted the co-pilot over the chorus of alarms being sounded. Rear rotor failure. Unbeknownst to Jake, the Sikorsky's crew had about 3 seconds to make a decision that would determine whether they had a chance to live. Helicopters are not unlike airplanes in terms of how they fly. An airplane has a set of wings affixed to the sides of the fuselage, based upon the size and design of the aircraft. The wings have a specific shape, an airfoil which makes lift possible at a certain predetermined minimum speed. As the pilot accelerates down the runway, once that speed is met, he pulls back on the stick, which lifts the airplane's nose. This has the effect of changing the direction or angle of attack of the wind against the wings. The change in direction causes lift, and the plane takes off. A helicopter has wings too, the front and rear rotors in the case of the Sikorsky UH-60Q. However, instead of speeding down a runway to cause sufficient wind to create lift like an airplane, the engines of the Sikorsky power the blades to rotate until they reach 100% capability. The pilot then pulls up on the controls and the pitch of the rotor blades changes, causing lift for airplanes. It is vital to maintain an airspeed above stall, the speed at which wings can no longer produce lift. When a plane's engines fail, the pilot pushes the nose forward, sacrificing altitude for airspeed. The plane would then glide toward the ground, albeit quickly, until the pilot can find anything that resembles a runway. Helicopters require the engine to turn the rotor blades. If the engines stop running, the pilot must also avoid stall speed by making a split-second decision to enter autorotation, a process whereby the pilot uses wind and aerodynamic forces to artificially create lift. Experienced pilots, like those on board the Sikorsky that day, know exactly what glide angle to use based upon weather conditions, weight, altitude, and airspeed in order to produce sufficient upward flow of air to keep the helicopter in a safe, controlled descent. That day, however, the atmospheric conditions were anything but normal. Their training couldn't have envisioned the heat and winds created by the pyroclastic flow that had chased them out of Wyoming and halfway across Idaho. "Sir, the gauges are telling us one thing, but the conditions are contradictory," cautioned the co-pilot. "I've got to do this by feel," the pilot calmly responded in the cabin. Nobody spoke, and they barely breathed. Jake continued to lean forward, hoping to catch a glimpse of the horizon to see what their landing options were. Riding in the helicopter without power was peaceful in a way, but unsettling. The co-pilot continued to advise the pilot of the conditions. "Visibility is improving, sir. There is a clearing on that peak to your 10 o'clock, sir." "Well, it looks snowy, but as good a spot as any," added the pilot. He raised his voice to get his passengers' attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to set us down. You need to be prepared for a crash landing. Make sure your harnesses are properly affixed and tight, cover your heads, and keep your legs and feet tucked up under your seats. Half a click out. Roger that. Altitude?" 11,000 feet and steady, sir," replied the co-pilot. "Okay, now." The pilot spoke in a hushed tone. "Call our altitude drops at 100-foot intervals. What's our elevation on that ridge look like?" "Topographical imagery suggests 10,200, sir." Roger's sweat began pouring off Jake's forehead as he took a moment and provided a reassuring smile to Ashby's team. He'd only known them for a short period of time, during which he'd fallen in love with one, saved the life of another, and grown fond of the third. This was his family now, and he wanted to help them through this. 10-8, 10-7, 10-6. "The rate of decline is too fast," said the pilot. Suddenly, the helicopter, pushed by a massive gust of wind, lifted upward to a point where Jake swore they were at the peak of a tall roller coaster. For a moment, they were weightless, and then the pull of gravity forced them downward. The rear of the helicopter wiggled under the G-forces created by the rapid descent, causing the rear to fishtail as the pilot struggled to regain control. 10-5, 10-4, 10-3, prepare for crash landing. Chapter 5. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. The Sikorsky slammed into a snowbank at over 100 miles an hour, immersing the cabin in a sea of bright white conditions. After the helicopter emerged on the other side of the snow, it struck a fallen tree, hopped into the air, and then twisted as the rotor blades, measuring 53 feet in diameter, caught the tall pines on top of the ridge. The 50-foot fuselage hit a combination of boulders and trees, slid sideways down an embankment, and broke apart. Jake covered his face as debris and snow entered the cabin, which had been split wide open upon impact. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the cockpit section of the helicopter continue racing down the slope over a hill and out of his vision. The tail section broke apart and flipped over as it slid through a stand of mountain hemlock trees, knocking the snow off them as it tumbled. The center of the Sikorsky, the cabin, broke in half. Jake and Ashby's side slid through the snow until it impacted against a boulder. Dusty's part of the cabin tumbled like a bowling ball split in half down the mountainside until it too disappeared from view. Then the noise and clamor of the crash suddenly stopped. The surreal surroundings fascinated Jake as blue skies appeared and white crystals of snow fluttered around him. It was cold, but not bone-chilling. The combination of Yellowstone's warm air flowing over him and the existing snow caused him to wonder if he was awake, dreaming, or dead. Ashby's groans brought him out of his temporary daze. "Oh, God!" Jake shouted as he unbuckled his harness and slid downhill into the foot-deep snow. He struggled to maintain his footing and slid to his knees before catching himself. "Ashby, hold on!" Jake made his way up the small slope to where their side of the cabin rested against a couple of wayward boulders that had made their way down the mountain's rocky peak. He glanced around and realized they were just below the tree line at around 10,000 feet. He reached Ashby and did a quick visual check of her extremities. Her legs were scratched from the slide through the shredded tree limbs, but nothing else appeared broken. He gently took her face in his hand. His fingers, cold from crawling through the snow, had the instantaneous effect of bringing her awake. "Jake," she began. As her eyes grew wider, she looked around and then whispered, "Geez!" Then Ashby winced in pain as she attempted to adjust her position in the seat. Jake dug his feet into the snow to get a good footing. She was a couple of feet above him, and when he unharnessed her, she would fall down on top of him. "Ashby, I'm going to get you out of this seat, but you have to know it's going to hurt your shoulder. Can you do it?" She managed to smile and nodded. Jake readied himself and placed his left arm near her waist and unbuckled her with his right. One by one, the harness straps were released, and with the last one, the weight of her body collapsed onto him, but he held her upright. "Arg!" Ashby groaned as her shoulders twisted in his arms. "Good God, that hurts!" Jake held her stationary as he looked around for a place to set her down. 100 yards behind them, the peak rose sharply upward, and he noticed a rock outcropping that created a slight ledge. Assuming the volcanic debris would continue coming in their direction, Jake needed to establish a shelter for them first. The side of the mountain was their only option. "Okay, Ashby, I'm going to carry you." "I can walk," she replied defiantly. "I know you can, but this will be faster. I've got to get you under cover." Without waiting for further discussion, Jake scooped up Ashby and cradled her in his arms. He began to trudge above the tree line, and as he did, the snow thinned as it had melted in the sun. His footing became better, and despite the thin air to which he'd grown accustomed, Jake managed to get Ashby there in just a few minutes. "Hey, is that a cave?" Ashby asked. "To the left? See it?" "Perfect," muttered Jake. With a little extra pep in his step, he moved quickly through the mushy snow and soon found himself staring at a vertical rock wall that rose straight up the face of the peak. Rocks protruded out of the peak's side, creating a canopy, and underneath a dark opening appeared. He found a place to set Ashby down while he caught his breath. "Ashby, wait here. I'll just be a minute." She reached up with her good arm and touched his hand. "Thank you," she said with a smile. For the first time throughout the melee, he checked to see if his utility belt and holster were still attached to his waist. He was relieved to find they were. Then he felt for his knife, which was also there. He pulled the small tactical flashlight from the left side of his belt and unsnapped his holster. Jake was going to enter the cave ready for anything, grizzlies included. Generally speaking, there were far more food sources for bears below the tree line, especially near lakes and streams. However, Jake wasn't going to take any chances with Ashby's safety. He turned on the bright LED flashlight and gripped it in his left hand. Then, using his left hand as support, he placed his right arm over the top of his left wrist, known as the Harris technique. This was the way he'd learned to enter a darkened space while using both a flashlight and a sidearm. Fortunately, there weren't any bad guys in the cave that might shoot back at his light source. The cave, which was actually a cavern because of its multiple openings and chambers, was damp from the moisture the region had received over the last several days. He could barely hear water running deep into the cavern, which had several passageways leading both up and down through the massive mountain peak. Jake took a chance, one that was necessary to draw out any predators. Hey, Woot! Woot! His shouts echoed through the empty space, but nothing emerged to challenge him. He tried again until he noticed a shadow cross his field of vision. Jake spun, pointing his gun at the figure that stood in the cavern's opening. "Jake, please don't shoot me!" shouted Ashby. "I heard you yelling and thought you needed help." Jake spun back around and shone the light into every possible corner. Satisfied it was clear, he slowly backed out of the cavern opening to where Ashby was standing. He holstered his weapon and addressed Ashby with a smile. "You don't follow orders very well, do you?" "Nope." He looked her over once again and then asked, "Does it still hurt?" "Hell yeah, it still hurts. Something's wrong, Jake. I can't move it." Ashby was wearing her normal attire, khaki shorts and a white button-up blouse. Jake gently pushed the hair out of her face and behind her ears. "We need to take a look," said Jake as he approached her. He reached for her blouse and then he stopped. "May I?" Ashby blushed and nodded her head. Respectfully, Jake slowly unbuttoned her blouse and untucked it from her pants. He immediately saw the problem, one that he'd witnessed many times during his brief stint as a stuntman in Hollywood. Her skin began to react to the cool air, or Jake's touch, and became covered in goosebumps. Ashby noticed and smiled as she looked into Jake's eyes. "Dr. Wheeler, the pain is in my shoulder. You know, the part about a foot to the left of where you're looking?" Busted Jake began to stammer. "Yeah, I know. Listen, I think your shoulder is dislocated." Jake slowly ran his fingers along her shoulder. "Do you see how this side is lower than the other and how this depression or groove has formed near your delts?" "Delts? Deltoid muscles?" Jake clarified. "The good news is, your shoulder is dislocated. What's the bad news? It's gonna hurt like hell to pop it back in place," Ashby chuckled. "Jake, it hurts like hell now. Plus, now that I'm half naked, it hurts 'cause it's cold too." "Oh yeah, sorry," Jake was stammering again. He quickly ran through the mental checklist of his options. Obviously, a hospital or trained professional would be best, but that was not an option. Complications included tearing muscles, ligaments, and tendons, or worse, damaging blood vessels that could cause internal bleeding. If he didn't fix it, her shoulder could be permanently damaged. Jake unhooked his utility belt and set it on the ground. Then he unbuttoned his own shirt and removed it. Now it was Ashby's turn to get an eyeful of Jake's physique. "Jake, I don't think now is the time for Ashby." "Shh." Jake shook his head and rolled his eyes. He placed his shirt on the ground and her blouse on top of it. He then helped her lie flat on her back on top of the bed of clothing. When she was settled in place, Jake straddled her hips and he explained what was going to happen. She looked at him with a grin, appearing intent on making Jake feel uncomfortable. "We hardly know each other, Dr. Wheeler, and after all, you're my doctor." He laughed and once again rolled his eyes. At that moment he knew he loved Ashby, but he had a lot of work to do, beginning with fixing her shoulder. He ignored her question. "I need you to resist me, okay?" she replied with a giggle. "But I can't. You're so strong and handsome. Ashby, focus. You know what I mean?" She pouted and nodded her head. "Okay, I'm going to pull your arm, slow and steady. You pull against me the best you can. No fast or jerky movements. Ready?" She nodded. The two began their gentle tug-of-war within seconds. A loud clunk sound could be heard. Ashby instantly exhaled, closed her eyes, and turned her head to the side with her mouth open. Jake panicked. "Damn, what have I done?" He scooted up over her waist and bent over to listen for breathing. As he got closer to her face, she suddenly opened her eyes and kissed him. Ashby drew him closer with her undamaged arm, and as he tried to pull back, she held tight. Jake succumbed to her request, enjoying the tender moment they shared despite the fact the world was collapsing around them. The kiss shared by them was long overdue, and Ashby sensed it too. After a moment, he finally came up for air. "Thank you, Doctor."
"Wheeler, you're the best,"
she said in her best love-struck voice. "See, all better now." She shook her arm, and although it was functioning properly, she still winced in pain.
"Yeah, see, that's still gonna hurt for a while. We really need to get you into a sling to immobilize that arm. I have one in my medical kit, which was in the tail end of the chopper, if we can find it. We also need to find the N95 masks, Jake. We can't be breathing this stuff."
Jake helped her up and assisted her in getting dressed. He then slipped his shirt on her to be worn as a jacket for additional warmth. "Can you locate the tail end of the chopper where the gear was stashed?" "Yes." Ashby let out a sigh as she realized there were people missing. "Jake, we have to find the others." "That's my job." He planted a kiss on her cheek and ran shirtless onto the snow-covered ridge. Chapter 6. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. "Well, I'm gonna die," Dusty said calmly to himself as his part of the helicopter's cabin split away from the rest of the aircraft and began tumbling down the slope, tearing through the trees and powdery snow as it went. In the past, he'd imagined himself dying on several occasions, but usually in bad dreams involving earthquakes and falling buildings. In his dreams or boyhood fantasies, he visualized himself racing through the streets, dodging debris and helping fallen damsels in distress, like some superhero named The Rock. What he never envisioned was screaming at the top of his lungs like a young child's top of a roller coaster squeal. Not that anyone could hear him as he was tossed down the mountainside. After the third or fourth roll through the snow and rock, he became keenly aware of his safety seat, the one described by the co-pilot as state-of-the-art. "Is this seat designed for comfort with its blue cloth and padded headrest, going to help me survive or carry me over the edge of a cliff into a ravine a mile below?" Dusty had tucked his thumbs into the belts that came together, 2 from below his waist and 2 from over his shoulders. He thought of the seat's complex engineering as explained by the co-pilot, designed to take weight and impact into account as the incredible forces during a crash attempted to damage the human spine. He thought his spine was intact, but there were several body parts that clearly were not. The violent impact had dislocated both of his thumbs, which had been tucked into the harnesses. With every tumble, his lower left leg flailed about as if it were attached by a nearly broken rubber band. His right arm was, well, sticking through his skin. At one point during the rock and roller coaster of a ride down the hill, he tried to brace his arm with his left hand, only to find he couldn't grip anything because his wrist was broken. During the plummet toward the ledge of a cliff he'd caught a glimpse of, Dusty chuckled to himself as he imagined himself as a 190-pound busted-up Raggedy Andy doll. It was the final resting place of the wreckage that caused Dusty to lose consciousness. The right side of the cabin smashed into 2 rocks, forcing it into the air until it landed on top of the boulders with Dusty upside down, suspended in the air 7 feet off the ground. The sudden impact threw his head forward and then immediately snapped it back against the headrest, temporarily disrupting the blood flow to Dusty's brain, causing him to black out. Now, just as he'd envisioned, Dusty hung in his safety seat with his appendages dangling toward the ground and blood dripping steadily from his face and arm, just like a busted-up Raggedy Andy doll. What he didn't envision were the spectators that had gathered below him. Chapter 7. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Rita likened it to riding on the back of a train engine, when suddenly the rest of the train was uncoupled and left behind as the locomotive careened out of control at full speed, after the Sikorsky bounced into the air and then violently struck the ground. It broke into 4 pieces, with the back 3 splitting off in different directions. The cockpit containing the pilots and the chopper's bulkhead, where Rita's safety seat was bolted onto, continued at a high rate of speed downhill, crushing through mounds of snow and bouncing off pine trees like a pinball. Throughout the 8-second ride down the mountain, her body was jolted back and forth against her harness, alternately pulling and pushing her off the seat. The strain against the straps and the buckle were tremendous, but they didn't break loose. At one point, Rita had the presence of mind to realize that this out-of-control freight train wasn't going to stop its downhill slalom until it hit the bottom of the mountain. She was determined to take her chances tumbling through the hopefully soft snow rather than a certain death at the end of this rocky ride. She attempted to unlatch the buckle that held the 5-point harness in place. She pressed the button, pulled and tugged, but it wouldn't release. She continued to frantically struggle to unlatch her safety harness, unsuccessfully when the cockpit careened into the air and smashed into a rock wall. The ride was over, or so she thought. Quiet surrounded her as small snowballs and several rocks rolled past her. A trough was carved into the snow which stretched for hundreds of yards until it disappeared from her view. A gust of wind blew a sprinkling of snowflakes past her and carried the smell of fresh pine from hemlocks ripped open by the wreckage. Dazed, Rita tried to assess her situation as a strange sensation overcame her body. Her vision began to blur, and she struggled to focus to take in her surroundings. Then she heard the groan of one of the men on the other side of the cockpit wall. "Hey, can you hear me? Are you okay?" Rita waited for a response. She tried again. Only silence until she heard a creaking sound and felt the swaying of the cockpit. She tried to look down but couldn't see clearly. Snap? What? She asked, startled by the unexpected sound. Another loud crack was followed by the grinding sound of metal scraping against a hard surface like a rock, a slow splitting sound built to a crescendo of rips and tears, causing her to let out a guttural scream as Rita became utterly terrified. The cockpit was being held on top of a rock formation by several pine trees, which could no longer support its weight. It began to slide as gravity reached up from the ravine below and pulled the cockpit, with Rita and the 2 pilots, off the boulders and over the cliff, snapping the trees in half. Chapter 8. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Ashby traced her way back to the wreckage of the main cabin by following Jake's footprints in the snow. As the amount of volcanic ash increased on top of the ridge, she felt a new sense of urgency to locate the tail section and the N95 particulate masks. Ashby was keenly aware of the impact volcanic ash, even in small amounts, could have on the human body's respiratory system and internal organs. Sustained inhalation of the glass and pumice particles would be deadly. After 10 minutes of searching, she found the debris field left by the helicopter plowing through the snow and sparsely separated hemlock trees. While her goal was to locate the tail section where their gear was stowed, she also picked up anything that was useful and placed it at a central location near the remnants of the helicopter's cabin. She began to backtrack up the ridge toward the east, covering her mouth and nose with Jake's shirt. Cold and battered, she took on a steely resolve to find the medical supplies and assist Jake in locating Rita and Dusty. The helicopter had left a trail, a swath of destruction, as it skidded down the ridge. She had no recollection of the initial impact or the subsequent breaking apart of the aircraft. The knot on her head was all the reminder she needed of the beating she'd taken when the eruption at Norris created turbulence that almost took down the helicopter. As she marched through the snow, she thought about what she'd seen through the chopper's window. Her focus had been on the eruption at Cascade Corner. An enormous inferno had been generated out of the earth, spewing lava balls in all directions and scorching the forest as if she were watching a movie in 4 times fast forward. The massive amount of fire and black smoke rising into the air was beyond her comprehension. She'd witnessed many volcanic eruptions, but none like Cascade Corner. Until Norris blasted the crust of the Earth into the sky. The explosion had ruptured the planet, laying open its guts for the heavens to see. At first it was dreamlike, almost hypnotic in its ability to draw Ashby into a trance. Her eyes remained affixed on the wonder created by Mother Nature until the blast effect crashed into the helicopter. After the initial blow to the head, everything else became a blur. She was unsure what was real and what was conjured up by her imagination. She continued up the slope and crossed over a fallen tree which had been ripped apart by the helicopter. After hurdling the trunk, she found the tail section, which was remarkably intact. Only the rotor blades appeared to be bent slightly. Ashby ran to the wreckage and began turning the latches on the compartment that contained their gear and the medical supplies that accompanied the UH-60Q on all its flights. Then she remembered Jake had specifically asked for his medical backpack. For a moment, Ashby considered second-guessing Jake's request. She rummaged through the compartments, gathering what she thought she might need to help the others. Then she stopped. Jake was a survivor. He had a certain mindset that allowed him to anticipate life-threatening situations. Ashby thought back to the day she had stood on the banks of that river in the Philippines. She resolved to be a survivor too, only in a different way. It was something she and Jake had in common. She trusted him and trusted his judgment. She located one of the many backpacks he'd brought along with them and unzipped it to view the contents. It was the medical gear, and the first items on top were the particulate masks. She affixed one over her mouth and nose before confirming there were several available for the others. With one final glance around to make sure she could find the location again, she forgot about his instructions to find a sling for her shoulder and medication to alleviate the throbbing pain in her head. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ashby began to run downhill, following the trail of twisted metal and disturbed forest in search of Jake. Chapter 9. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake wandered through the hemlock forest as the trees became more abundant at the lower elevation. Oddly, the snow was deeper than at the higher elevation, which Jake attributed to the amount of moisture available. Jake had traveled several hundred yards away from the cavern and dropped at least 100 feet in elevation or more when he came upon the rotor blade assembly from the top of the helicopter. The carbon fiber reinforced blades were intact but embedded in the snow. One of the blades stood upright nearly 50 feet above him. The lower blades were leaning against several tall pine trees, and Jake made a mental note to watch for a strong gust of wind which might throw the entire assembly back to the ground. He was following the furrowed row of snow when he began to see debris from the cockpit. The windows had shattered and fallen out. As he walked, he picked up several pieces of paper appearing to be part of the co-pilot's flight logs. A light assembly from the nose of the helicopter lay under a tree. Then he saw blood splatter on a rock to the side of the newly created trail. This troubled Jake, so he picked up the pace. He continued down toward a group of boulders that had come into view. They appeared scarred, most likely from the cockpit colliding with them. He frantically looked around for the 8-foot-wide nose and cockpit. He yelled for Rita. He tried to squeeze his way through the boulders, but the space was too tight. Their round, smooth surface prevented him from climbing them, so he sought a way around. After backtracking, he trudged through the 2-foot-deep snow which had built up until he reached a ledge. He looked to his right and confirmed his fears. On the other side of the large boulders were shredded treetops, followed by a large area of displaced snow and nothing else. Jake inched forward, holding on to trees so he didn't lose his footing. As he got closer to the edge, his field of vision improved. He was standing on the edge of the ridge, which overlooked a drop into a ravine of at least 1,000 feet or more. Jake closed his eyes and sighed. Nothing could have survived that fall. He gathered himself and began to move back through the trees toward the trail created by the wreckage when he heard Ashby calling his name in a whispered tone. Jake didn't yell in response, immediately concerned as to why she was keeping her voice down. Instinctively, he reached for his service weapon, and then he remembered he'd removed it to fix Ashby's shoulder. He cursed himself for this mistake and scrambled up the snowy hill to find her. "Ashby!" Jake called out as he caught a glimpse of her through the trees. "I'm coming. Are you okay?" "Yeah, but come quick," she responded as the two approached one another. He joined her side and reached to take the backpack from her. She held onto it and unzipped the top to retrieve a mask for Jake, which he quickly put on. "What's wrong?" "I found Dusty, and I think he's still alive." "Well, I hope he is, Jake. It's bad. Let's go," he said as he grabbed the backpack and took her by the hand. She tugged at his arm to stop him. "We have to be careful. Why? Wolves?" Chapter 10. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake rummaged through his backpack and found a rolled-up black T-shirt at the bottom. He quickly pulled it over his head and then continued his search. He looked up and smiled at Ashby when his hand found the Taurus PT-111 Millennium Pro handgun wrapped in cheesecloth. He searched further and found 2 magazines filled with 9mm ammunition in a side zipper pocket of the backpack. He inserted one into the base of the pistol's grip and chambered a round. He tucked the other in his pocket. Jake turned to Ashby with the backpack. "Can you handle this?" "Yes, Jake. The air quality is getting worse. We don't have a lot of time. Not to mention we still have to find Rita." Jake quickly spun around toward the trail so Ashby couldn't see the emotions on his face. They'd have to deal with Rita's demise later. "Come on, stay behind me, but close." "Jake, what about?" Ashby began before Jake cut her off. "Are those your tracks leading into the trees up ahead?" asked Jake, pointing toward the disturbed snow near the woods, although he already knew the answer. He was trying to divert her away from the subject of Rita. "Yes. He's in a small clearing in the middle of the pines. It's just 100 yards or so." They heard the yelping of the wolves, which prompted Jake to break into a run. Ashby stayed close behind as they used her previous tracks to make the footing easier. When they arrived in the clearing, they found 2 full-grown wolves and a pup circling Dusty's suspended body. The wolves were attempting to jump up and bite his hands, but the slippery footing prevented them from getting any traction. The largest of the wolves, the alpha, caught Jake and Ashby's scent and immediately turned to challenge them. Jake opted for a warning shot, for a reason that he couldn't explain. He was able to hunt for food, but not just for the sake of killing an animal. Killing the wolf would cross that line in the sand he'd set for himself when he was a teen. Before he squeezed the trigger, his mind wandered to another line in the sand, the killing of a human being. He'd never shot anyone, nor had the opportunity arisen. He suspected that would change following the eruption of Yellowstone. Jake fired a shot into the air and the wolves scattered. He didn't waste any time in slogging through the snow and the fallen pine tree branches. "Did you see that?" asked Ashby. "I swear," Dusty flinched. "He's alive, Jake." Jake kicked the snow away from underneath Dusty, and he reached over his head to touch his wrist. "I've got a pulse. It's weak, Ashby. We have to move fast." "What can I do?" she asked. "I have a backup knife in the pack. Can you find it for me?" "If I release his harness with the latch, his body weight will stretch his limbs. I have to cut." "Jake, wait," interrupted Ashby as she spun around. "Listen." Jake stopped talking and became still. He looked toward Ashby, then he heard the growling. The wolves had returned, except now there were 4 adults and the pup. They had circled around the boulders and were now stalking their new human quarry. 2 approached from their rear, and 2 more were approaching from the front. "No, that's not," started Ashby, but Jake interrupted her. "Ashby, don't speak or move. Don't stare them down either. We don't want to act like prey or a threat. Just keep facing them, but look beyond them. Remember, they're more afraid of us than we are of them." "Liar," she said bluntly. "It's true. Trust me," said Jake as he turned his attention to the alpha. "It was almost impossible to truly identify the alpha of a pack unless you spent time studying them with their family." Jake assumed the large male that approached first was the alpha. "Listen here, you guys. I was nice the first time," Jake hissed as he drew the handgun out of his belt. "I'm not gonna kill you, but this round will come close enough to send you way off in the woods." Jake pointed his weapon at the ground near the wolf's front paws. He expected the bullet to lodge in the wet soil beneath the snow. The wolf continued to bare its teeth, inching forward step by step. Its rear haunches dropped, as if it was ready to spring forward, and Jake fired. The report was deafening between the 2 boulders that suspended the demolished helicopter cabin in the air. The wolf immediately recoiled, and as it did, Jake spun around and fired 2 rounds into the ground in front of the remaining wolves. Yelping, all of the pack dashed into the hemlocks, knocking flakes of snow off the branches as they ran. Satisfied the encounter was over, at least for now. Jake stuck the handgun in his waistband and exhaled. "Jake," started Ashby. "What I was about to say is, help! Can you hear me?" shouted a woman's voice in the distance. I heard that. It's Rita. She's alive." Jake walked back toward the debris field. He held up his hand and listened. "Help!" she repeated. Jake's head snapped to the right toward the ledge. "Ashby, I thought she fell over the cliff. The wreckage is gone."
"I saw blood. We have to find her,"
yelled Ashby as she started toward the path. Jake reached for her arm and stopped her.
Okay, hold on a second."
Jake turned and walked back to Dusty. He looked at his medical bag and back to Ashby.
"What are you thinking?"
she asked.
"I'm going to check on Rita, but her voice sounds strong and Dusty's in really bad shape." "We've got to get him down."
"I'll watch over Dusty," offered Ashby. Jake thought for a moment. He had to make a decision.
"Okay."
"Did you see stretchers in the tail section? I saw one in the woods near our part of the chopper's cabin. Do you want me to get it?"
"Yeah, and take the gun," replied Jake as he pulled the sidearm from his waistband.
"Do you know how to shoot?"
"No, why do I?"
"The wolves," replied Jake, who quickly dropped the half-spent magazine and inserted the full one. He stuffed the other magazine in his pocket. "Get the stretcher and meet me back here."
"Just point and shoot in their general direction. They'll get the message."
"Be careful,"
she said as she turned and ran toward the trail.
Jake gave Dusty another glance and ran after her. He didn't like leaving Dusty like this, but there was nothing they could do for him at the moment without a stretcher and shelter. While Ashby fetched the stretcher, he'd find Rita. As Jake rushed down toward the cliff, he realized this was the first of many difficult choices they'd face in the coming weeks.
Chapter 11. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho.
Jake carefully made his way along the edge of the cliff. Once he found where the cockpit went over the side, he crawled on all fours to get a better look. 30 feet below his position, he could see part of the cockpit protruding away from the cliff's wall.
"Rita, can you hear me?"
Jake yelled to her. He inched forward, and some loose snow fell over the edge and immediately crystallized, glistening in the sun, muted by ash fallout as it floated downward.
"Yes, I think you're right above me. I saw the snow float away."
"Thank God, Rita. Okay, are you hurt? What about the pilots?"
"Jake,"
she began, and then hesitated for a moment. "I'm pretty sure they're dead." The front of the chopper got slammed against a couple of boulders, then it got hung in a tree before it gave way.
"I'm on a ledge with a god-awful view of the bottom of the mountain."
Jake looked around. He had to get down to her. But his ability to see from this angle was too treacherous. He was about to speak when Rita added, "Jake, I can't move my upper body. Well, my arms anyway. It's weird. My legs and feet are fine. I can turn my head, but my arms are..." Jake closed his eyes and shook his head. Over the years, he'd taken continuing education and training courses in first aid with a specific focus on hiker injuries. Visitors to Yellowstone were notorious for venturing into dangerous areas where they didn't belong, only to become injured due to a misstep. Years ago, one hiker had suffered a brain injury as a result of a fall. From all appearances, he was physically fine with no visible broken bones or flesh wounds. However, the young man had suffered what was later diagnosed as a closed head injury, a type of concussion that was indicated by a number of symptoms, including a rare case of temporary paralysis of the upper extremities. With physical therapy and rest, the young man was able to recover full function of his arms. Jake had no way of diagnosing Rita with the limited amount of information he had, not to mention the fact he wasn't a neurologist. He did know, however, that he had to keep Rita calm and offer her hope of survival. He was also feeling the pressure, because if he didn't return to Dusty right away, he was likely to bleed out and die. "Rita, that's most likely temporary from you getting banged around. That was quite a ride you took. When I get you back up here, we'll get it squared away." "Okay." "All right. Are you going to call for help?" Jake realized they had no communications gear. "No, not yet, anyway." "First, are you in a stable position? I mean, are you in immediate threat of dropping farther?" "No, I'm lodged in pretty solid here. Don't get me wrong, I can see the bottom, Jake." "Rita, here's the problem." Jake closed his eyes and silently cursed the predicament he was in. "We found Dusty, and he needs immediate attention. Ashby is okay?" "Yeah, she's fine. And right now she's getting a stretcher for Dusty. I have to get him to shelter and stop his bleeding, or he might die."
"Can you hold on?"
"Yes," she replied. She paused for a moment, and Jake crawled back toward a tree for leverage to stand without slipping.
"But Jake, I'm really scared."
"Me too," Jake muttered as he turned to leave. "I'll be back as soon as I can. I'll get you." Jake made his way back to more level ground and ran through the snow to save Dusty. Chapter 12. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake couldn't quite reach Dusty. so he searched for a couple of hunks of granite he could step on and still maintain stability. After digging through the snow, there was one perfectly suited at a foot tall, but it was too heavy to lift. Instead, he used a tree branch to pry it up and roll it underneath Dusty. There was no easy way to cut Dusty down that wasn't going to cause him more pain. He was unconscious, and his body weight was an issue for Jake as well. At just under 200 pounds, Dusty was a load for Jake to catch when dropped from above. He finished cutting the last of the straps, except for the waist restraint, leaving Dusty's legs and head hanging toward the ground with a push of a button. The buckle would release, and the weight would be on Jake's shoulders. "Here goes," he said as he released the buckle. Dusty dropped down on top of Jake, causing his knees to bend somewhat, but without causing him to lose his balance. "Okay, big boy, let's get you on this stretcher and fixed up." With Ashby's assistance, he carefully placed Dusty on a stretcher and tucked his arms and legs within the hard plastic railing. On Jake's instruction, Ashby located a folded mylar blanket in the backpack to wrap around Dusty's body to preserve his body heat. Mylar is a form of polyester film resembling thin aluminum foil. For industrial uses, it acts as a heat-resistant film for survival purposes. A 4x7-foot mylar thermal blanket sells for about $1 on Amazon. It was an ideal way to retain 90% of a person's body heat in a survival situation. Jake pulled the backpack full of medical supplies onto his back and took the lead as he and Ashby carried the stretcher.
Will Rita be all right? Asked Ashby.
"She seems to be in good spirits, considering. Ashby, it's a miracle she's alive. Had it not been for the ledge just below the cliff's edge, we would have lost her. We're all lucky to be alive, Jake." This is..." Ashby suddenly stopped and got quiet. Jake knew what she wanted to say, but now was not the time for self-punishment. She'd done nothing wrong, and this accident was certainly not her fault. "Ashby, one step at a time. Okay, let's get Dusty taken care of, and I'll go get Rita. Then we'll all be together again." She didn't respond, and Jake thought he heard her sniffling. He wanted to comfort her, but there wasn't time. He needed to deal with Dusty's broken bones and, most importantly, stop his bleeding. 10 minutes later, they entered the cave, and Jake got to work. Ashby had recovered from her moment of contrition and helped as needed. First, they took steps to stop the bleeding. Dusty's forearm was broken, and it cut through the skin between his elbow and wrist. Fortunately, it missed the radial and ulnar arteries that ran through his arm. While Jake checked Dusty's blood pressure, Ashby treated the wounds on Dusty's forehead with gauze, followed by melted snow to clean out any debris. She applied Neosporin ointment around the cut, and then bandaged it with medical supplies found in Jake's backpack. "Ashby, I'm going to need your help now," Jake began, as he set out the materials needed to treat Dusty's broken forearm. He decided to save the wrists and leg for last, since the bones hadn't broken the skin. "Tell me what to do." "Okay, he's been jostled around a lot already, and we're really lucky he doesn't have internal bleeding." "How would you know?" she asked. "Shock and decreased blood pressure," he replied. "I've got the bleeding under control, and now we've got to set the brake, basically. That means we're going to put the bone back where it belongs." "It sounds gruesome, but he'll be better off than this butt-ugly mess." "I'm ready. I need you to position yourself next to his upper arm and hold it firmly in place. What we're doing is called traction, which requires the arm to be immobilized, but you're also preventing further damage in case he regains consciousness in the middle of all this." Ashby made her way around Dusty and applied pressure to his upper arm as instructed. She watched Dusty's face to check for a reaction. "Hold firmly while I slowly put downward pressure on the lower arm until it's back in shape." Jake was successful and breathed a sigh of relief. "It didn't pop like my shoulder," Ashby observed. "Different bones, sort of. You needed your shoulder and its socket to be reunited. Dusty needed his forearm to get back in the right place, or at least close. Now we'll immobilize and splint his arm." Ashby reached over Dusty and picked up a roll of orange flexible material with the word Sam Splint written on it. "This is a splint. It's the best, most compact medical tool there is for treating people like Dusty. You can use this stuff to splint every bone in the body." Ashby unfurled it, let it go, and watched as it curled back into a tight roll. "What is it?" "It's built from a thin but strong core of aluminum. It's waterproof and reusable." Jake began to unroll the Sam Splint and gently wrapped it around Dusty's arm after using the measurements, which were shown on the back of the roll. He cut the pieces to length and secured them around Dusty's wrist and forearm. Next, he removed Dusty's pants and used another SAM splint to immobilize and secure his broken tibia, the larger of the two bones below the knee. After getting Dusty dressed, Jake sat back on his feet and wiped the sweat off his brow.
"Now all we can do is observe and react," he said. "Living is up to Dusty and his body at this point. We'll keep an eye on his bandages, check his blood pressure regularly, and monitor his body temperature. Jake, what do we do if he has internal bleeding, like you said?" He grimaced and responded after a moment. "I don't know that there's anything we can do, to be honest. Prayers and monitoring are his best chance of making it through this."
Jake gathered himself because he knew the toughest job was ahead of him. Not just because of the predicament Rita was in, but because of what had happened in his life many years ago. Chapter 13. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Ashby gave Jake a general idea of where the tail section of the helicopter was located. That was his first stop before he would descend the cliff to help Rita. Physical and emotional fatigue was beginning to set in as Jake made his way through the snow-covered hemlock trees in search of the chopper's rear section. The day had started with the earthquake that triggered the mudslide following the massive eruptions of the Yellowstone supervolcano and the subsequent crash landing. He'd been tested in many ways, yet the biggest test was still to come. That morning, as the group frantically scrambled to evacuate Jake's cabin, the scientists had emptied their van of computers and research. Jake, using his innate ability to survive, had begun stowing gear that he might need in the back of the Ford Expedition. There were 3 backpacks that stayed packed at the cabin unless he took them on his outdoor excursions. One, which he'd already accessed in the treatment of Dusty, was a medical bag. The other 2 were designed for camping and hiking. They contained extra clothing and camping gear, including tents, tarps, camp cooking supplies, and lighting. In addition to the camping and hiking gear, Jake had a large olive-drab military bag he'd purchased during one of his training sessions in California. When he hunted, he'd carry his long guns in the duffel. As the landslide threatened his cabin, Ashby and her team had saved the tools of their trade. Jake had saved some of the tools he needed to survive guns and ammo. Finally, because there was room left in the truck, he'd grabbed his duffel bag containing his climbing gear. Jake was an accomplished free climber. It was a sport he'd picked up when he first moved to Wyoming. Unlike traditional climbing, which involved climbers using their gear to assist in their ascent up the rock face, free climbing didn't use ropes or gear to assist in the climb, only as a safety measure. The free climber was alone, using his physical ability to make progress up the rock face one step or reach at a time. He had not, however, attempted free soloing, a high-risk endeavor that was fraught with peril. "I've seen enough of that." Jake had stuffed all of these bags into the tail section of the helicopter before they lifted off from Grant Village that morning. Luckily, the gear was still in the tail. He located the duffel containing his climbing gear. After rummaging through the bag, he searched the additional compartments of the chopper and found the crew's rescue basket. He detached the carabiner clips at the end of the double-braided nylon rope and then found the other end attached to a steel ring welded to the floor, or what was left of it. Jake had a twofold problem in rescuing Rita. First, he had to get to her. The climb was over a ledge, and he'd have to blindly lower himself over the edge to begin his descent. Second, she was experiencing paralysis in her upper body. He had to assess her condition and then devise a plan to bring her back up, assuming she would be of no assistance. He continued searching through the tail section until he found a blue zipper pouch labeled ARV. He opened it and found exactly what he was looking for. ARV was an acronym for Airlift Rescue Vest. Oftentimes it was used for the extraction of injured patients who were either unconscious or whose injuries prevented them from holding the rescue line as they were hoisted to safety. He crammed all of the gear into his climbing bag and followed the debris field to the edge of the cliff. The irony of his trek down the ridge struck a nerve as a warm gust of air filled with ash and debris swept over him. Everyday life was like a walk to the edge of a cliff. With each step forward, you near the edge, not knowing what lies over the brink. Chapter 14. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. "Hey, Rita!" Jake shouted through his N95 mask, which he'd worn continuously since Ashby had given it to him. She'd warned him more than once not to remove it for any reason. It only took a few particles to cause significant damage to his lungs. He yelled a little louder. "Are you doing okay?" "Yeah, but I was beginning to wonder if you were coming back." "How's Dusty?" Jake got settled on the edge and opened his climbing bag. He quickly removed his boots and slipped on his rock climbing shoes. made with flexible neoprene uppers and a firm, slightly downturned toe for the soles. The specially designed climbing shoes had built-in camber, enabling Jake to grab the cracks and crevices with his toes. Jake tried to make light of his injuries, as he didn't want to alarm Rita. Broken arm, leg, and wrist. Pretty bad bump on the noggin, the usual stuff. She didn't respond immediately, so Jake continued to get his gear ready. With the ash fallout picking up, he didn't have the time to traverse the ledge looking for options to climb down. He decided the direct approach was best. "I still can't feel my hands or move my arms," she said. Her voice sounded weaker to Jake, although he wasn't sure if it was from the injury or her mental state. "I guess I'm paralyzed, Jake." "We don't know that, Rita." "I'm going to get you up here and then we'll find our way to a hospital." Jake closed his eyes as he contemplated taking these two injured people off a 10,000-foot mountain to a hospital, wherever that might be. Jake readied his gear and his mind. He'd learned early on that the goal of all climbers was to reach the top of a pitch, that seemingly unattainable peak of a mountain or rock face. However, once the challenge was overcome, getting back down was just as dangerous. Rappelling was the cause of many rock climbing injuries. The skilled climber had to create safe and redundant rappel anchors in the rock, be able to tie strong knots, and have excellent rope management skills, allowing for safety backup knots together with the ability to retrieve or pull the rope down from the anchors after the rappel. "Rita, I'm going to rappel down to you and bring a rescue seat with me. I'm operating blind here, so I could use your help at first. Can you do that?"
Sure.
"Okay, can you see the edge of the cliff?" "Yes." "It juts out directly over my head, and then the face of the cliff cuts into the mountain slightly." "It's not flat, wonderful," Jake lamented to himself. "So much for rappelling. It was a straight drop. How about distance? Can you guess how many feet down you are from the edge?" 35 feet, she quickly responded with confidence. "You seem sure about that, Jake? What else was I supposed to do while hanging here?" "I sure didn't count the number of feet to the bottom." Rita's snarky sense of humor helped Jake relax as he prepared the ropes for the drop. He was amazed at Rita's composure in the face of mortal danger. "I have to save her. Give me a minute to get the ropes ready. The first one coming over the edge will be your safety seat. Let me know when it touches down by your feet. Ready?" Jake measured out 40 feet of rope and then attached the carabiner to the ARV. He dropped it down slowly in 3-foot increments until Rita told him to stop. "Good job, Rita." 39 feet, swell, came her response. Jake pounded 2 large anchors into the rock at the edge of the cliff and threaded the nylon safety rope through them. Then he tied the remainder of the 100-foot rope to the largest hemlock tree he could find near the boulders that had stopped the cockpit from careening off the cliff to begin with. He retrieved his climbing harness out of the duffel bag and stepped into the leg loops, which wrapped around his upper thighs. He tightened the straps and then firmly tugged the waistband in place. He tied off his rope and affixed it to the harness system. After giving it a good tug, he was ready. Before he lowered himself over the edge, he added some additional gear to his harness and in his pockets. These devices, often referred to as pro by climbers, included cams, chocks, and nuts that were designed to secure a climbing rope to a rock. Jake didn't know what he'd be facing below, and he had to prepare himself for the possibility they would have to go down rather than up. With a deep breath, Jake turned backwards and took a firm grip on the rope. He slowly stepped backward off the ledge until his feet touched nothing but air. He grimaced as his mind raced back to so many years ago. "This is for you, Julie." Chapter 15. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake dropped himself down 18 inches at a time, moving one hand below the other to lower himself along the rope. He looked down only once to confirm he would land on the ledge where Rita was located. What he saw was nothing short of a miracle. The nose of the Sikorsky rested perilously on the edge of a rock outcropping barely large enough to fit the wreckage and still provide a place for him to land. His rope was pulled at Rita's feet, only 2 yards from the cliff's edge. The front end of the helicopter had been crushed. One pilot was badly mangled and clearly dead. The other was missing altogether. Jake glanced to the bottom of the mountain and estimated the drop to be 1,000 feet or more. As he carefully descended the rope, he took advantage of this perspective to weigh his alternatives for the return trip. The angle of the rock wall was slightly inverted from the edge of the cliff to the point where the outcropping met the mountain. He visualized a clock face and imagined the minute hand pointing towards 11. It would require an upside-down climb to an extent Returning Rita to the top would require a straight-up tug, something that would require all of his strength and possibly Ashby's assistance. He didn't have any pulleys, nor could he locate any in the wreckage. It would take a Herculean effort to drag her through the air and then up and over the cliff's edge. But first things first, you're like Tom Cruise in that Mission Impossible movie? Rita began cheerfully, clearly glad to see Jake making his way down to rescue her. There was only a slight hint of trepidation in her voice. You know, the time he broke through the ceiling to steal some diamond or whatever? I must have missed that one, said Jake with a chuckle. To maintain the light-hearted mood, he continued. Would you rather I go back and summon Tom Cruise for you? Rita laughed as he was almost next to her. No, you'll do fine under the circumstances. Jake hit the ledge with both feet, but before he let loose of the rope, he allowed his knees to flex somewhat and pushed down to make sure the ledge wasn't going to fall out from under him. One can never be too sure. He stepped toward Rita and gave her a kiss on the cheek. She began to cry. Jake, I thought. No, I knew I was going to die twice, actually. But I feel bad, the pilots. They saved us. And look what happened to them. Jake slid between the cockpit wreckage and the rock wall to take a better look at the dead pilot. Without a doubt, neither of them could have survived the impact of the chopper with the granite. He came back in front of Rita and began to prepare the ARV. A rush of warm, ash-filled air washed over them, causing Jake to stumble and the cockpit to wobble somewhat. Rita shrieked and the tears began to flow. Jake, the flow is catching. Suddenly, the ground shook. Rocks began to fall out of the side of the cliff and pelt them on the head. Jake ducked and instinctively pressed himself against the rock wall to avoid the debris. Then came a thunderous sound from the direction of Yellowstone, and the entire mountain shook. Rita began to scream as the wreckage bounced on the rock outcropping, inching closer to the edge, which provided no safety net this time. Jake quickly moved to Rita and pressed the release on the safety harness. Nothing happened, Rita said. It doesn't work. I tried to open it to jump as we were sliding down the hill. It stuck. Hold still. Jake pulled his knife out of its sheath and began to saw away at the safety harness, using the serrated edge on the blade. Being careful not to cut Rita with the point of his knife, he ripped into the webbing and struggled somewhat, as it was reinforced with minute strands of steel. The ground continued to shake as the entirety of the northern Rockies was feeling the impact of the latest Yellowstone eruption. Jake, we're slipping toward the edge, shouted Rita through the loud rumbling sound of the earthquake. There! One strap was loose, and he began working on the second located on the other side of her waist. Hold on, Jake muttered with determination. He picked up the pace as the debris falling around them became more frequent. He'd almost cut through when a large rock landed on the front of the wreckage, causing it to bounce. His knife accidentally poked into Rita's abdomen, drawing blood. Rita was terrified. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Please, Jake, don't let me die. She began screaming and kicking her legs as more debris began to fall from above them. I've got you, he said as he cut through the second strap. I just need to get this last one between your legs. Jake, hurry, I can't die yet. Please. Jake kept sawing through the webbing. Rita, look at me. Look in my eyes. I won't let you die. He kept sawing, almost there. Jake, look out, shouted Rita, causing Jake to look up. An avalanche of snow and rock had slid off the cliff and was dropping on top of them. Jake ignored the threat and continued to saw at the strap. Got it, he exclaimed as his knife cut through. Just as he was about to pull Rita down through the top two harness straps, a mixture of heavy snow and ash hit him, knocking him to his knees. He fought off the snow and tried to scramble to his feet, but it was too late. He lunged for Rita's legs, but they slipped through his grasp. The weight of the debris hit the wreckage and forced it over the edge. Jackie! Rita shouted continuously until the sound of her voice was overwhelmed by the roar of the upheaval around him. Jake scrambled to the edge and shouted, No! The last thing he saw was Rita's legs kicking the air as she dropped to her death. Chapter 16, Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake pounded his right fist onto the rocky surface, drawing blood as he tore his skin open. He didn't feel the pain of his fist, only the broken heart of watching someone he cared for die, someone like another he'd once loved, whom he promised to save. He immediately began to cry as he lay sprawled out on the ledge. Only a falling rock which struck him on the calf reminded him that his life was still in danger. Jake tried to stand, but the unstable surface quickly changed his mind. He could lose his footing and slip off to his death, which was just as likely as the continuous barrage of rubble carrying him over the edge. He looked up, hoping for a respite from the carnage, only to be greeted with more wet snow. He wiped his face, clearing off the cold snow and the warm tears. Jake moved toward the rock wall, taking advantage of the inverted slope which allowed the bulk of the debris to fall several feet past him. Jake waited for the rumbling to stop. He checked his rope to make sure it was still taut in the event the rock outcropping fell out from under him. Finally, he allowed himself to close his eyes and mentally apologized to Rita for letting her down. He shook his head from side to side as the tears appeared once again. He'd failed her, and next he'd have to find a way to tell Ashby and Dusty. The seismic activity finally subsided, and Jake looked upward to determine if the debris had stopped falling. He was anxious to get off this ledge, some of which had chipped away under the onslaught from underground. After a moment, he took a deep breath and readied himself mentally to hoist his way back up. It would be a hand-over-hand climb to the top, much like the method he'd used to drop himself down. Only this time, he'd have to use muscles, and especially stamina, something that was in short supply after what he'd been through today, to pull himself to the top. Jake stepped out onto the ledge and tugged the rope once again. "That's odd," he thought to himself. "Where did this slack come from?" He adjusted his waist belt and the leg loops, which he pulled down and tightened further. Confused, he tugged the rope again and looked upward. That was when he saw the tops of the trees, the first of several hemlock trees which had toppled over during the earthquake and subsequent landslide, slid over the edge of the cliff. Slowly, they began to inch forward, and eventually gravity took hold. They began to soar past him, carrying dirt, gravel, and snow in a contrail of debris. He pulled the rope again, more slack, then he saw it. 2 more trees fell over and careened over the edge of the cliff above him. He could make out his orange rope as it swung across the sky and trailed the hemlock that it was tied to. "Oh, hell no!" he shouted as his eyes grew wide. He nervously fumbled at the carabiner with his cold, trembling hands. He glanced up and saw the tree sail toward the ledge. Jake quickly pushed in the clasp and rotated the hook to unleash him from the tree as it rocketed past his position. Jake dropped the rope and slammed himself against the ledge wall just as the tree rope and carabiner sailed out of sight. He stood frozen in shock for a moment. Jake closed his eyes and covered his face with his cold hands. Sweat was pouring off his forehead, and his body shook uncontrollably. He'd almost died, joining Rita in a gruesome 1,000-foot plunge to the rocky surface below. So many things rushed through his mind as he tried to regain his composure. He thought of his life growing up and how he'd become estranged from his family. He thought of the fiery red-haired girl named Julie he'd met on the reality TV party circuit. She'd brought him to Wyoming to meet her parents. They'd contemplated marriage. And then one fateful day, their romance had ended, ripped away from them by one unnecessary act, a stupid but deadly mistake. Now Jake wondered if he was cursed. He'd lost another person in his life, another one he'd promised to save. Then he recalled the words he'd said to Ashby that day when they stood by Sentinel Creek together. She'd almost taken a sip of the contaminated stream when Jake stopped her. Ashby had gently patted his bare chest and said, "Are you ever going to stop saving me, Sir Jake?" To which he'd replied, "As long as I'm around, I'll save you if you need saving." Jake cursed himself for his self-pity. His life, his future, was at the top of the ledge in a cavern where she might also be in danger. There'd be time to analyze and grieve later. For now he had to do something he couldn't do before when it was necessary to save the only other love in his life. Jake had lost his ropes when the trees fell over the cliff. His extra rope had fallen victim to the landslide of snow and rock that carried the cockpit over the edge. Jake's only means of escaping the ledge was to undertake a free solo climb to the top. Free soloing was for the mentally insane as far as Jake was concerned. Monkey climbing, as Jake often referred to it, was the method of climbing a rock face with no harness, rope, or other safety equipment. Very few experienced climbers tried it, and many died trying. Jake had the proper footwear, but he also needed to muster up the mental toughness to undertake the near-impossible task considering the conditions were wet. He had no talc or chalk to keep his hands dry, and the earth was prone to shaking without notice. However, he had no choice, and if he slipped, lost his footing or grip, it would be the worst 8 seconds of his life as he plunged to his death. One thing was certain, Jake couldn't stop to reflect on the monumental task ahead of him. He couldn't look down because whether he fell 100 feet or 1,000, the result was the same. There simply was no margin for error. Jake emptied his mind of the events of the day. He even put his love for Ashby in the dark recesses somewhere, a free solo climber who thought too much would plunge to his death. His climb would be concluded alive by achieving a series of goals, one grip and one step at a time. He leaned back from the cliff's rocky wall and studied his road. He was looking for long runs of footholds and jutting out rocks to grip. The first 30 feet would be a predominantly vertical climb. It was the last 9 feet that would prove the most difficult, as he would have to be inverted to an extent. Jake chuckled as he thought of the last leg of the climb. Inverted, as in upside down like freaking Spider-Man. "Piece of cake," he muttered aloud, as he found a foothold and pushed himself up to grip the wall. His climb had begun with gritty determination and a survival mindset. Jake made his way up the wall. He looked for edges in the rocky surface, slight protruding steps in the granite that were nothing like the steps most people would imagine. Most edges were between 1/8 and 2 inches in width. A 2-inch or greater edge was cause to celebrate. Throughout the climb, Jake constantly flexed his hands to avoid cramping and took advantage of good footholds to rest. He practiced deep breathing techniques to slow down his heart rate, which was racing as adrenaline poured through his body. Adrenaline could also produce anxiety, and anxiety resulted in rushing through the process, which could be deadly. This was not a race to the top. His effort was not being timed. Had it not been for the circumstances and the altitude, this climb would have been ideal for training someone to free solo. A good mix of pockets, side pulls, and pinch handholds were employed by Jake as he made his way up those first 30 feet. Before he began to turn toward the ledge, relatively upside down, he steadied his nerves and made sure his hands were dry. Climbing the roof, as free solo climbers referred to it, required a combination of good technique and energy. It was a short distance comparatively speaking, but his entire body weight would be working against him. He gave his route a quick glance and identified several points to grip and hold. Jake was ready. He found his first grip and reached out, making sure to keep his arms straight. He also kept the center of his body pulled into the wall to avoid his butt sagging and putting too much stress on his arms. Using the stiff, curved soles of his shoes, Jake dug into the cracks and crevices available to him. He applied as much pressure to his toes as possible to force his hips toward the wall. With each handhold and step forward, his eyes scanned ahead, plotting his next move. His arms began to burn from the constant tension placed upon his muscles. His abs, which had been held in a constant crunch since he started, were starting to cramp. Jake was almost there, but the most difficult maneuver was ahead of him. He had to climb over the protruding ledge to safety. There was no helping hand waiting for him, no rope to grab and hoist himself up. He had to hold on to the roof with one hand while he found something to grip with the other. He positioned himself, took a deep breath, let go with his right hand, and desperately searched for something to grab. He found a tree root. It was wet and slippery, but with a tug, it appeared to be stable. Jake didn't like it. It was too risky. He looked for a grip underneath the ledge that could advance him farther so that he could look for something more stable. He spied a pinch, a knob that protruded between 2 small openings in the rock's surface. This would work, giving him the additional elevation needed to find a better grip on tree roots or, better yet, solid rock. However, he'd have to abandon his foothold and rely solely upon his upper body strength. Jake gripped the tree root and pushed off with both feet as he grabbed the pinch. His lower body swung away from the roof and dangled beneath him. He was careful not to sway, allowing his body to hang freely. With another deep breath, he got a firm grip on the tree root and pulled himself up slightly, allowing his left hand to release and grip for the ledge. "Yes," he shouted as he found a hard, flat surface, but his hopes were dashed as the granite began to splinter under his grip. He pulled on the tree root again and tugged himself a little higher. He reached with his left hand, frantically searching for something to hold on to. He found the top of a hemlock that had fallen during the landslide. "It's holding. It's supporting my weight." The tree had toppled, but enough of its root system was embedded in the ground to avoid being tugged loose by Jake as he pulled himself up to the muddy soil on the ledge. Like a frightened animal scampering from a predator, he crawled on his hands and knees until he reached the 2 massive boulders upon which the cockpit had landed initially. It was at this point that Jake finally relaxed and looked back to the ravine, thanking God for keeping him alive. Part 2. Escape from Sheep Mountain, Chapter 17. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake's day had required facing one monumental task after another, but none compared to the emotional undertaking before him. Exhausted and physically spent, he slogged through the snow and mud with his duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He was trying to find the words to say to Ashby when he arrived at the cavern opening without Rita. Jake had never attended a funeral, formally. He was forbidden to attend the one funeral where he should have been beside the casket. But he was there, standing behind several oak trees at the Natrona Memorial Gardens in Casper, Wyoming, where he'd watched his first love laid to rest. As the mud and snow changed to loose rock, Jake caught a glimpse of Ashby walking back toward the cavern entrance with her arms full of wood. She had a natural beauty about her. He was certain she never wore makeup, or at least not that he could tell. Her face was tanned, yet her skin was soft without showing the telltale signs of working in the outdoors. In his mind, she was flawless, which was the way a man should look at the woman he loved. Jake hadn't felt this way in 13 years, and he wondered if the world would ever stop spinning or shaking long enough for them to explore a relationship together. He walked up to the opening and dropped his gear with a thud, allowing the noise to announce his arrival rather than speaking. He still wasn't sure what he was going to say. Ashby was bent over a pile of wood, trying unsuccessfully to start a fire. After the bag dropped, she snapped her head around, and her face immediately beamed when she saw Jake. She jumped up and ran towards him. He couldn't move. His feet felt like they were cemented into the granite floor. Ashby stared into his eyes, sincerely jubilant at his return, and then he saw her glance past him. She slowed her run, and gloom washed away her excitement. Ashby never made it to Jake as she stopped, covered her mouth, and began to sob sometimes. Saying nothing speaks volumes. Jake moved forward to hug Ashby. Tears flowed from his eyes as he whispered in her ear, "Ashby, I'm so sorry I tried the earthquake. It was too much, and I couldn't. God, I'm so sorry." Ashby couldn't find the words to express her grief. She didn't ask for an explanation or excuses. She only wanted to cry, so Jake held her tight. Comforting someone during such an emotional loss was best handled by allowing the person to let their feelings out. Jake knew Ashby had to grieve, and then there would be time to relay the details if she wanted to hear them. The hoarse, screaming cry of a hawk flying by startled them both and caused Ashby to pull away. She finally spoke her first words to Jake, "I'm so glad you're safe." Then she dropped her head and sniffled. "I've been trying to make a fire, and I can't." In the awkward moment, Jake found her girlish pout amusing and managed to chuckle. It was such an odd thing to say, as if her inability to make a fire bothered her more than the loss of Rita. Then he realized she might be hiding within herself, suppressing the psychological shock of Rita's death. "Come on," said Jake, as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close to him. "I'll get it going, then we'll get you warmed up, okay?" Ashby simply nodded and allowed Jake to lead her deeper into the chamber. He saw that Dusty was still unconscious or asleep, but not dead, as Jake could see the mylar blanket slowly rise and fall at his chest. "Dusty's been out this whole time," she offered as she wiped her nose with the sleeve of Jake's shirt she'd continued to wear. With both hands, she rubbed her eyes as if to force the tears back into her head. "I've changed his dressings once. His wounds look pretty good. Fever?" asked Jake. "Nope, not at all, in fact. His body temp has been steady between 98 and 99. I don't know what a coma looks like, but he must be in one, I guess," said Jake as he removed his knife from its sheath. He removed all of the wood from the small fire pit Ashby had built with rocks. She'd done a good job of creating a circle and stacking them to allow gaps so oxygen could fuel the fire without the flames escaping through the sides. The rocks would also act as a means to insulate the heat and radiate it throughout their part of the cavern. The two sat in a daze, mindlessly watching as Jake picked up the smallest of the pieces. He used his knife to strip away as much bark and wet layers of wood as possible. He explained what he was doing. "Pine makes a great fire starter, as the sap is flammable after it's heated. I'll take these larger branches and split them open to expose the dry wood inside, like this." Using his knife, he forced the blade into a broken end of the branch, and then pounded the other end into the ground until his blade began to split the branch. Once it was cut open enough for him to insert his fingers, he removed the knife and pulled the pieces apart. He did this for half a dozen pieces. Jake stood and went to his medical backpack. He retrieved some cotton balls and a small bottle of isopropyl alcohol. He soaked 6 of the cotton balls in the alcohol, covered them with Vaseline to control the rate of burn, and quickly placed them on a bed of splintered wood in the middle of the rock floor within the fire pit. Then he built a teepee of the smaller pieces of wood that had been stripped of their wet outer layers. Finally, he soaked a 7th cotton ball and skewered it on the end of a sharp stick like a marshmallow.
You don't want to get too close to this stuff when it ignites.
It just takes a little to get the fire going, and under the circumstances, we don't want to waste our alcohol on a fire. Jake rummaged through a zipper pocket on the outside of his medical bag and located a lighter. He carefully ran the flame under the cotton ball, and a flash of fire started immediately. He then placed it within the teepee structure, and the entire structure was engulfed in flames. Jake quickly took the larger pieces and laid them across the rocks near the small fire, which was burning nicely. The flames would help dry the wood of the larger pieces so they could be added to create a bed of coals.
"Whoa! It's smoky!"
Ashby observed, as the flames shot higher into the air and puffs of smoke rose to the cavern ceiling before being caught by a draft and carried away.
"Yeah, but that will calm down in a minute," said Jake as he stood.
"We're going to need more wood, and it'll be dark soon. I'll be right back. Let me come with you." Ashby began to stand, and Jake assisted her. "The fire will keep the critters away from Dusty, right?" "Yes, and I could use a hand. I need to get our backpacks out of the tail section. They have blankets and blow-up pillows for us. I'd feel better if I had the guns with us, too." "Are you expecting trouble?" Jake turned to Ashby and reached for her hand. He gave her a comforting smile. After today, nothing would surprise me. Chapter 18. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake and Ashby held hands as they prepared their mental checklist. Halfway through their trek to the tail section, Ashby mustered the courage to ask Jake what had happened. He provided her a brief summary, but avoided some of the details that would simply serve to make Ashby more upset and cause him to feel guiltier for failing. He was certain their grieving wasn't over, but focusing on the task of survival would provide a necessary distraction. He retrieved his gun bag and ammo, which weighed well over 100 pounds. He slung it over his shoulders, forcing him to hunch over slightly. Carrying an armful of tree branches added to the stress his body had been through that day. Ashby, to her credit, was able to carry both backpacks and still dragged a large tree limb with her free hand. When they arrived back at the cavern, the fire was dying down. Jake quickly set about adding fuel to the flames, after he stripped the wet bark to expose the drier wood underneath the large branch. Ashby, dragged into the cavern, would have to be broken into pieces, or, as Jake suggested, laid across the rock pit until it burned into more manageable sizes of wood after they checked on Dusty. The two settled under a wool blanket, which had been stowed in one of Jake's camping backpacks. They each ate a meal replacement bar and drank water made from melted snow in a canteen cup. "Jake, I feel like there's something you're not telling me," Ashby began as she passed the water to him. "Did something else happen on that ledge? Was something said?" Jake closed his eyes and sighed. He took a big gulp of the water and left Ashby for a moment as he refilled the canteen cup with snow. He set it on top of the rocks to melt and crawled back under the blanket with her. It was dark now, and temperatures were plummeting into the low 30s. The dampness of the cavern only added to the chilling effect on his sore muscles. Ashby helped him under the blanket and studied his face. He couldn't avoid the subject any longer, and if they were going to take their relationship to the next level, he didn't want any secrets between them. "When I was in California, I met this girl named Julie, and we'd become close. She was actually a stunt woman and a body double for an actress named Christina Hendricks, who was also a redhead. The two of them had a lot in common. Hendricks was born in Knoxville, Tennessee, but was raised in Twin Falls, Idaho. Her father was from England and worked for the U.S. Forest Service. Julie's father was also from England, but he was an executive for Key Energy in Casper. Anyway, the two of them shared a love of hiking, climbing, and the outdoors. Julie was born and raised in Wyoming and loved everything about Yellowstone. In any event, we met on the set of Las Vegas, an NBC TV show. She doubled for Christina, and I handled stunt work in place of Josh Duhamel." Ashby interrupted. "I loved that show. I guess I can see the resemblance between you and Danny McCoy." Jake chuckled. "Well, thanks, Josh's character. Danny was a former Marine with guerrilla training. There was always a scene where he had to get physical with someone, and they called me in to handle the beatdowns, both administered and received." Ashby nuzzled closer to Jake and watched the fire as sparks shot out of some air pockets in the wood.
So, you and Julie became a thing?
Yeah, you're working together and one thing leads to another. We started dating, but a lot of it was long distance because we both traveled to where the jobs became available. We'd get together and hike, climb, etc. Outdoor stuff, which is what we had in common. We'd been dating a couple of months, and she wanted me to meet her parents, so I traveled to Casper with her one weekend. Her father's opinion of me wasn't that great, although her mom seemed to like me. Frankly, he was kind of a jerk. I'm not sure what his expectations were for his daughter. Sure, back then I didn't have a lot to offer. I barely spoke to my family. I didn't have a steady job. I lived in an apartment with a beat-up Chevy Blazer for a vehicle, but I treated his daughter with respect, and I guess, I loved her. Ashby squeezed his hand, offering him encouragement to continue. Were you guys going to get married or something? No. Well, for sure not after I met the family. The morning after we arrived at their house, I woke up and heard Julie arguing with her father. I decided to get dressed and ready, assuming we weren't going to hang around the house and make small talk. They were going at it. What happened? Ashby asked. Jake chuckled. Julie had a tendency to live up to her redhead stereotype. The fun-loving, ready-to-do-anything Julie was who I admired most. The angry smoke, coming out of the ears, Julie, not so much anyway. She stormed up the stairs, busted into our room, and announced we were leaving. She started throwing all of our clothes in the luggage, and less than 10 minutes later, she was dragging me out to the truck. Wow, that must have been some argument. Jake shook his head and looked at the ceiling of the cavern. It was odd, Ashby. Once we left, she didn't say a word about it. All she said was she wanted to hike as deep as she could into Yellowstone and get away from her family. She directed me toward the upper falls of the Yellowstone River, where we hiked along the trails overlooking the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone. It's a beautiful place, Ashby, but also very dangerous. Jake paused and tried to control his emotions. Ashby reached under the blanket and found his hand, which she squeezed. This was the first time he'd relayed this story to anyone. It had been bottled up inside him for all these years, until now, he continued. Anyway, there were several steep walls to climb, including one in particular that took you to a ledge overlooking the Tower Falls. It required us to do a free solo climb, which in itself was dangerous. But it was all the more difficult because of Julie's frame of mind. "Free solo climb," interjected Ashby. "Is that what you did earlier?" Jake nodded and grimaced. "Yeah, except this was different, Ashby. We should never have tried it. Especially on that day. The weather was fine, but it was late in the afternoon. We'd hiked a long way to get to the base of the cliff, and Jake's voice trailed off as he hung his head. "Ashby, I tried to talk her out of it. I unpacked the tent and started setting it up, but she ignored me. She put on her climbing shoes, stuffed a bottle of talc in her shorts, and took off, leaving me standing there. It was all I could do to get my gear on and try to catch up to her. By the time I got started, she was 40 feet up the 500-foot wall. She was on a mission, like she had something to prove," surmised Ashby. "Possessed is more appropriate. I couldn't stop her, so I followed her up the cliff. If she'd taken a moment to look at her path before starting, she would have noticed the ledge required an upside-down ceiling climb, something we'd never done together. Anyway, after an hour, I gave up trying to talk her down because she kept ranting about her father. My best hope at that point was to calm her down by changing the subject and forcing her to focus on the climb. My last shot to call it off was when she reached the ledge and the ceiling that required her to climb inverted. She knew what to do, but had never attempted it without safety gear and never at that ridiculous height. Jake laid his head back against the inflated pillow and stared upward. He closed his moistening eyes and shook his head from side to side as he recalled the moment. "Ashby, I tried again. She just wouldn't listen. She made her way across the ceiling, and then she glanced down. She froze. I could see her arms trembling as fatigue overcame her body. Jake began sobbing, and Ashby wrapped her arms around him. "It's okay, Jake," but he shook his head again. "I should have raced after her and stopped her before she got started. I should have set safety measures as I climbed up behind her. Maybe I could have thrown her a lifeline. Maybe I should have insisted we stay at the house so she could square things with her family. Heck, I should have just stayed in L.A." He couldn't continue. He wasn't able to vocalize his vivid memory of Julie's right hand slipping out of its precarious grip, followed by her hips sinking downward, an unforgiving shift of weight that resulted in her falling to her death, after watching her body tumble and spiral in the air, and then exploding in a burst of blood at the bottom. Jake had to face the arduous task of climbing back down the face of that ridge. The two sat in silence for several minutes as Jake released his emotions. He'd seen death twice now, and it wasn't pretty. Chapter 19. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. "I don't consider myself an alcoholic," Jake suddenly blurted out, causing Ashby to laugh and sit upright. "Well, Mr. Wheeler, that was random," Jake chuckled. "Yeah, I guess it sort of was. I have to warn you, I've lived alone for a long time, and sometimes I say out loud what I'm thinking inside." "Cool, I get that. But what brought on this inside-to-outside revelation?" "It's the way my brain works," he replied. "You see, I think of one thing, and then that branches off in another direction. Then that thought leads to a whole nother, and so on." "Okay," said Ashby with a puzzled look on her face. "That's a little weird." Jake sat up too and tried to relieve her concern. "Okay, let me explain. I was thinking about how nice it is to sit here, by the fire, under the blanket. It reminded me of our first night at the cabin when we circled the chairs around the fire and cooked hot dogs. I really enjoyed laughing and talking with everyone as we threw back some beers." "I did too." "Yeah," Jake continued. "So I got to thinking about that, and then I wished we had some beer, because after this frickin' day I feel like we deserve one. But I remembered that we don't have any, and I wished we were back at the cabin where I always had lots of beer. Then I asked myself why I always had so much beer, and I started to calculate how many beers I had every evening and wondered if drinking that much beer alone made me an alcoholic." Jake exhaled, as did Ashby. Ashby was laughing heartily now. "I gather the end of this freight train of thought processes led you to the conclusion that you're not an alcoholic." "Yep. All righty then," said Ashby with a chuckle. They laughed together for a moment while Jake stoked the fire and added some more wood. They didn't have enough for the night, so he unfurled a nylon parka, which had been stuffed in his camping backpack, and grabbed a flashlight. He made his way out of the cavern, where the warm winds continued to blow from the direction of Yellowstone. Based upon their earlier observations, it probably was the leading edge of another pyroclastic flow. That meant Yellowstone had erupted for a third time that day, which most likely had caused the seismic activity. He returned with his arms full of branches and started the peeling and drying process again. At this point, the bark and slivers from the earlier wood had dried, and Ashby was using it to keep the fire going. When they got settled under the blanket, Ashby decided it was her turn to bare her soul. "Well, as you know, I lost my parents to a volcano. From what I can remember, they were good people, Jake. They certainly loved me a lot." "How old were you when it happened?" 7. But I was a grown-up 7. I was with them all day long. I didn't have other kids to play with. Really sure? From what I remember, there were kids in the villages that I'd do things with when my parents were there, but I couldn't call them friends necessarily." "Why were your parents in the Philippines?" "At the time, my dad was 30 years old, and my mom was a year younger. They were both students at Cal Berkeley, and I guess they were what people nowadays would call radical environmentalists." Jake laughed. "Tree huggers." "Yeah, sort of, but not really. Let's just say they were outdoorsy. In fact, they would have liked you. Dad wanted to be a geologist, and Mom wanted to be a grade school teacher. They had an idealistic utopian view of the world. You know? Kumbaya?" "Exactly. Anyway, when they met, they went to class and spent a lot of time camping, hiking, and probably smoking weed. Who knows? Then along came an unexpected bundle of joy. Me? Good thing for me, anyway." Ashby gave him a playful slug on the chest. "Well, it did derail their plans to an extent. They finished school and tried their hand at several government jobs, which didn't suit either of their personalities. One day when I was 4 or 5, my dad came home with a bunch of literature on Project Hope. The organization did a lot of things, primarily medical-related, which was outside my parents' field of study, but being freebirds, they signed up to help for a nominal amount of pay, which included housing. Their first stop was the Philippines. A typhoon had devastated the islands and completely overwhelmed their medical facilities. My parents packed our bags and me, and off we went to the remote villages of Capiz and Cebu province, which had suffered the most damage. After Project Hope's mission ended, my parents, who'd fallen in love with the Filipino people, elected to stay as part of a small contingent of humanitarian workers and volunteers. Mom taught English to the indigenous people, and my father got a job with the Geological Society of the Philippines. He worked with a team on a shoestring budget to map Mount Pinatubo. They spent their days creating a 60-mile loop of seismographs and accelerometers around the stratovolcano, which stretched from the Zambales Mountains to the South China Sea. Jake was enjoying the conversation. In a way, they both got to do what they enjoyed, right? Yes, and I'm glad for that. We settled in an area near Mount Pinatubo called Central Luzon. For a year, they spent a lot of time with the Ilocano people, which was the third largest ethnic group in the country. We were very close to them. Ashby paused for a moment, and Jake moved to comfort her. He sensed she was getting to the difficult part of her childhood story. Daddy always studied the readings on the newly installed seismic monitoring equipment. Quakes began to shake the region in late March into early April, and then magma was discovered. He tried to warn the government in Manila because I remember he and my mother talking about it after I went to bed at night. One day he came home early and told my mom about the smell of sulfur dioxide gas being emitted around Pinatubo. He planned on going into Manila to recommend they issue evacuation warnings. Mom insisted we all go together just in case something happened. My dad learned the other members of his team were in agreement and warnings were going to be issued that day. When we returned to the house, the situation had changed drastically. Another quake had just struck, the strongest in days. I remember it, Jake. At first it began as a barely noticeable, gentle swaying of the ground. It was little more than a nudge, then it gained in intensity before stopping. My parents debated what to do late into the night, and finally we all fell asleep. I guess it was my mom who woke up first. She said the morning was calm. She heard birds singing, something she hadn't heard in days. But she had a feeling. She knew it was time to go. Jake? She knew. Ashby's voice trailed off. Jake attempted to console her. He reached for her hands and gently rubbed them. Ashby, you have a remarkable memory. I guess the trauma never goes away, does it? No, but I want it to. I want the last day to be erased from my mind. All I want to recall are the memories of the good times. What can I do to help? What's the best way for you to block out those final hours and focus on the positive years with your parents? My mom and dad kept a journal. Ashby began to answer and then suddenly released his hands. Oh no, Jake, my messenger bag, it has my journal in it. It was in the main cabin with us when we crashed. Ashby jumped up and ran toward the cavern entrance. She pulled her particulate mask over her face and came back. Where's the flashlight? Ashby, we can't go out there tonight. Come here. Jake approached her and wrapped his arms around her as tears streamed down her face. She tried to wrestle free, but he held on to her. No, I have to find it. Tomorrow, first thing, I promise. We'll go together and find it. It would be impossible in the dark and too dangerous. Come back inside and get under the blanket. She turned her head and glanced outside once again, and then her body relaxed. Jake, I have to find it. It's all I've got left of my parents, except for the memories. And they hurt too much to conjure up. I need their words too. Tomorrow, Ashby? We can't have a better tomorrow if we dwell on yesterday. Jake took her face in his hands and kissed her. The two of them had released the demons of the past and could now look toward their future, as uncertain as it was. Chapter 20, Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake, wake up! Ashby shook Jake, who groaned in response. Aftershocks! Ashby jostled him again. She got up and ran toward the entrance of the cavern. The earth was trembling, but nothing compared to yesterday afternoon's tremor which had occurred while Jake was trying to save Rita. Ashby surmised that Yellowstone had erupted again, the fourth of what could be 6 or 7 violent eruptions the caldera would endure before Yellowstone rested for another 500,000 years or so. Oh man, moaned Jake as he emerged from the low-lit cavern. He waddled toward Ashby like an old cowboy who'd ridden one bull too many. Ashby laughed. Are you going to be all right, old man? This is brutal. He lamented the soreness of his muscles. I'm too old for this. Yesterday was tough on this retired stuntman. Ashby reached for his hand and tugged him into the morning light, such as it was. The ash had accumulated over the evening and was now 3 to 4 inches thick. Ashby stopped just short of the opening to look at the odd spectacle. Jake, do you have any idea where we are? Jake thought about retrieving one of his GPS devices, glancing back toward where his backpacks lay, but provided his best guess. With everything that happened yesterday, I didn't even think to look. Short answer is, obviously, somewhere in central Idaho. From what I remember of our speed in travel time, maybe 300 miles or so west of Yellowstone, perhaps a little less. We're experiencing heavy ash fallout, began Ashby as she knelt down to get a better perspective. We're at or above the tree line here. Probably 10,000 feet or more, wouldn't you say? Pretty close. If the fallout is 3 inches at this elevation on day 2 and this far away from Yellowstone, then the magnitude of debris being hurled into the atmosphere is far greater than any of our prediction models could envision. Jake leaned his head out to get a better view. The ash was still falling, albeit it wasn't in thick flakes like snow. It was barely noticeable. Yet it accumulated. Unlike snow, it didn't melt when it hit the ground. Despite being a sunny morning in June, the ash continued to fall and build upon itself. "Hey, we need to get started on our day," said Jake with a new sense of urgency. "Let's check on Dusty, change his dressings, and then we'll go find your messenger bag." Ashby nodded, turned, and followed Jake back into the cavern. Their fire was dying down, and the fading sunlight was insufficient to warm up their surroundings. The cooling effect of the ash fallout was already being noticed. Jake retrieved a packet of hydrate coconut water from his medical backpack. The freeze-dried mixture of coconut water and aquamine, which was calcified sea algae, added potassium, electrolytes, and minerals to enhance the hydrating effects of plain water. Jake mixed the packet in the canteen of melted snow and then ripped off a strip of gauze from the roll. He dipped it into the cup and allowed it to soak while he enlisted Ashby's help. "We have a lot to talk about today, and our decisions will be based upon our boy Dusty. When do you think it will be safe to move him?" Jake grimaced and shook his head. "Ashby, there's so much we don't know about what happened to him internally. Head, neck, and spinal injuries can't be ruled out, although the safety seating was supposed to prevent that. His broken bones could have caused internal bleeding, especially when we worked on his forearm. My biggest concern, however, is dehydration. The human body begins to shut down when it goes 3 days without water. In a perfect world, he'd be in a hospital bed connected to an IV. This was a medical chopper, interrupted Ashby. Maybe an IV bag and the needles or whatever are in the tail section. Exactly whatever, added Jake, emphasizing the word. Do you know how to administer IV fluids? There are different kinds of IV bags, tubing, and needles. What if there are air bubbles in the line that we miss, and where do we stick it in? Ashby responded with a shrug. The arm, right? In a vein? Jake motioned for her to join Dusty's side. Let's gently elevate the stretcher by propping it against these rocks so his head is slightly above his chest and torso. The two worked together until Dusty was somewhat upright. Jake continued. Again, that's the problem. I've never drawn blood or poked a needle in someone's veins. We don't know how much to administer, at what rate of drip or whatever. Hell, Ashby, we could kill him trying to save him. So what's plan B? Jake retrieved the canteen containing the hydrate mixture. He wrung out the gauze pad, leaving only enough moisture to allow a few drops when squeezed. While he's knocked out, Dusty is incapable of swallowing on his own. The best we can do is moisten his lips, mouth, and throat with this stuff. The hydrate has the effect of tripling the hydration benefit of water because of its ingredients. If we take the time to keep his mouth moist, you'd be surprised at how much enters his system. Very smart, said Ashby. I used to hike Red Rock Canyon outside Las Vegas when we were filming the TV show. It was extremely dry with no natural water sources. I'd mix hydrate with the water in my Camelback hydration pack. It worked way better than commercial drinks like Gatorade or Propel. Jake, can I try? Ashby suddenly dropped her chin and welled up in tears. I wasn't there for Rita. At least I can take care of Dusty. She scooted closer to Dusty's head and wiped his hair away from his forehead. She gently touched his face before taking the moistened gauze from Jake. He showed her how to moisten his mouth and provide just enough fluids into Dusty's throat to keep him from choking. After several minutes, they set the canteen aside and started outside. Crap! Exclaimed Ashby as they stepped into the ash. Our masks! Geez, Jake, we cannot forget them, ever! She turned and jogged back to their gear, where she grabbed the N95s from yesterday. Then she stopped by the medical backpack and pulled out 2 more. She handed Jake his mask and a spare. Ready? Asked Jake as Ashby adjusted her straps, which had stretched somewhat. She then tied her hair in a ponytail and slipped on a green National Park Service cap she'd found in a backpack. She quickly slipped her ponytail through the opening in the back.
"How do you like my new cap?"
she asked, trying to look cute.
"Yours? Okay. It is better than those round-brimmed straw hats they used to try to make me wear. I used to get written up all the time for not wearing mine while on duty. They finally gave up and told me to wear the ball cap style. Well, I like it. Besides, it will keep the ash off our faces. We need to find you another one."
Jake nodded and led the way into the blowing debris. He pointed them in the direction of Dusty's wreckage, observing that most of the debris would have fallen between there and the tail section. By backtracking up the side of the mountain, they'd find what they could and accumulate it under a hemlock tree in a central location. For the next 2 hours, they systematically worked their way up the gently sloped ridge, picking up anything that might be useful. Their first find, which caused Ashby to get emotional, was Dusty's khaki-colored boonie hat. She shook off the ash and snow, promptly returned the NPS hat to Jake, and affixed the boonie hat to her head, pulling the drawstring tight to prevent the steady wind from blowing it off her head. Dusty had worn this same hat for as long as she'd known him. Signs of wear and tear around the frayed brim were a reminder of how important it was to him. He'd be thrilled that she found it. They found bits and pieces of the helicopter throughout the debris field, especially in the area where the massive rotor blades were impaled in the ground. Jake and Ashby gave the assembly a wide berth because the wind was causing the blades to waver. When they found the other half of the Sikorsky's cabin, they spent a lot of time looking for the messenger bag. Finally, Jake spotted it hanging from a tree limb. Like a bear trying to shake loose a critter, he shook the pine until the bag fell through the branches into Ashby's arms. This was yet another emotional moment for her as she tightly clutched the bag in her arms. Her life was in that bag. Besides her journal, years of scientific research was contained on her laptop. At some point, when things settled down, Ashby wanted to make copious notes about her experiences in those final hours at Yellowstone and thereafter. She'd witnessed the unimaginable and was anxious to share the events with the scientific community. Finally, they arrived at the tail section. Jake had already retrieved his personal effects, like the backpacks and weapons bag. He helped load up the gear stowed by Ashby and the others. They found some bottles of water, MRE bars, and medical supplies that would be useful. Jake also found the emergency flare kit. He didn't have much hope of success, but he'd begin signaling for help upon their return to the cavern. He remembered the pilots issuing distress calls during the descent. Undoubtedly, the National Guard and any military assets had their hands full, but if they did dispatch a rescue crew, he wanted to let them know where the group was. They returned to the cavern with their arms full, but at least they were sure they'd found everything of survival value. After Jake dropped the gear and Ashby undertook to sort it out, he set off flares outside the cavern entrance. Visibility was getting worse, but he had to try. Now they waited. Chapter 21, Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. After another temblor shook Sheep Mountain, Ashby and Jake assessed their safety within the cave. Thus far, nothing indicated the cavern was at risk of collapsing from the continuous eruption of Yellowstone and its ancillary impact upon the northern Rockies. While they cared for Dusty and shared an MRE of macaroni and cheese mixed with bacon bits, Jake encouraged Ashby to discuss what was happening at Yellowstone and how long these eruption-induced earthquakes would continue. It will be impossible to quantify the destruction this early in the process. Ashby began, happy to distract her mind from Rita's death. She knew bottling up her emotions wasn't the proper thing to do from a psychologist's point of view, but it was working for the time being. Every piece of scientific equipment would have been obliterated with the Norris blast. However, the real-time measurements were transmitted all over the world until the moment of equipment failure. "You guys always talked about these volcanic eruptions in terms of VEI. Is there any doubt this was a VEI 8? Ashby raised her eyebrows and grinned. "Maybe larger. Here's the thing. Everything is based on years of geologic study. Huckleberry Ridge, which was just over 2 million years ago, is the standard upon which all super-eruptions are judged. Based upon the geologic evidence, that eruption lasted 5 to 9 days, and 1,000 cubic kilometers of magma was ejected. Imagine Delaware blowing sky high. That's Huckleberry Ridge. And you think this might be larger? Based upon the ashfall we've witnessed so far. Yes, a lot of that depends on where we are in relation to the caldera." Jake hopped to his feet and went to his backpack. He reached into an outer pocket and retrieved his Garmin GPS handheld device. He powered it on but was having trouble connecting to a satellite. "Hang on," he muttered while he jogged to the cavern's entrance. While he checked their location, Ashby removed the boonie cap and placed it on Dusty's head. "Here ya go, buddy. This'll help keep your head warm, too," Jake quickly returned. "Sheep Mountain." "Well, one of several in Idaho, it appears." Jake held up the topographical map for Ashby to see. "We're not near anything," Ashby observed. "How far did we travel?" "A little over 200 miles. "Not as far as I thought." "Not far enough," added Ashby. "At 200 miles, we'd be in the kill zone, where everything gets buried by 3 feet of ash or more. Based upon forecast models, the second zone would stretch toward our position, leaving low-lying areas in 2 to 3 feet of ash." Jake continued to press buttons on the Garmin, periodically walking toward the front of the cavern to get a signal until he found what he was looking for. Finally, Ashby stood and led him back to the opening where he could maintain a connection. "Ashby, there's a hospital nearby. Well, not exactly near, but I found one. It's more like an outpatient clinic, but it's something." He showed her the display. "Chalice? Yes. It's about 30 miles due east of our position. We can handle a 30-mile hike." Jake raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "It's not the distance that creates the difficulty. It's the terrain and drop. We're at 10-2, Chalice is at 5,300 feet. Plus, we can't take a straight route, as the proverbial crow flies. Our route is dictated by the terrain. Seriously, a 30-mile walk, which you and I could do in a long day if we had to, might take 3 or 4 days because we have to carry Dusty, our gear, and travel through treacherous terrain. Not to mention the ash is falling and will not let up until Yellowstone is spent." Jake marked the coordinates of their location and Chalice on his Garmin. After taking another look into the sky, he led Ashby back into the cavern. "Ashby, we need to get real on Dusty's condition, his prospects, and our own survival." Chapter 22. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. They piled some more wood on the fire, and after tending to Dusty by checking his blood pressure and his body temperature, they sat cross-legged on the granite floor of the cave. Jake had a concerned look on his face as he laid out their options. "The good news is Dusty's condition has stabilized," said Jake with a sigh as he offered a drink from one of the 4 pint-sized bottles of water to Ashby. She took a quick sip and then placed the cap back on. They'd already drunk half the bottle, which did not satisfy their parched mouths. If anything, that means he's able to be moved before his condition takes a turn for the worse. Ashby stretched her back. She was also feeling sore from the physical activity of the last 2 days. "What about the fact that he's knocked out? He's not in some kind of deep sleep, right?" "I don't think so," Jake replied. He was splitting branches with his knife as they spoke. If it was just mental and physical exhaustion from the trauma, the setting of his broken forearm would have brought him out of it. When someone is in a coma, they can't be awakened by any external stimulus, including pain. "Assuming Dusty is in a coma, can we move him?" asked Ashby. "I don't see why not. Obviously, we need to keep him as stable as possible because of his breaks. We can fashion a neck brace from the Sam Splint material. Can you see any benefit in waiting for Dusty to heal and recover from the trauma his body's been put through?" "Based upon what we know, the longer the rest before a trip like this, the better," replied Jake. "But here's my question for you. This is going to be a helluva hike down the mountain, through the valleys, and along rocky slopes anyway. We're going to carry Dusty some of our gear and deal with the elements, namely the ash fallout. When will Yellowstone stop erupting, and how long will it be before the ash clears to make our challenge a little easier?" Ashby took a deep breath and began to respond. She looked past Jake at the opening of the cavern and saw the ash continuing to flutter to the ground. "It was not letting up, Jake. There are so many unknowns variables that I can only guess about. Let me give you my best theory. It's probably spot on anyway. I think so." The magma chamber under Yellowstone was enormous, and much larger than most scientists expected until recent revelations. Assuming the eruption is equal to or greater than Huckleberry Ridge, we've got several more days of eruptions before it stops. We're talking about thousands upon thousands of cubic kilometers of magma, poisonous gas, and ash spewing into the atmosphere. Jake shook his head. "From what you said earlier, that could be at least 5 days, maybe more." "I don't think we can wait that long," Ashby continued. "Well, there's something else. As the ash cloud reaches the stratosphere and begins to circle the planet, it will eventually catch up to us from the west. Again, a lot of factors are at play, but most likely, we'll see the first effects hit the West Coast after 10 to 14 days. I see what you're saying. If we try to wait out the initial fallout for, say, another 5 or 6 days, soon thereafter the initial debris will circle the Earth and catch up to us as well. Unfortunately, that's correct. Jake set aside his knife and nervously peeled the label off the water bottle. Ashby, we don't have enough water to last 2 days, much less a week. Plus, the snow is contaminated or melted. Sure, I could bring it to a boil to purify it, but I can't be certain that all of the particles can be filtered out. It's a real problem. Ashby nodded and reached for Jake's hand to force him to stop fiddling with the bottle. Time's not on our side, nor is it on his. She nodded toward Dusty. Chapter 23. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. The next morning, Jake woke to find Ashby missing. Daylight had barely crept into the cavern's entrance as his biological clock took over and brought him out of a deep sleep at 5:30. She was not typically an early riser, except the one time he'd watched her by the edge of Sentinel Creek reading her parents' journal. At first, Jake assumed she was reading again, but then he saw her messenger bag leaning against the chamber's wall with the journal on top of it. He immediately became concerned. He slipped out from under the blanket and fumbled in the dim light for the flashlight. It was gone. Jake rushed to his gun duffel and found his shotgun, which had a tactical flashlight attached. He quickly removed the light and used it to navigate to the entrance of the cavern. He flashed the light along the ash, which had more than doubled in depth overnight to at least 10 inches and encroached deeper into the cavern. He looked around the cavern. There were no footprints. Where is she? Jake quickly turned around and checked on Dusty, whose condition had not changed. First, he rummaged through his medical backpack and affixed a mask to Dusty's face. His breathing had become labored the day before, and they'd removed the mask to assist him. Jake hastily brushed a thin layer of ash off his mylar blanket. He flashed the light around their campsite in search of clues. The canteen was missing. He immediately turned the flashlight into the 2 chambers of the cavern that branched off from the main entrance. He carefully made his way to the rock wall that divided the chamber in 2. He listened, but heard nothing. "Ashby," he called out hesitantly. He considered turning to retrieve a gun, but opted to wait for a response. He tried again, this time a little louder and with emphasis. "Ashby?" Ashby responded that time. "Hey, Jake, I'm down here." Jake stood back and studied the 2 chambers. Both were on the same level as the main entrance, and then eventually sloped downward, albeit in different directions. "Left or right?" he hollered back to her. "Right, you gotta see this." Jake shook his head and moved along the sweaty, slippery rock floor. It was as if he were entering a lost world, one without humans or man-made noises. It was eerily peaceful. He moved deeper into the cavern, constantly swinging his flashlight from side to side, as well as up toward the ceiling of the chamber. He instantly regretted not bringing his gun, although the report of any gunfire would reverberate in his ears for days. "Where are you?" he asked. And then he caught a glimpse of her flashlight deeper in the mountain in another chamber that turned off to the right. The deep silence was interrupted by the faint sound of air movement and a steady dripping noise. As he approached the light, the chamber grew wider and taller. He looked upward and saw a seam in the granite that opened to the sky. He pointed his flashlight upward to get a better look and saw a slight dusting of ash had found its way inside the cavern. It was sticking to the walls of the opening as if adhered to glue. He pushed himself to the left, far away from the opening, as a heavy wind gust blew ash through the seam and into the cavern. Jake kept walking down the slope when Ashby's flashlight shone in his eyes, causing him to flinch. "Check it out, Jake! Water!" She turned away from him and shone her light on an underground lake that measured 30 feet wide and 10 feet long. Rainfall and moisture had found its way through the chamber and crevices in the mountain peak to settle in this pool. "Ashby, this isn't," Jake began before she reached for his hand and tugged him down the slope. "This might be a huge help, don't you think?" As Jake got closer to the water, an odor struck his nostrils. It grew stronger as Ashby pulled Jake closer to the pool's edge. His eyes started to water, and then he realized the stench was ammonia. He put a death grip on her hand, which forced her to stop. "Jake, that hurt." "Shh, don't say a word." Alarmed, Ashby returned to Jake's side and stood quietly next to him. Jake knelt down and studied the floor of the cavern more closely. Ashby interrupted his inspection and whispered, "Listen, do you hear that?" The faint sound of squeaking and scratching could be heard over the steady dripping of water into the pool. Jake slowly rose out of his crouch and moved his flashlight across the water and up the wall on the other side. At the top of the wall was a ledge that moved deep into the mountain. It stretched farther than Jake's flashlight could illuminate. He let go of Ashby's hand and motioned for her to stay put. As he walked closer to the water's edge, she bumped into the back of him, startling him slightly. Naturally, she'd ignored his wishes. They'd have to have a talk about that at some point. They were now within the vast opening which contained the pool of water, and he shined his light above their heads. That was when he saw them, thousands of them, bats, lots of bats, doing what bats do, hanging out. The big brown bat, Epesticus fuscus, was a widespread species found throughout Idaho and the northern Rockies. It was one of the larger bat species, with a body measuring 5 inches and a wingspan 13 inches wide, like all bats. The big brown bat was nocturnal, roosting in sheltered places like caves during the day. From the volume of squeaking and scratching sounds, Jake surmised they'd just arrived back in the cavern as dawn approached. It was possible they'd become confused by the darkened skies due to the ash. Regardless, many were still awake. Jake glanced at Ashby's face, and she was about to scream when he quickly clamped his hand over her mouth, smashing her particulate mask inward. He held her tight and whispered in her ear, "No, Ashby, you gotta keep it together." Her eyes were wide open in horror. In the moment, he found it ironic that this woman could daringly stare down a volcano, but confronting a 1-ounce bat immersed her body in fear. She vigorously nodded her head, so Jake reluctantly removed his hand from her mouth. Ashby immediately adjusted her particulate mask. "It's time to go," she whispered. She immediately turned and started up the slope before Jake did. Just as he turned, the ground shook. Either another eruption or a large quake shook Sheep Mountain, causing both of them to fall to the rocky surface. Ashby let out a scream as she tried in vain to regain her footing. As she clawed and scraped to stand, her feet slipped out from under her until her momentum carried her down the slope toward Jake, where the two collided. Her momentum dragged them closer to the edge of the pool of water, which was mixed with bat urine and guano. The smell of ammonia grew stronger. Jake looked for a foothold on the smooth, wet surface, and finally found one. Inches before the bat cave cesspool, in their frantic attempt to stop the slide, they missed the cacophony that was going on above them. The bats were angry. A roost of this size could contain tens of thousands of bats, all jostling for food and living space, which made for tense interactions among the colony. Within their darkened space, they needed constant communication to keep the peace. To the layman, the noises heard in the roost might seem random. There were, however, some vocalizations that were clear indicators of hostility and anger. The pitch and tone of their voices became higher and louder. The scratching sounds intensified as they fought with one another. As they prepared to take flight, the chatter and rustling of their wings got louder. Jake was no expert in bats, although he knew a little about their reactions. As the tremor continued, he had to prepare Ashby for an experience that was likely to frighten her to her core. "Listen to me," he whispered in her ear. "Trust me, if they rush out of here, they don't give a damn about us, okay? They're not going to intentionally swoop down and get tangled up in our hair like in the movies. If they fly, they'll drop a few feet from the ceiling and blast over the top of us. The lower we stay, the less likely it is they'll hit us by accident, okay?" Ashby tucked her body closer to Jake's and covered her head. The rumbling began to subside, but the chattering bats did not. Jake kept his face buried against the wet slab of granite next to Ashby's. He closed his eyes and focused all of his senses on the sounds the bats were making. 30 seconds after the earthquake stopped, the bats began to calm down. After another minute, they were settling in to sleep throughout the day. Jake reached up and moved Ashby's hair out of her face. "I think we're good. Let's not give them a reason to change their minds, okay?" Ashby nodded, and the two of them rose together. Jake was careful to support Ashby as she walked up the slope. One slip and they'd fall into the pool of disease behind them. As they made their way back, he saw that more ash had blown inside near the crevice. Neither spoke a word until they reached the chamber at the top of the cavern. Then Ashby stopped and turned to Jake. Tears were streaming down her face.
"Jake, I don't know if I can do this. This is crazy. The world is screwed, and we're screwed."
Jake embraced her and whispered in her ear,
"I love you, Ashby, and I'll be damned if any volcano or bunch of bats will stand in the way of our future together."
Chapter 24. Sheep Mountain, Central Idaho. Jake and Ashby quickly put together a plan to leave the caverns at the top of Sheep Mountain and head to the small town of Challis, Idaho. They didn't like the fact that they'd have to backtrack 30 miles toward Yellowstone. Jake even pointed out that the heavier ashfall might have destroyed the town or at the least forced an evacuation. Unfortunately, it was their only option and Dusty's last hope. He was showing signs of a moderate fever, and this concerned them both. The decision was made. It was time to go. They both needed a change of clothes after falling on the wet floor in what was most likely a mixture of bat urine and guano. Ashby had her duffel bags containing clothes she traveled with, while Jake only had a second set of camo hunting apparel he kept in his two backpacks. Their new attire stood in sharp contrast to one another. Jake was covered in Realtree camo from head to toe, and Ashby was wearing a pair of khaki pants with a long-sleeve white t-shirt with the USG's logo embroidered on it. Beauty and the Beast. After dressing, they both stood in the chamber, which was lit with grayish sunlight. It lent the appearance of a morning fog that hadn't quite burned off from the sun. They faced a dilemma. There were so many useful items spread out on the rocky floor, but they could only carry so much weight and managed to tote the stretcher as well.
Well, why do you think?
Asked Ashby as she stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the ground.
I can make an argument that everything we see here is important. Me too. Take extra clothes, for example. If you had asked me 2 hours ago if we needed backup pants and shirts, I would have said no. Good thing we had extra, right?
Yeah, replied Ashby. Plus, we've had to change Dusty's clothes twice because he can't control his bodily functions. He's down to his last pair of pants. Jake glanced at Dusty and nodded.
Let's do it this way. Number one, above everything else, is security. We're in the wilderness, and as we've learned, wild animals don't go into hibernation because ash is falling in June. Wolves, bobcats, and bears could greet us between here and Challis. We need to each carry weapons.
You've got plenty to choose from, observed Ashby as she walked closer to the 4 handguns and 4 rifles lined up on the floor. Pistols first, started Jake. I have compact 9mm and ankle holsters for us both. Plus, I have an extra paddle holster for your waistband to carry a full-size sidearm, also in 9mm. He moved past Ashby to retrieve the ankle holster and the compact Beretta, which matched his. He knelt down and slowly raised her pant leg. She waggled her ring finger at Jake. Careful, Mr. Man. You'd better plan on putting a ring on it. This is like going after the garter belt, I guess, only in reverse. Jake affixed the holster just above her ankle, checked to make sure the magazine was full, and then snapped the safety buckle in place. Does that feel okay? Ashby shook her leg and nodded. Good, continued Jake. We have plenty of hunting rifles at my parents' place, so I'll have you carry the shotgun over your shoulder. There's no better defense weapon, especially for someone who hasn't trained. The wide spray pattern of the buckshot is more forgiving to the novice than the single round coming from a rifle. Are you going to carry the machine gun? It's an M16, and it's fully automatic, but it's hardly a machine gun. Looks like one to me, quipped Ashby. It's pretty close, and we're very lucky to have it, added Jake before moving on to the next items. Okay, we'll both have backpacks. Yours will contain your messenger bag and journal, 1 set of extra clothes for you since I don't have any, and the medical supplies which we need to take care of Dusty. Mine will contain extra ammo, food, water, and camping gear. Jake, I'm stronger than I look. Load me up. Okay, we can always dump things if we have to, Jake thought for a moment, and Ashby's suggestion was part of the reason he carried 2 backpacks and the extensive medical kit when he went hunting or camping. When you were on the road or in the wilderness, you never knew what situations you might face. If the gear was in his truck, he could always pick and choose what he needed for a hike back into the woods or a long walk home. For whatever reason, it was better to bring too much and have options than it was to leave things behind and have none. They got their gear squared away, and Ashby walked around the chamber, getting used to the load she was going to carry. It was agreed Jake would take the front of the stretcher and she would take the rear. This would enable him to look ahead as they navigated the treacherous terrain and give Ashby advance warning when she needed to pay particular attention to her footing. As they walked, they made small talk, although it was difficult to hear one another at times. They continued to wear their particulate masks, and they added sunglasses to protect their eyes from the winds, which blew the fine ash particles around them. Periodically, Jake would stop and check their position on the Garmin while Ashby rested. He could tell when she was tiring because her feet would drag somewhat, causing loose rocks to kick toward him. She was a real trooper, but after several hours of traversing the ridge, she was already showing signs of fatigue. Jake thought it was time to stop for a while and share their progress with her. Hopefully the respite would provide her a second wind. They settled on an area at the base of a canyon wall where a small stream was running through the rocks. Jake studied the Garmin and showed it to Ashby. See the blue lines working their way through the ridges? Yes. Are they rivers? Not necessarily. Perennial streams is the technical term, but most hikers and surveyors call them blue line streams. Obviously, a perennial stream flows year-round. This stream just below us must be melted snow or rain runoff because it doesn't show up on the topography map. Should we follow it down the mountain? That's logical, but it might not necessarily take us east toward Chalice, replied Jake. If we were lost without a GPS device, then the answer is yes. We'll follow it for now, as long as it's headed east. But there's one more thing I want to show you. Well, two, actually. Great! My sore back could use good news. We've already dropped 1,500 feet in elevation. It's been a steady drop, which is perfect, considering what we're hauling. Love it. What else? Ashby's voice indicated Jake's approach to bring her back to life was working. There appears to be a county road about 10 to 12 miles from here, he responded as he made a couple of adjustments on the Garmin to show her. It's probably gravel, which is fine because it beats the heck out of what we've had so far. That's fantastic, Jake. Hey, what's this symbol mean? Ashby pointed to a green icon shaped like a tent. There's a campground at the end of the road near Chalice Creek Lakes. Let's go for it. I haven't been paying attention, but what time does it get dark? Jake thought for a moment because he hadn't made a habit of checking his watch. Idaho was in the mountain time zone, as was Yellowstone. Sundown was probably a little later than what he was accustomed to in mid-June, just after 9, but down in the valleys, we'll lose daylight quickly. Plus, the ash doesn't help. Well, let's get to steppin', as they say, said Ashby with a chuckle. Chapter 25. Salmon Chalice National Forest, Central Idaho. As darkness set in, the temperature began to drop, making it feel more like October than mid-June. Jake had underestimated the final couple of miles to the 3 Chalice Creek lakes. The creek they'd been following turned back toward the west, and a sizable ridge stood between them and the lakes. A deer trail helped, but the terrain was steep at times and very rocky, and the ash was thicker. It didn't have the appearance of the grayish, dry flakes they'd experienced at the top peak of Sheep Mountain. No, this was wetter, like the soak-you-to-the-bone, stick-to-everything snow of winter. Only the ash was dirty and heavy. Jake pulled out some rain gear, which was made of nylon. The flakes tended to slide off the surface as opposed to their cotton polyester blend clothing, which provided a porous surface for the ash to grip. After a 1-mile climb up a 500-foot-tall ridge, they topped the summit and reached a slight clearing where they could see their destination for the night, Chalice Creek Lakes. Looking down upon the 3 lakes with the ground covered in whitish ash, Jake and Ashby commented it looked like winter. The wind had calmed as evening wore on, and this enabled them to take in their eerie surroundings. There were no signs of life. Unlike their encounters at the peak, the farther they descended into the valleys and lower elevations, the less wildlife they saw or heard. Reinvigorated by the prospect of stopping for the night, the two quickly made their way down the gentle, sloping ridge to the water's edge. Their footing was hazardous, mostly from slippery rocks and gooey mud mixed with ash that now approached a foot deep. They made their way to the clearing that surrounded the lake. At first, it was difficult to tell where the rocky banks of the lake stopped and the water began. The ash had begun to accumulate on the shallowest parts of the water. Otherwise, it had hardened in places and sunk into the lake, turning it a murky gray color. Jake suddenly stopped, causing Ashby to ram her hips into the stretcher. The chain reaction forced the stretcher into the back of Jake's legs, causing him to stumble. "Let's set it down," he instructed. "There's a campsite on the other side of the lake." They set Dusty on a flat part of ground after making sure there were no jagged rocks beneath the foot-deep layer of ash. Jake pulled his rifle off his shoulder and looked at the campsite through the gun's optics. Ashby joined his side as he described aloud what he saw. "Looks like a hexagonal tent. Probably sleeps 6. I see folding camp chairs scattered about and a fire pit set up. No lights, fire, or signs of movement." He lowered his rifle and turned to Ashby. "I want you to wait here. Stay low and pull your handgun. Remember what I showed you yesterday? Firm grip, point, shoot, and then move for cover, okay? Got it. Please be careful. Ashby stood on her toes, slid her mask to the side, and gave Jake a kiss on the cheek after gently wiping the ash off his face. I won't be long, he said as he gripped her hand. He turned and began moving quickly along the edge of the forest. Using the trees for cover from time to time, from a distance the campsite seemed abandoned. But they'd been through too much to startle a frightened camper and get shot in the process. Jake gave the tent plenty of space as he walked through the forest, focusing on the entrance and his surroundings for any sudden movement. He'd never hunted with his M16, but the concept was the same. Stay concealed, move slowly, and always keep your head on a swivel as you look for your target. After making a pass to the other side of the campsite, he returned to the back of the tent. Dropping to a knee, he set his rifle aside and decided on a couple of methods of ferreting out any occupants of the tent. First, he made the sound of an owl. He brought both of his hands in front of his face and placed his palms together while wrapping his fingers around each other. He lined up his thumbs, creating a small gap. After pushing his mask aside, he pressed his lips against his knuckles and blew. A drawn-out hoot sound emanated from his throat and hands. He continued the process at times, flapping his fingers on his right hand to vary the pitch and intensity. When there was no sign of activity, he grabbed some stones and moved to the side of the tent where he could see the entrance. He peppered the tent with the tiny rocks and trained his rifle on the entrance. Nothing. Jake was confident the tent was abandoned, but he decided to charge in the entrance with his rifle leading the way. He screamed as he entered, hoping to shock any deep sleepers into a state of fear rather than a fatal reaction with a rifle of their own. The tent was empty, and Jake let out a sigh of relief. It was too early in the apocalypse for a gunfight, although he knew that time would come. He glanced around at the sleeping bags and a variety of camping gear left behind. This was a gift from heaven. He jogged in the open along the lake's edge until he reached Ashby and Dusty. He shouted when he was 20 yards away, "They have a vacancy!" Ashby met him in the clearing, hollering back to a still unconscious Dusty who was nestled under a few trees. "Works for us, right, Dusty?" Jake and Ashby hustled into the tent as the night came upon them. After they'd settled in, changed Dusty's dressings, and performed their customary check of his vitals, they were finally able to relax. Jake studied the Garmin for several minutes while he and Ashby huddled in a two-person sleeping bag. The campers had left a small Coleman lantern, which was half full of kerosene. There was also an unopened gallon jug of water, perhaps the best find of all. Jake fell back onto the floor of the tent and smiled. He handed Ashby the Garmin, and she studied the display. "What am I looking at here?" she asked. "Luck, good fortune, gift from God, the choice is yours." "Is that a road?" Jake laughed as he answered. "It sure is, and the sucker's almost directly behind us, about 1,000 yards or so. Don't get me wrong, it's not a straight shot into Shawleys, but it's not like the first leg of this trip by any stretch of the imagination. We'll be walking on a road all the way into town. It appears to be 10 miles, as the crow flies, and probably 12 or 13 by road, but well worth the extra distance." Ashby set the Garmin aside and snuggled closer to Jake. "Things are looking up," she said as they quickly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 26, Chellis Creek Lakes, Salmon Chellis National Forest, Central Idaho. Jake woke up before Ashby and carefully slipped out of the sleeping bag and put on his shoes. As he stepped outside, the first thing he noticed was the amount of ash that had accumulated overnight. At least 4 more inches had fallen, all but covering the folding camp chairs, which he'd cleaned off before turning in. Jake had to pee and looked for a spot different from the one they'd used the night before. The scent of human urine acted as a decent deterrent to wilderness critters, large and small, from coming around a campsite. As he finished up the mundane task, he heard a rustling in the woods behind him. Jake instinctively reached for his sidearm and remembered it was still in the tent. He reminded himself that he had to make it a habit to carry his weapon. As the swishing sound continued, he could also make out a muffled sneeze. He began to wonder if someone was sneaking up on them from the woods. "Jake, are you out there?" He moved toward the back of the tent and crouched down. "Stay inside the tent. I need you to slice open the back with my knife and hand me your shotgun." "Okay," she quickly replied without asking for an explanation. After a conversation the two had had while hiking down the mountain, She'd learned to trust Jake's advice and directives when it came to survival. A moment later, he heard the side of the tent rip open, and the butt end of the shotgun appeared through the hole. Then he heard a deep, guttural growl. The heavy footsteps were unmistakable to Jake. Its appearance out of the shaded darkness of the tree canopy confirmed his suspicions. It was a bear. Jake stood up and widened his body by spreading his broad shoulders and assuming a wide stance. Before he took steps to force the bear out of their campsite, he had to determine if it was a black bear or a grizzly, as the two behave very differently. He didn't want to shoot it, but rather move it out of their area. Fortunately, there was no smell of food, as the wrappers for the MRE bars they'd eaten were stuffed into their backpacks for that very reason. As the bear came into the muted daylight, he studied its face and mannerisms. A black bear had a straight face with taller ears. A grizzly's face was dish-shaped with short rounded ears. The colorization of the two bears was obvious, but not always, as their fur could take on different hues. Identifying the type of bear was important because of the way they react to human contact. Even the most stubborn black bear could be pushed out of a campsite by standing big, as Jake was doing, coupled with looking at the bear directly in the eyes and shouting at it. Grizzlies, on the other hand, might consider this approach to be threatening. It was never advised to move a grizzly out of a campsite. They were more likely to act aggressively to defend themselves against a perceived threat. Jake had to make a decision. The closer the bear approached to his position, the more likely it was to act defensively. Jake pulled the slide of the shotgun and racked a round into the chamber. The loud, distinctive double click would normally put the fear of God into an assailant, but it simply made the bear more curious. It approached Jake and popped its jaws, a signal that it was annoyed. It began to swat at the ash with its front paw as it started to blow and snort. Not good. It stepped closer and lunged slightly, making a bluff charge toward Jake to get him to leave. That was when Jake got a good look at the bear's pointed snout and the brown ring around its nose. "That's it, bear! Go! Get out of here, bear!" The bear dropped back on its haunches and gave Jake a puzzled look. It slowly rose on all four legs and nonchalantly turned around. The massive creature lumbered back into the woods and disappeared from sight. Jake breathed for the first time and wiped the sweat off his face with the palm of his hand. Then he let out some nervous laughter. He was glad he'd already peed. He returned to the tent and was met with a strong hug from Ashby. She helped wipe off his sweat and to pull his shirt over his head. She then put his mask on his face. "You have to remember your mask, Jake. It only takes a minute of breathing this stuff to damage your respiratory system." He nodded and accepted the admonishment. There were a lot of things they'd have to do as part of their daily routine, including carrying a firearm everywhere they went, even the bathroom. If it's any consolation, I didn't breathe much out there. She patted his chest and reached for the wet wipes Jake carried in his backpack. "Would you be a gentleman and escort a lady to the potty? I don't feel like squatting in front of any bears." "With pleasure, ma'am." That earned him a slug. "You didn't have to say it like that." "Like what? Deviant-like," Jake protested. And then he got it. Deviant. What? "I did not." "Come on, Jake, but turn your head." "Maybe," he grumbled as he followed her outside. While she conducted her business, he scanned the forest and looked skyward. The ash fallout had thinned, and he hoped for a decent day as they made their way to Chalice. If they walked a mile an hour, he calculated they'd easily make it by late afternoon. After returning inside the tent, they checked on Dusty and reloaded their packs. Jake tied the Coleman lantern to the side of the stretcher with some nylon rope he found in the tent. He also replaced Dusty's mylar blanket with a sleeping bag to protect him from the ash and to keep his body warm. The mylar had served its purpose, and after 3 days of use, it was starting to tear in places. Rested and anxious to get out of the wilderness, a word that starts with wild, Jake and Ashby trekked down the trail toward the gravel road that ran parallel to Chalice Creek. Their destination was less than 10 miles away, Chapter 27. Salmon Chalice National Forest, Central Idaho. "Ashby, there's a car ahead," Jake said as he pointed to a bend in the road about a quarter-mile ahead. They both stopped and looked for a place to set Dusty down that was out of sight of the vehicle. "Let me check it out before we approach. I'm afraid we can't take anything for granted now." Ashby readied her shotgun while Jake jogged down the side of the gravel road closest to the tree line. His feet kicked up ash as he went. But Jake was relieved to see there weren't any more footprints or tracks. As he drew closer, he readied his rifle and walked slowly toward the rear of the vehicle. It appeared to be an older model, Subaru Outback, maybe a 2003 or 2004 model. Jake had grown accustomed to seeing Subarus in Northern California. People who frequently enjoyed outdoor activities needed something to haul their gear in that was, especially in California, environmentally friendly and economical. Personally, Jake couldn't stand them because he'd always been a rugged SUV kind of guy. After observing his surroundings for a few minutes, he approached the Subaru and looked inside the windows. Other than some pillows and blankets, it was empty. Then he noticed the keys in the ignition, which immediately gave him cause for concern. He walked around the station wagon again, studying the woods as well as the road that continued down the mountain. He tried the door and it opened. Jake shrugged, slid in behind the steering wheel, and tried to turn it over. The battery was hot and the ignition tried to fire, but it kept grinding without starting. Disappointed, Jake took another look around the car for anything of value and then he left. After trotting back up the hill, he stopped to catch his breath and explained to Ashby what he'd found. "I'm guessing the ash fallout ruined the engine or the fuel tank, or both. The battery was strong and the fuel gauge showed half a tank, but I couldn't get it to turn over." Ashby offered an explanation. Once the ash particles invade the inner workings of any machine that requires lubrication to operate, eventually the pumice-like substance mixes with anything wet and turns to something akin to volcanic rock. It's possible the car sucked in too much ash? Cars will break down unless you can somehow block the particles from entering the intake systems, Jake added. "I'm curious if you know, how can you filter out the particles? I mean, would a t-shirt work, for example?" Ashby shook her head and pointed toward the stretcher. She wanted to keep moving, and Jake couldn't blame her. As they made their way toward the Subaru, she responded, "Cotton material like a t-shirt won't work. It's designed to have a loose weave, so it breathes. A filter paper is good. Ashless filter paper in particular. However, coffee and tea filters do a great job too. Then, in a professional setting, you might have access to semi-permeable membranes, which block solids and most particulate matter." "What about cheesecloth?" asked Jake. "You know, that would work well," Ashby answered, and then added, "You can fold it over as many times as you feel necessary to block the ash particles." They passed the rear of the Subaru, and both of them looked inside the windows until they'd continued 20 feet past the front end of the stalled car. Suddenly, Ashby said, "Stop! Wait a minute!" Jake immediately stopped and began scanning their surroundings, looking for signs of trouble. "What did you see?" Ashby began to lower her end of the stretcher, and Jake followed her lead. He readied his rifle and walked backward to where she stood, hands on hips, staring at the car. "On your Garmin? Can you determine where this road leads and over what kind of terrain?" Jake quickly replied, "Sure, what are you thinking?" He returned his rifle to his shoulder and pulled out the Garmin. "I know the car won't start, but why can't we coast down the hill? Depending on where this road leads and what it takes to get there, we might be able to save time. I think Dusty could really use a hospital bed, don't you think?" Jake thought for a minute and then wandered back toward the car as he studied the topography map on the GPS device. This road winds its way down the mountain for a few miles until it intersects with another county road that would take us straight into town. It looks like it might be a 6-mile run before the ground level's out in the valley. But that's a huge jump on what we have ahead of us. Should we go for it? Jake shrugged and laughed. "I know one thing for sure, our boy Dusty would think it's the greatest idea ever. He would absolutely agree and demand to drive." They exchanged high fives and proceeded to lay the back seats flat so the stretcher would fit into the rear of the wagon-designed Subaru. There wasn't quite enough room to lay him flat, so they stuffed all of their gear directly behind the front seats and pushed him up at an angle. The stretcher lay on top of the front seats between the headrests. It was uncomfortable for the passengers, but it beat walking. After they were settled in, Jake turned the ignition to on, and the dashboard immediately lit up. He eased the gear shift into neutral and released his foot off the brake. It didn't move. "Parking brake, idiot," said Ashby using her best Rita impression, which made the word sound like EDOT. Jake laughed with her until they both fell silent, thinking about their dead friend. Jake released the parking brake and the Subaru inched forward. "Ashby, the ash is thick as snow. It's holding back our momentum. I'm going to step outside the car and push on the door to get her rolling." "Do you think you can do it too?" "Sure," she replied as she flung the door open and began to push. Jake did the same, and once the vehicle was rolling at a steady pace on its own, they both jumped back in. "Here we go!" exclaimed Jake gleefully. While Jake steered the car through a few gentle curves, Ashby scanned the AM and FM bands of the radio, hoping to pick up any form of information. All she was able to find was a repeated recording on AM 1600 advising that all camp areas in the Salmon Chalice National Forest had closed and were being evacuated. The recording didn't indicate the day it had begun broadcasting or any other type of information. Disappointed, she turned it off. "I like this, Jake. Heck, if we can get enough speed, we might make it all the way to Chalice." "Can't argue with that," he added as he pointed ahead. "Look, this hill will give us some downward momentum." The speedometer immediately jumped from 20 to 40 miles an hour. Jake began to experience the difficulty of turning a vehicle with no power steering. It was fairly easy to muscle it through a gentle bend of a street. Navigating the types of S-curves typical of mountainous roads was far more challenging. "Jake, I think we're going a little too fast," said Ashby as she braced herself by holding one hand on the door's armrest and the other on the dash. Jake pressed the brake pedal down, causing the car to slow slightly. He pumped the pedal and then mashed it to the floor. His eyes widened and his knuckles whitened as the speed steadily increased to 50 miles an hour. "Dang it, Ashby. The power steering and brakes don't work because the engine is stalled." Ashby looked around as if divine guidance was going to offer a solution. Then she shouted as a deer stood in the middle of the road staring down the grill of the Subaru. "Look out!" yelled Jake as he laid on the horn. He swerved slightly to avoid the deer, but the left two wheels caught the shoulder of the gravel road. He compensated by pulling the steering wheel back to the right, which caused the rear of the car to swerve and toss Dusty back and forth. "It's straightening out, but it will be steeper," said Ashby as she pointed ahead. "Seat belts!" shouted Jake as he fumbled to pull the strap across his chest while driving with one hand. After Ashby's clicked into place, she leaned across the console. "Let me help you drive." "Hold on," Jake shouted as the Subaru passed 60 miles an hour. He allowed himself a quick glance at the road behind him, which was obliterated by the whiteout conditions created by the car plowing through the ash. When the car hit 62 miles per hour, the slope lessened and the speed quickly dropped. Then Jake's heart sank when he saw the dreaded S-curve warning sign. "Here we go again," yelled Jake as he forced the steering wheel to turn the vehicle through the curves. The speed caused the rear end to slide out from under them, but he'd gotten the feel of the car at this point and learned how to baby it through the curves. He breathed a sigh of relief as the road straightened once again and the car picked up speed. Ashby leaned forward so she could see Jake's face on the other side of the stretcher. "I can walk the rest of the way now? How about you?" "Yeah, trust me, I'm ready to do it the old-fashioned way." "What if you pulled the emergency brake?" asked Ashby. Jake reached for the manual parking brake lever and readied his hand to push the button before pulling it up. "I think it locks the rear wheels only, and I don't know if it will cause the car to skid." "There are more curves ahead," Ashby was quick to point out. A decision had to be made. Jake explained his plan. "Let me try it slowly, one click at a time while I apply the brakes too. Maybe I can slow it gradually." Jake pulled up the parking lever until it clicked, but there was no change in speed. He was fast approaching a series of downhill curves. He pulled it another notch, and then another. It started to slow. "It's working, but we're almost at the curve." He pulled it again, but this time completely upright. The brakes grabbed, abruptly stopping the car and throwing both of them forward toward the windshield. "Yeah, hell yeah!" shouted Jake as the car began to slow below 30 miles an hour. Ashby began spontaneously laughing and clapping her hands. Then he heard a loud crack from underneath the car. The rear end immediately slid sideways, forcing them down the ash-covered gravel road with Jake on the leading edge of an out-of-control vehicle. He desperately tried to turn the steering wheel, but his efforts caused the car to spin around backwards and then sideways again. So Ashby had the downhill view. She shrieked as the car began to hop on its wheels, nearly bouncing Dusty out of the stretcher. Subaru was out of control, sliding and hopping sideways down the road toward the first curve and the creek bed 100 feet below it. "Jake, we're going to slide off the edge into the creek." "I'm trying." Jake was pulling the steering wheel to attempt any maneuver to slow the car down. His foot stayed on the brake and he pulled the parking brake lever continuously, hoping for a different result. Then the left side tires exploded, causing them both to scream. The continuous impact of the sidewall tires against the rocky surface had caused the tires' sidewalls to rupture. They simultaneously separated from the rim, dropping the vehicle lower on one side. The rubber tires pounded against the wheel wells and the rims dug into the ash and gravel. Like a downhill skier uses the sharp edges of his skis to slide to a stop, the effect of the wheels fighting against the slope did the same. After 100 feet of this hopping-sliding combination, their joyride came to an end. Ashby jumped out of the car, stirring up a cloud of ash with each step, and began to rant.
I'm done! Give me a horse, a bicycle! I'll take a tricycle!
Jake exited the car and joined her. He trudged through the ash and joined her as they stared at the wrecked Subaru.
I've always preferred walking anyway, Ashby agreed. Walking is good.
Part 3. Chalice, Idaho. Chapter 28. Chalice, Idaho. The use of the stalled car as transportation seemed like a good idea in theory. It certainly advanced their trip by several miles and cut off a significant amount of time from their journey. But the emotional drain on Jake and Ashby, considering what they'd been through, had exhausted them. As it turned out, the remainder of their walk, following the S-curves that almost took their lives, was a fairly gentle, straight slope into a valley. Had they been able to maintain control, they most likely could have coasted into Chalice. As Jake and Ashby entered the wide valley and caught their first glimpse of the town ahead of them, the lost opportunity to ride into town and the near-death experience were replaced with a sense of euphoria. They began to laugh, and their pace quickened as they sloshed through the thicker layer of ash that had accumulated at the lower elevations. "Just another couple of miles to go," said Jake as he began to pull the stretcher behind him. Then his voice rose a few octaves. "Oh yeah, asphalt!" They no longer had to be concerned with their footing. Since they'd left the campsite and found the gravel road, they had been walking on an unknown, unseen gravel surface full of ruts and jagged stones protruding through the flat surface. Rain runoff and lack of maintenance had taken its toll, making each step precarious. Neither one of them needed a sprained ankle to contend with. Now it was smooth sailing. The two-lane road was flanked on both sides by ridges rising out of the valley. Farmland bordered the road, and a smattering of houses could be seen in the distance. The road they'd been traveling turned into Main Street, and the indicators of a small rural community appeared before them. Modest homes surrounded local businesses like a bakery, a pizza restaurant, and a liquor store. Several blocks in, they passed the city hall and the Custer County Courthouse. Chalice was an isolated community on the eastern edge of the Salmon Chalice National Forest. It had been founded in the late 1800s as a supply depot for the growing number of sheep ranches and mines in the region. When Custer County was formed in 1881, the famed Wells Fargo Bank and their Pony Express established a branch office. Sheepherding became an important part of the local economy by the end of World War I, so much so that the sheep population rose to 2.6 million, 6 times more than people. A commemorative sign was erected near the courthouse describing the sheep and cattle wars at the turn of the 20th century. Sheepherders and cattle ranchers had engaged in a series of armed conflicts over land and grazing rights. Cattlemen complained that the sheepherders were invading the public grazing lands during the fighting, which occurred in Wyoming and Colorado as well. Nearly 100 men were killed, and 50,000 to 100,000 sheep were slaughtered. As they walked down the middle of Main Street, Jake felt the eyes of the cattlemen gazing upon them. There were no signs of life anywhere. The electricity was working, based upon the flickering neon sign in the window of a bar. But there were no vehicles moving, and people were apparently hiding indoors. "Jake, where's everybody? Do you think they all evacuated?" "That would be a first," he replied. "I've never seen an evacuation in which everybody heeds the warning." "No, they're here, but inside." "Waiting for it to be over," said Ashby with a chuckle. "This is just the beginning. Do you see all the ash piled up on these rooftops? The first time it rains, it will turn to rock and collapse every roof in this town, especially the flat roofs of these commercial buildings. Up ahead is the end of Main Street. We turn left on Highway 93. "How much farther?" Ashby asked. "My arms are turning to rubber again. Half a mile." Ashby let out a sigh. Now that the excitement had worn off, she was ready to get to the clinic and collapse in a chair. They cut through the parking lot of a mini-market, which, remarkably, was open for business. Jake promised to return for food and drinks. They made their way through an alley behind a local motel, and then the clinic came into view. The single-story, nondescript building was set off the road. A farm tractor with a curved blade, which was probably commissioned as a snowplow in the winter, was in the process of pushing ash into piles on the rocky soil adjacent to the building. The driver was wearing a red and white bandana tied around his face for protection, which was not enough. Underneath the overhang of the building, a couple stood huddled together, sharing a cigarette. Their faces were withdrawn and showed little expression. As Jake approached the glass doors of the clinic, they held them open, but otherwise didn't speak. They appeared defeated. Chapter 29. Challis, Idaho. As soon as Jake and Ashby entered the small clinic, two nurses huddled behind the reception desk raised their heads and scurried around to address Dusty's injuries. "My name is Amy Walters, and I'm the head nurse." "What do we have here?" Ashby replied. "His name is Dusty Holder, and he's one of my students. We were in a helicopter crash, and he's badly injured. He's been in a coma for 3 days and has several broken bones. Please help him." A doctor emerged from an examination room. "Amy, let's bring him into a room." The small crowd in the waiting area stood to get a better look at Dusty. Then they suddenly stopped and clustered together. A deep voice addressed them from the back of the room. An Idaho State Trooper pushed through the group. "Come on, folks, let's give him some room and fresh air to breathe. Please, back to your seats." Then he froze and suddenly slid his hand on top of his service weapon. As he did, the people in the waiting room slipped behind him and began to retreat toward the far end of the open space. Jake smiled and nodded to the trooper as they exited the reception area. They carried Dusty to the end of the hallway where a tall, lanky man with a jet-black goatee smiled and greeted them. "This way, please." "I'm Dr. Alan Peterkin, and you are?" The nurses rolled a stainless steel table next to the bed and motioned for them to place Dusty's stretcher on top. Jake responded as they did. "I'm Jake Wheeler, and this is Dr. Ashby Donovan." Ashby pointed to the USGS logo on her chest. "Scientist, not medical. Thank you for helping us." "We'll do what we can," said Dr. Peterkin. "We are a small community clinic, and we're not equipped to handle major trauma cases. Under normal conditions, we stabilize patients and then wait for life flight to transport them to Idaho Falls. Obviously, that's not happening now, especially in light of what happened to Idaho Falls." He closed his eyes and shook his head. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by his nurses. "Doctor, we're ready." Dr. Peterkin took over. "Okay, folks, please step aside while we move your friend from the stretcher onto the gurney. Every bed in this facility is designed for portability. Typical hospital beds and days of rehab following treatment aren't a part of our normal operations." Ashby and Jake stood to the side as the 3 medical personnel carefully lifted Dusty up, expertly slid the stainless steel table out of the way, and gently placed him on the gurney. Jake and Ashby were unsure of what to do, so they began to back out of the room when the doctor stopped them. "Please wait. I have several questions." He then turned his attention to the nurses. "Let's get him out of these clothes and get some fluids into his body." "Yes, sir. Normal saline, or do you want the dextrose cocktail? How long has he been out?" 48 hours, replied Jake, who received a reassuring nod from Ashby. She was focused on the care Dusty was receiving and happily allowed the less emotional Jake to deal with the medical team. "We've used a hydrate mixture to moisten his mouth and throat, but other than that, he hasn't had any fluids." The doctor glanced at his nurse as he pulled a mini flashlight from his medical coat pocket. "Add the dextrose. Let's take a look at his eyes. Good. No variation between left and right. Has he stopped breathing at any point? No. What about seizures or spasms? No, sir. Does he appear to react to any external stimuli which has changed his level of consciousness? No. When I said his broken forearm, he didn't react at all, and that had to hurt." The doctor raised his eyebrows and nodded his head. He assisted the nurses in affixing an oxygen mask to Dusty's face and watched as they checked his vitals. Jake continued, "His blood pressure has remained fairly steady at 100/70. "That's low, but not dangerously so," said the doctor. "What about body temp?" "It began to rise above 99 for the first time yesterday. I haven't checked it today." The doctor continued to inspect Dusty's wounds and broken bones and all of the splints and dressings applied to his injured body, while the trio of medical personnel worked diligently to address each issue. Jake hugged Ashby, who became distraught at the amount of bruising and below-the-skin hemorrhaging Dusty had experienced. They had changed his clothes twice in the caverns because he'd soiled them as his bladder released. However, the low light in the chamber hadn't given them a true picture of the beating Dusty had taken. The doctor sighed and turned to them. "Dusty, is that right?"
"Yes," replied Ashby.
"Okay, you folks have done an admirable job keeping this young man alive. Our facility deals primarily with mining accidents, and this resembles the kind of injuries we see often, although Dusty has them all at once. He must have taken quite a beating. Helicopter crash, you say?" Ashby looked to Jake as he answered, "Yes, sir. We were traveling west from Yellowstone to Northern California when the chopper experienced engine failure. We crashed about 30 miles west of here atop Sheep Mountain."
"Are you sure?"
asked the doctor skeptically. Jake nodded and replied, "Yes." He pulled the garment out of his pocket to show the doctor, but the physician raised his hand, declining to see the evidence. "Walked, carrying him on that stretcher?" he questioned. "Yes, although we coasted in a disabled car part of the way, which turned out to be a very bad idea." "Well, this is an incredible survival story that you were not only able to survive the crash, but then hike down to Chalice." Ashby hung her head and tears began to flow. "Not all of us survived." The doctor took a deep breath and apologized. "I'm sorry, miss. We will do everything we can to make sure Dusty pulls through. We have lots of tests to run, focusing on his head injuries for now." "Why don't you get settled in our waiting area so we can get Dusty into the imaging and diagnostics room? I'll make arrangements for you to stow your gear in my office." Ashby nodded and Jake wrapped his arm around her, drawing her closer to his body. "Thanks, Doc. Just let us know if you need us." Chapter 30. Chalice, Idaho. Jake escorted Ashby down the hallway until they reached the opening. Another nurse was manning the reception desk and motioned them to come over. As they came into view, the state trooper approached them. The man's eyes darted back and forth from Ashby back to Jake, and then toward their hands. Jake realized what the problem was. "Nurse, could we have just a moment first?" asked Jake as he leaned over the counter. She replied apologetically, Sure. I just need to get some basic information so I can get the patient registered." "Sure, just a moment," Jake added. He turned around to address the state trooper, who was only a few feet away. Jake read his name badge and then extended his hand. "Trooper Hastings, my name is Jake Wheeler. I'm a law enforcement ranger at Yellowstone." The trooper reluctantly removed his hand from his sidearm and provided Jake a firm handshake. Ashby shook hands with the trooper as well. "Dr. Ashby Donovan, sir. I'm a volcanologist." The man's deep voice resembled James Earl Jones's. "I'm Elmore Hastings with the Idaho State Police." He lowered his voice as he continued, "Please don't take offense, but I need to ask you about your weapons." Jake nodded. "Trooper Hastings, I completely understand. I have my identification in my pocket. These weapons are service issued by my command or from my personal collection. I can assure you we are not a threat," Hastings replied. "If you don't mind, may I see your identification?" Jake presented his ID, and Ashby knelt down to find hers in her backpack. The trooper interrupted her. "Ma'am, that won't be necessary. Your shirt will suffice." Ashby looked up, thanked him, and zipped the pockets back up. The trooper turned his attention back to Jake. He handed back Jake's laminate identification card. He asked about Jake's rifle. "Full auto. Looks like the one I was issued at Bust Airfield in Afghanistan." "I was part of the military police contingent during Operation Resolute Support." "Marine?" asked Jake. "No, regular Army. I was part of an 800-man training brigade and military advisory group based in Fort Polk, Louisiana, former Sergeant Elmore Hastings' 1st Security Force Assistance Brigade." "Well, sir, thank you for your service," said Jake as he shook the man's hand again. "Mr. Wheeler, when I was deployed, we had to work side by side with Afghan forces and personnel. Honestly, it took a while to determine if they were friendlies or if a jihadist had infiltrated them. I became pretty good at differentiating between the threats and the good guys. My gut tells me you and Dr. Donovan are the good guys." Ashby laughed. It warmed Jake's heart to see her cast aside her depressed mood over Dusty's condition. "We'd like to think so, although some of my colleagues would disagree." "I can assure you we're not a physical threat to anybody, sir," interrupted the nurse. Jake turned around and held up his finger, indicating he'd be right there. He turned to the trooper. "If you'd give me just a minute to give this nice lady some information, maybe you could fill us in on what's happening around the country?" Ashby looked around the hulk of a man toward the cushioned seating positioned in a semicircle around a bookcase. "Is that a TV?" "Oh, yeah," the trooper replied. "They've had their eyes glued to CNN the entire time.
A lot has happened, needless to say.
Sir, please, the nurse was insistent.
Okay.
Jake gave the trooper a thumbs up and led Ashby over to the counter. After Ashby filled out some paperwork on Dusty and provided her all the personal contact information she could recall on his family, the nurse led them to the doctor's private office to offload their backpacks.
Jake, what about our guns?
Asked Ashby. Jake looked to the nurse, who offered a suggestion. Why don't you leave them here while you are in our facility? I'll keep the door locked until you need them. That'll work. Thank you. Jake helped Ashby with her shotgun, and then he removed her paddle-holstered weapon. He looked her in the eyes to get her attention. That had you squared away? Ashby stood still as Jake removed his utility belt and holster before setting it on his backpack next to the M16. He intentionally hid the fact that both of them had concealed carry weapons strapped to their ankles. He didn't like being separated from his guns, but felt the pistols would provide them some measure of protection if a situation required it. As they exited the office, the nurse locked the door and went back to her duties. Jake and Ashby stood next to one another in the hallway as Dusty was wheeled into a room across the corridor by a young male lab technician. "They're going to take a look at his head," Jake commented as he reached for Ashby's hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. Ashby chuckled and then wiped a tear from her face.
"If Rita were here, she'd say they won't find anything in there."
Jake gave her a hug and led her to the waiting area to see what was happening in the world. The reception they received was markedly different from earlier. Trooper Hastings had obviously told the other people waiting for their loved ones to be treated that Jake and Ashby were not a threat despite their heavily armed entrance. As they came in, Hastings introduced them to everyone, and an elderly lady offered them coffee. This caused Ashby to turn on the waterworks once again. It was a touching moment as the woman who identified herself as a grandmother of 8 grandkids consoled Ashby. While they hugged, Jake fixed each of them a styrofoam cup full of the strong black delicacy. He handed it to Ashby, who took the cup in both hands, smelled the aroma, and took a sip. Her eyes closed, and Jake swore her eyes rolled into the back of her head. Then he took a sip. He knew the feeling. "Why don't you folks grab a couple of seats and take a load off?" said an elderly man who was with the grandmother. A couple scooted over so Jake and Ashby could sit together in front of the TV. The volume was turned down low, but the familiar face of Jake Tapper filled the screen. The keyron at the bottom of the screen read Yellowstone, Earth's Greatest Killer.
"They've got that right,"
muttered Ashby. Chapter 31. Chellis, Idaho. Just as they got settled in, CNN went to a commercial break. Ashby laughed. "A commercial? Really? Who's going to buy the products they're pushing?" Jake patted her on the leg to calm her down. He could tell Ashby was incredulous, but all eyes were upon them as the newcomers to the group. Jake didn't think this was the time to state opinions or frighten anyone. "You know the news networks? They exist to sell commercial time slots." "Where are y'all from?" asked a younger man with his pregnant wife. They sat across from Jake and Ashby against the window. "We live in California," offered Jake, "but we left Yellowstone as the volcano erupted. How's your baby doing?" He was trying to make conversation. He wanted to blend in with the group in the waiting area because he sensed some of them were standoffish toward him and Ashby. The young man replied, "We've been waiting to see the doc. She's been in some." His wife interrupted and glared at Jake. "We were next in line until you showed up. Maybe we should have walked in here with rifles too." Trooper Hastings jumped in to defend the clinic, and Jake, "Now hold on, ma'am. These folks brought an unconscious man in here who needed immediate emergency attention. You're still the next in line." "What makes that busted-up guy more important than my baby?" argued the expectant mother. "I'm paining in my belly, and maybe my baby needs help before he does." "Dusty's in a coma and survived a helicopter crash," Ashby shot back in defense. Jake sensed the argument could escalate, and, fortunately, CNN returned to reporting. Tapper pressed his fingers to his earpiece, paused as he listened, and then began. "We've been informed that the President of the United States has been evacuated to an undisclosed location. Now, this is not yet official, but our sources in the White House tell us that the President has declared a nationwide state of emergency and is implementing the country's continuity of government plan." Tapper brought in one of their law and government commentators, Jeffrey Toobin, to explain to the viewers what that entailed. A man who hadn't spoken yet offered his opinion. "Great. They all get to hang out in a bunker until this is over, and the rest of us have to fend for ourselves. How am I supposed to pay my bills?" "Shh. another woman hissed. "Let's hear what the man says." After listening to the sniping between the people in the waiting area, Jake was glad he had retained the pistol around his ankle. The stress of this unprecedented disaster was wearing on all of them, especially the people who didn't understand what was happening. Ignorance was not bliss. As the saying goes, ignorance results in uncertainty, which in turn creates fear and then desperation. He reminded himself to remember that as they traveled 800 miles to Arcata. Tubin looked into the camera and began. One of the greatest foreign policy dilemmas faced by any president is what to do in the case of an all-out nuclear war and how our government would survive it. Dating back to the Carter administration, the White House began to lay plans for preparations in the event of an imminent doomsday scenario, i.e. the apocalypse. Tapper interrupted. "Jeffrey, many scientists have identified the 4 eruptions at Yellowstone to be apocalyptic. It appears the president agrees." Ashby leaned into Jake's shoulder. 4 in 3 days. I don't think it's finished yet." He nodded and took her closeness as an opportunity to hold her tight. As a result, she rested her head on his shoulder. Tubin continued on CNN. Under President Carter, Presidential Directive 58 was issued to address the basic questions of what would happen in the event of the president's death or his vice president, the cabinet, members of Congress, and so on. This initial directive was subsequently amended during the Reagan administration and by every president since. It dictates successors in office, methods of confirming the deaths of governmental officials, and the duties of our military leaders. And, for the purposes of today's reporting, it provides for moving the center of government to undisclosed locations to protect the high-ranking officials, such as the president and his cabinet, from harm. "Like Cheyenne Mountain and Raven Rock in Pennsylvania," interjected Tapper, "even Air Force One, although not under these circumstances," added Tubin. Now, Jeffrey, some, like the Senate Minority Leader, have already issued statements criticizing the president for abandoning the American people in their time of need. He believes the president is leaving Washington too soon before the ash cloud has arrived. "I agree," mumbled the husband of the pregnant woman. "I don't think he can take care of us from a bunker somewhere. He and the rest of those overpaid politicians should be in Washington doing their jobs." "Yeah," added another man in the waiting area. "The state should have had snowplows up here by now, clearing the streets so we can drive." The mayor promised he'd be on top of Boise to get her done. Trooper Hastings sat a little taller in his chair. "Just where do you folks plan on going, cars? Stall out in this mess? Then you'll have to walk. We've got ash on the ground from here to Oregon and south well past Salt Lake City." "You'll never make it at this point, and might as well ride it out until the rain washes it away." Ashby leaned up in the chair and was about to speak when the ground began to shake again. Chapter 32, Chalice, Idaho. The pregnant woman shrieked, and her husband quickly covered her head from any possible falling debris. Ashby glanced up and saw that the ceiling showed no evidence of damage from the prior earthquakes related to Yellowstone's eruption. Her immediate concern was for Dusty. "Jake, this is more than a tremor," she warned. Then her eyes were diverted to the television. The screen turned to black and then static before the picture sharpened once again. She pointed at the monitor as it was about to topple over. One of the men sitting near it jumped out of his seat and set it upright just in time. "Turn it up," ordered Trooper Hastings. The man holding the monitor in place found the volume button and increased it to be heard over the continuous rumble. CNN had cut away to its Denver bureau. A reporter stood outside the USGS Federal Center on 2nd Street in downtown Denver. He was standing in a foot of ash, and it was falling on his shoulders and onto his black CNN cap. "We've been instructed to exit the building for the second time in as many days as an earthquake has struck to the north of us near the Colorado-Wyoming border around the Flaming Gorge National Recreation Area." Ground shook the building, causing it to sway back and forth for over a minute. Ashby whispered to Jake, "The fault there runs northward through Bridger Teton, where we saw the first fissures. Expect another eruption within 24 hours. "Are we safe here?" he asked. "For now, but like I said, Yellowstone hasn't finished erupting. You can expect at least one based upon that quake, and probably 2 or 3. Jake looked around the room and outside the front windows. He thought of the hotel across the alley and the mini-market just past it. He suddenly had the urge to bolt out of the building and buy everything he could find. Then he thought of something. He had no cash, nor did Ashby. She was the type to whip out a debit card for a cup of coffee. He began to wonder if the local merchants would accept credit cards and whether they could even process the transaction.
"That weren't nothing,"
mumbled the man who'd complained that the snowplows weren't operating.
"I've been around these parts since '83 when Bora Peak ruptured. Now that was a quake, I'm a-tellin' ya. We helped them folks out down in Mackay to look for bodies. It was one heck of a mess."
"October 1983, right?" asked Ashby, although she knew the answer.
"That's the one. We had another into 4, but it was a pussycat compared to Bora Peak."
Ashby had the group's attention as the other man turned down the volume.
"It registered 6.9, but more importantly, on the Mercalli Intensity Index, it was a 9, which is considered violent." "They're all violent if you ask me," said Grandpa with a chuckle. "We lived here too. Mackay, which is about 50 miles south of here, was nearly leveled," the expectant father asked. "Hey lady, do you know about earthquakes and volcanoes?"
"Your shirt? Are you one of them seismornologists?" Ashby laughed and shook her head.
"Actually, I work for NASA, and this is a friend's shirt. I'm a geologist that studies volcanoes. A volcanologist, to be exact."
"What does NASA have to do with volcanoes?" asked Grandma.
"Well, it's a long story, but anything related to the planet and its relationship to space links scientists from all walks of life together," Ashby replied. "Will you shoot straight with us? Nobody else will?"
The expectant mother was warming up to Ashby. Ashby decided to cut her some slack. She was just afraid when she popped off earlier. Nobody else had entered the clinic since their arrival, and most likely the doctor would be through examining Dusty soon. "Of course I will. As Jake knows, my big mouth has gotten me into trouble more than once, but hey, let them fire me. I really don't care anymore." The girl had a puzzled look on her face and then asked her question.
"Some of the guys around town said they read on the internet that we're all gonna die. He said this was one of them extinction-level events. Is that true?"
"Well, that's a pretty outrageous conclusion at this point," began Ashby. "Yellowstone hasn't stopped erupting." Ashby caught herself and begged the universe to allow her to retrieve the words she'd just spoken. The room got quiet for a moment, except for the reporter, who continued talking about the earthquake activity of the last 3 days. She was peppered with questions. "What? It ain't over. How bad is it going to get?" Ashby's face grew pale and she looked to Jake. He smiled and nodded to her, an encouraging gesture. Ashby had dealt with scientists and media types for the most part. Now she was sitting in a room of frightened, uninformed people who had babies on the way and grandchildren to love and injured loved ones in the rooms behind her. Her mind raced as she debated the very same issue that the nation's political leaders had been debating for several days. "Do we tell them how bad it could get?" Dr. Donovan asked Trooper Hastings. He raised his eyebrows to convey some kind of message. Ashby's guess was he was encouraging her to tone it down. "Well, first, let me say that the eruption at Yellowstone is very complicated because scientists don't have a firm grasp of what's underneath. They do the best they can to take geologic findings from past eruptions and combine it with data from the best technology known to man to create computer models for us to modify as needed. You have to understand there isn't a more studied volcano in the world than Yellowstone, and the best minds around the globe are trying to create an accurate picture of what to expect." "Dear, what do you expect?" asked Grandma, in my opinion. "And I'm just one person, but I believe that earthquake is likely to lead to another eruption. If this event is anything like the one 2 million years ago, then we can anticipate 2 more eruptions, maybe 3, over the next several days." "That would be a whole week," said one of the guys. "Again, this is all based upon computer simulations, but the Earth could continue to spew ash and poisonous gases into the air for a month." "What should we do?" asked the pregnant girl. This was the question Ashby dreaded the most. The answer a couple of days ago would have been run, go, now. Now her response would be, it's probably too late and you're screwed. Chapter 33. Chalice, Idaho. The reception nurse slipped behind Jake and Ashby and leaned in between them. "The doctor would like to see you to provide an update." Ashby glanced at the people in the room and managed a nervous smile. She was glad she didn't have to be honest with them about their prospects. She was also glad she didn't have to confront their own prospects of survival. They too might have missed their window of opportunity to get away from the wrath of Yellowstone.
"This way, please,"
said the nurse as she led them down the hallway to a different room. When they arrived at the door, which was slightly ajar, she gently nudged it open and announced their presence. "Doctor, I have Mr. Holder's friends." Dr. Peterkin finished making some notes on Dusty's chart, handed it to the attending nurse, and then turned to address 2 anxious faces. Well, we've stabilized him for now, under the circumstances. You did a remarkable job of treating the breaks. The forearm break was severe, in that both the radius and the ulna were fractured. As a result, these two bones in the forearm broke in such a way to protrude through the skin. Ordinarily, an open fracture such as this requires immediate medical attention because of the risk of infection, but you folks acted quickly and properly to keep this young man alive. Jake and Ashby looked at one another and smiled. The news was good thus far, the doctor continued. A CT scan was administered to look for intracranial hemorrhaging on the brain. The same impacts that battered his body into breaking had a profound impact on his skull. The good news is, there are no signs of a fracture. However, his brain is slightly swollen because his brain is at rest. In neurological terms, it is using less oxygen. I plan on allowing him to regain consciousness on his own, which is likely with the fluids and assisted breathing we've established for him.
Is there anything we can do?
Asked Jake. I mean, do we need to sit with him or talk to him? Stuff like that. The doctor smiled and responded, To be honest, not really. I know television and movies portray the grieving loved ones sitting beside the bed of their injured family member, making heartfelt speeches that suddenly cause the patient to open his or her eyes. That makes for good television. In actuality, patients wake up when their body is good and ready. Okay, said Ashby. The doctor glanced toward the window, which was covered by closed many blinds. I haven't looked outside because I've been too busy, but there are hotels and stores in town that might be open. I'm told a lot of the people in town are still here, planning to ride out this deluge of ash fallout. They still have to make a living. Ashby was so appreciative of the doctor's efforts that she didn't want to dampen his spirits and his hope for a quick ending to this environmental disaster. Yes, sir. If it's okay, we might hang around in the waiting area and catch up on the news. May we come and look in on Dusty from time to time? Sure, he said with a smile as he led them out of the room. Then he chuckled. Just don't touch anything. I know that sounds like an admonishment suitable for a child, but we've found adults are the biggest culprits of things being well touched. Jake and Ashby laughed and returned to the waiting room. When they arrived, the pregnant couple had left, presumably for the young mother-to-be's examination. The TV station had been switched to a Boise ABC affiliate that had a mobile news crew outside Idaho Falls. This is as close as law enforcement would allow us to proceed. At this time, the governor has ordered the Idaho State Police and the Bonneville County Sheriff's Department to close all highways into Idaho Falls. Not that they are passable anyway. The county had been using snowplows to clear the roads to assist emergency vehicles in and out of the downtown area. Hospital and nursing home evacuations began 2 days ago, but were halted after a pop-up shower, albeit brief, mixed with the 20 inches of ash that had accumulated on the rooftops of medical facilities. The weight overwhelmed the roof structures, causing them to collapse within the interior walls of the buildings. Countless patients and elderly shut-ins have perished, in addition to medical caregivers. It's just tragic, and, I might add, the ash is still falling back to you. Ashby shook her head in disgust as she realized the warning signs were ignored, and therefore the necessary precautions were not undertaken. She flopped in her original seat in front of the TV, and Jake fixed up a couple of coffees for them. As he sat down next to her, he whispered, I'm amazed the power is still on. All of the lines across the way appear to be above ground. The ash has accumulated on top of the red warning balls strung across the power lines. It's a matter of time before the weight pulls them down. Ashby nodded and pointed to the television. Look at the graphic. The Montana National Guard is reporting that Billings and Bozeman have been destroyed. The pyroclastic flow from Norris crossed one ridge after another until it overwhelmed everything in its path. Even the capital of Helena has been badly damaged. Jake, their governor, and his family are all dead. They sat quietly watching the local impact from the perspective of those closest to the devastation. Not the talking heads in New York City, who knew very little about what people in flyover country went through in their daily lives. The elderly couple that Ashby identified as Grandma and Grandpa sat patiently near the window. Earlier, the older man would cough from time to time, and Ashby took little notice. Now his coughing was noticeably worse in just a short period of time. Grandma looked up and spoke to Ashby. Why didn't they warn us? Ashby just shook her head, and her eyes filled with tears. She was barely able to say the words, I tried, as she broke down and buried her head in Jake's chest. She closed her eyes and made every effort to close out the world, but the TV station was turned back to CNN. She heard his name, Rick Younger. She snapped her head to attention and quickly wiped the tears mixed with ash residue off her face. A split screen told the whole story. A picture of Younger was on the right side of the screen, and a private jet was shown crashed in a field on the left. The Chiron read "Scientist perishes in crash." "Turn that up, please," said Jake, who released Ashby from the hug he'd given her. They both leaned forward in their seats and listened to the reporter. "Plane crashes like this one have been taking place throughout the region," Tapper interrupted. "Mike, can you give our viewers an idea of why this is happening?" The reporter nodded and replied, "Yes, of course. To understand the risk, we need to look back to June of 1982 and British Airways Flight 9. The Boeing 747 was en route from London to Auckland, New Zealand. What the crew did not know was that an active volcano, Mount Galunggung in West Java Province, Indonesia, had erupted and was spewing ash into its flight level. Somewhere south of Java, just after midnight local time, the flight crew noticed the glass on the cockpit windows was gleaming. That was quickly followed by a fiery glow from the engines and the smell of sulfurous smoke in the cabin. Within minutes, all 4 engines had cut out, leaving the jumbo jet gliding down from 7 miles above the ocean. At the altitude of 2 miles, however, the problem cleared enough for some of the engines to be restarted, and the plane landed safely in Jakarta. One of the passengers wrote a book about the 12-minute plunge. "You see, volcanic ash is composed of particles of glassy, pulverized rock less than 2 millimeters in diameter. When an aircraft flies into it at its high cruising speed, the cockpit windows get a sandblasting, obscuring the pilot's view. Crucially, though, the engines suck the ash in, where it melts in the hot combustion chamber and fuses to form globs on the turbine vanes that block the engine's airflow. Only when it cools and solidifies, as the aircraft plummets engineless, can enough of the muck flake off to allow an engine to restart. The problem lies with technology and human failure in advance warnings. With respect to technology, ash clouds are dry, so they do not show up on weather radar, although new high-tech radar devices are being developed to give pilots a heads-up to the threat. In other cases, aircraft aren't given adequate warning. Ashby couldn't contain herself. "He was warned, that man Younger, he was warned at least 10 days ago, and he refused to heed the warnings." "How do you know this, young lady?" asked Grandpa. "Because I'm the one who warned him." Chapter 34, Chalice, Idaho. Several more people walked into the small clinic, most of whom complained of coughing and a scratchy feeling in their lungs. Ashby knew what that meant, and she doubted Dr. Peterkin could help them. As CNN bounced from one report and expert interview to another, Ashby began to get impatient about Dusty's condition. She suggested she and Jake give up their seats to the people who appeared to be injured. Plus, it gave her an excuse to look in on Dusty. They eased into his room, where a nurse was making notes on his chart. Ashby asked about his condition and if there had been any change. The nurse advised them that everything was the same, which, under the circumstances, was considered positive. She quickly exited the room, leaving Jake and Ashby alone at Dusty's bedside. "Look, they've placed his lower leg in one of those boots," Jake observed. "So much for signing his cast, like the good old days." Ashby gently touched his leg and then walked around the bed to look at his arm cast. "Jake, he's going to be all right. He's young and healthy, except for that steady diet of Cheetos." I remember when he and Rita first walked into my office. The selection process for the Viper program was done by other faculty members and Viper alumni in order to prevent any appearance of a conflict between teacher and student. "Were you pleased with the choices?" asked Jake. "Oh, absolutely," replied Ashby as she stood back from the bed to take in the entire scene. "Rita, of course, was all business. Her grades were at the top of her class, and she had a pedigree, too." Her family was in the biz, so to speak. Dusty, on the other hand, was different. He was young, exuberant, and fit the part of a digger. He looked more paleontologist than he did geologist. Ashby paused as she looked at a chair in the corner of the room with Dusty's personal effects. She walked over and placed Dusty's khaki boonie cap on top of the pile. "You know, I think he wore the same thing every day we were together except for his t-shirt. Appearances don't matter to Dusty. Living life to the hilt and having fun while doing it does. They're both very special people, and I know the two of them were honored to work under your guidance." Ashby turned her head down and toed the floor mindlessly. "I should have sent them home, like I did Ella. Our work was done there for the most part, the rest was up to me. I should have followed my gut and sent them back to California." Jake put his arm around Ashby and studied Dusty lying peacefully in the bed. He glanced at his vitals, noticing his blood pressure and pulse were near normal. "Come on, you know those two? They were young and rebellious. They would have outright refused, or they would have loaded up the van and pretended to leave, only to be discovered by us at some point." Ashby laughed, which made Jake feel better. "You're right. They had the fever just like I've had it since my parents died. We chased down leads, we studied the science, we listened to our gut." There's the thrill of studying volcanoes, and then there's everything else, which comes secondary. A commotion could be heard from the waiting area, so Jake broke away from Ashby and stuck his head out the door. "The president is coming on," one of the nurses said as she rushed down the hallway. Jake turned to Ashby. "I guess we should hear what he has to say." Everyone in the clinic huddled around the TV except for the doctor and the pregnant couple. The volume was turned up as the screen showed a single blue podium sitting alone on a slightly elevated platform. The Blue Goose, as the official presidential podium was called, was adorned with the seal of the President of the United States. Flanking the podium was the United States flag on the left and the flag of the President of the United States on the right. Typically, at White House press briefings or presidential press conferences, the press corps would be standing in front of the podium, facing the camera, while they informed the viewers of what they expected the president to discuss. This briefing was different. There was only a single camera. There was no media presence, and the president was hidden in a bunker at an undisclosed location as part of the continuity of government plan. The president walked into the camera's view with a serious look on his face. He looked into the camera without notes or the aid of a teleprompter. "My fellow Americans, this afternoon, on the third day of the most catastrophic environmental disaster known to man, I want to express my condolences to the families and loved ones of those who perished in the initial eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. The amount of destruction has been unfathomable, and I'm advised there will be more to come." Ashby leaned over to Jake. He's telling it like it is without sugarcoating the situation. Let me summarize their findings. It's extremely difficult to anticipate the innumerable medical and technological difficulties our nation will face caused by the volumes of magma, ash, and gases unleashed in the Yellowstone eruption. Based upon our study of tragedies in the past, most of which occurred many thousands of years ago, pyroclastic flows, poisonous gas, and suffocating ash fallout are all occurring in the Pacific Northwest and upper Midwest of our great nation. The president paused, pursed his lips, and leaned forward for emphasis. It might appear to be a scene from an apocalyptic movie. It might indeed be the apocalypse. Sadly, this is just the beginning. In the past, environmental disasters were measured by damages in terms of dollars. The Yellowstone eruption will be measured by what percentage of us survive. Over the next several weeks and months, the devastating impact of this catastrophic event will be felt worldwide. As the ash fallout drifts around our planet, you will see a volcanic winter set in. Temperatures will lower considerably, causing damage to crops and livestock. True climate change, the type that changes life as we know it, will be upon us. Jake mumbled to Ashby. For sure, no sugarcoating. He's going to scare the wits out of them. The president went on to pledge to the American people he'd do whatever was in his power to lend comfort and aid in the face of the disaster. He went into detail on how FEMA and other government agencies would be helping people with their medical needs, basic sustenance, and transportation out of the part of the country at greatest risk of the initial fallout. He further announced that a series of executive orders would be signed to create public-private partnerships to aid those who needed it and to enlist volunteers to help where they could. After the president wound up his statement, the news reporters took over and proceeded to tell their viewers what the president had just said. From their perspective, Ashby and Jake slipped away from the group and stood near the reception counter. Jake gave his opinion first. All in all, the president seemed empathetic and in control. He gave just the right mixture of sober truth and good old-fashioned American determinism as the way through this. Ashby tucked her hair behind her ears. "Jake, if I had spoken with the president a week earlier, if he could have heard the results of my findings, Project Hydro might have been shut down and the eruption averted." "Here's the thing," said Jake. "Presidents don't know everything. They have advisors who give them the facts and recommendations. If he doesn't know about a problem, he can't begin to fix it." "That's true. I believe the potential problems at Yellowstone were suppressed in favor of that ill-conceived project. The president said he had been against it and might have shut it down had he known of the risks they were taking. In the end, it was too late." "Agreed." Now we have to look forward. Unfortunately, I have to deal with the past first. I need to try to reach my family. Chapter 35. Chalice, Idaho. While everyone in the clinic was preoccupied with the news reports, Jake asked the nurse receptionist if the phones were working. She shrugged and commented that they hadn't rung in a while. But after picking up the receiver and getting a dial tone, she allowed Jake a phone call. The first number he dialed was incorrect. It had been a long time. The area code was 212. He mistakenly dialed 202, which was Washington. He dialed again. This time someone answered. Wheeler Residence. How may I help you? This is Jake Wheeler. May I speak with my mother, please? Please hold, Mr. Wheeler. Dead silence, very much like Jake's relationship with his father and brother. In the past, he'd called them in New York, at least during those first 5 years after his father moved the family there. Jake had stopped calling after he quit college, and for several years thereafter. He was tired of being berated by his father and one-upped by his brother, who was his father's son. When Jake did pick up the phone, typically around holidays, it was to speak with his mother. She never judged him for his choices about college, career, and a life. Her love was unconditional. Jacob? Hi, Mom! Oh, thank God you called. We've been so worried about you, dear. I'm fine. We got out of there just in time. This was the soonest I could get to a phone. Are you all right? Where are you? We left Yellowstone for the lake house just as the eruptions began. Mom, the helicopter I was riding in got caught up in the blast of ash, and we crashed. I'm at a hospital in Idaho while they attend to a friend. You're not hurt, you promise? I'm fine, seriously. Listen, Mom, this eruption is serious business. You need to. I know, son. Your father purchased a home and property in New Zealand several years ago. We are leaving in the morning. New Zealand? Why there? Your father and some of his business associates had concerns about the stability of the country, from a societal standpoint? He considered it an investment in our safety. Jake shook his head. His father had made hundreds of millions of dollars when he sold his company. Not that Jake saw any of it for a while. His mother had tried to send money to him via Western Union, but when dear old Dad discovered the generosity with the help of Jake's turncoat brother, both payments and communications were cut off. In a way, it had helped Jake grow up and become self-reliant, a trait that would serve him well in the coming weeks. Jake continued. Well, I guess you have to spend your money somewhere. Honey, can you get to New York? Maybe I can convince your father to hold the plane until you get here. Jake heard his father's bellow in the background. Who is that? His mother cupped her hand over the receiver, and Jake could barely make out the cross words exchanged between them. Give me the phone. His father's voice cut deep into Jake's core. The man was, and still is, a jerk. Jacob, we are leaving for New Zealand. You're welcome to join us if you can get to New York before we leave tomorrow morning. Dad, I don't know how, began Jake before he was interrupted. Son, I can't do everything for you, like I said tomorrow morning. Dad, if I can make it, I'll have a friend with me. She's a scientist, a volcanologist, in fact. She has nobody. Her family died a long time ago, and, as his father delivered the response, Jake held the phone away from his ear. It's just you or nobody, son. This is not JetBlue, 9 a.m. sharp. Just like that, his father was gone, and Jake held the phone away so he could stare at it. Jacob, are you still there? Jake wasn't sure. He returned the phone to his ear. Yeah, Mom, I'm here. Oh, honey, I do hope you can make it. Write this down, dear. The airport is called Mattatuck Airport on the east end of Long Island. We'll be leaving shortly for your father's golf retreat in Shinnecock Hills. Jacob was dejected. He'd reached out to his family to warn them of the dangerous fallout from Yellowstone's eruption. It was a good deed in his mind. Instead, he was greeted with hostility from his father and his mother's obligatory, somewhat insincere offer of help. He looked up from the floor where he'd crouched to gain some privacy during the conversation. Standing near the glass entrance door with her arms wrapped around her chest was Ashby, a woman he'd fallen in love with and who felt the same unconditional love for him. She was all he needed. Well, thanks, Mom, but there's no way we could make it there in time. You guys have a safe flight. Then Jake hesitated before he said, I love you, Mom. We love you too, dear. We'll get in touch with you by phone once we get settled in. Click. Jake had never typed the words "the end" after a story, but now he felt the need for that closure. The click of the phone on the other end of the line most likely meant the end of his relationship with his family. Chapter 36. Chalice, Idaho. Jake returned the phone to the receiver on the nurse's desk, and she gave him a knowing smile. He nodded in return and immediately moved around the desk toward Ashby, who'd come to greet him. "How'd it go?" she asked, searching his eyes to understand his emotional state. Jake chuckled and let out a sigh, unexpectedly expected. "Huh?" Ashby looked puzzled. "I've never heard that before." "Come here, I need a hug," Ashby obliged and immediately held him tight. "Well, are you okay?" Jake nodded but didn't break their embrace. He really did need a hug from someone who made him feel safe. "Yeah, honestly, I expected this phone call would be different from the ones I made in years past. I'm sorry," she whispered in his ear. Suddenly she pushed Jake away. "The doctor is waving to us." The two turned in unison toward Dr. Peterkin, who was standing in the middle of the hallway. He was smiling and waving for them to join him outside Dusty's room. Jake grabbed Ashby's hand, and they hustled down the hall like two kids who'd just noticed the doors to the ice cream shop had opened. Dr. Peterkin held one finger to his lips to suggest they tamp down their exuberance. Jake slowed their pace, remembering that the clinic was full of other patients who might not be receiving the good news he was anticipating. They arrived at Dusty's door and tried to look past the doctor. "Okay, Mr. Holder's awake," Dr. Peterkin began. Ashby hopped slightly and her smile was so wide that tears of joy were barely noticeable. Jake, who was over the emotional downer resulting from his phone call, joined in the excitement. "Can we talk to him? I mean, if it's okay?" "Yes, I think so, but let me caution you. He is still heavily sedated and, for the moment, has very little recollection of the crash. He is coherent enough to answer our basic questions, and based upon my examination, he doesn't appear to have any brain damage from the trauma." "That's great news, Doc," said Jake. "Yes, it is. But again, he still needs observation and he needs to remain calm. Do not discuss the accident or anything that might cause him distress. The mind and body have to work together to recover from a beating like the one this young man was administered during the crash. For the time being, he needs to hear words of love and encouragement. Nothing negative." Jake and Ashby looked at one another. Without speaking, they both understood there was one topic that would not be discussed with Dusty, even if it meant lying. "Rita, we promise," offered Ashby. "Now can we go in?" The doctor grimaced, and replied as he glanced toward the waiting room full of people. "Just one more thing, and I'm truly sorry to have to say this. We wish your friend a speedy recovery, and will do everything we can to ensure that happens. However, we have limited space here and need to make room for more patients." "What are you saying?" asked Jake. "We can assist Mr. Holder overnight, but if he continues to progress in his recovery to where intravenous fluids and oxygen assistance are no longer necessary, you'll have to make arrangements to move him elsewhere." "What? Like out of the hospital?" asked Ashby. "Dr. Donovan, I'm sorry, but you have to remember this is not a hospital. It's only a clinic, and we're not suited for this. Once Mr. Holder is cleared by me, and I expect that to be as soon as tomorrow morning, you're welcome to move him to a local hotel such as the Holiday Lodge across the parking lot. It's not deluxe accommodations, but the owners are good people and live on site. Plus, you'll be a few hundred yards away from the clinic in case a situation arises." "But," Ashby began to protest, but Jake squeezed her hand. "We understand, Doctor. We'll look into it right after we see Dusty. Now, can we go in?" The doctor stepped aside. "Yes, of course. Remember what I said. Short visit, no stress." "Got it," said Jake as he tugged at Ashby's arm and entered Dusty's room. They slowly entered together, and Dusty's eyes were closed. Jake glanced at his monitors and saw that they were in normal ranges. The oxygen mask was still placed over Dusty's face, and the IV lines were still attached. They approached his bedside, where Ashby carefully touched Dusty's hand. "Dusty, are you awake?" His eyes opened, and he found the energy to smile. Dusty spoke in a raspy voice. "Hey, Doc, it's good to see." His sentence was interrupted by coughing, and he pointed toward a sippy cup with a straw the size of a swizzle stick poking out. Jake quickly put the straw in his mouth, and Dusty heartily drank the water down. Ashby patted his arm. "Don't talk, Dusty. You need to rest." He nodded and lifted his hand toward Jake. Jake gripped Dusty's hand, and they interlocked their thumbs. "You're doing great, buddy. We're real proud of you." Dusty smiled and nodded. He tried to lift his head and look around the room, but immediately fell back onto the bed. He winced as he mouthed her name, Rita. "Don't you worry about anyone but yourself right now," Ashby deflected. "Dr. Peterkin wants you to relax and follow his instructions, and if you do, we might be able to spring you from this joint tomorrow." "How does that sound?" He gave a thumbs up and tried to respond. "Sounds like a plan." He broke out into another coughing fit, and Jake immediately provided him with water. Dusty raised his hands to indicate he'd had enough. Then he added, "Tubes? They put tubes in my throat. Dry." Then he rolled his eyes. "We understand, Dusty," said Jake. He looked over at Ashby, who planted a kiss on Dusty's cheek. She rose and allowed Jake to give Dusty's shoulder a slight squeeze. "Sleep, buddy," said Ashby. "Jake and I are getting a place to stay and loading up on some provisions. You're in good hands." Dusty grinned, provided another thumbs up, and closed his eyes. Jake was fairly certain he was asleep before they left the room. They walked toward the reception area again, which was now full to capacity. While Jake understood the need to have the examination rooms available for new patients, he questioned whether the doctors and nurse practitioners could see all of these people at once. Dusty had to be their most serious patient, and in Jake's mind, that warranted a stay in the clinic for more than one night if necessary. Be that as it may, they had some errands to run, so he stopped by the reception desk to gain access to their gear. The nurse was quick to assist them, and as she unlocked the door, she whispered to Jake, "Dr. Peterkin had me call the holiday lodge across the way. The Hathaways had closed down because of the ash storm, but he convinced them to let a couple of rooms to you folks under the circumstances. I suggest you go over there straight away before they change their minds."
"We will," said Jake. "Thank you so much. We might be gone a few hours. I'd give you my cell phone number so you can call in case there's any change, but I'm told nobody has service." "That's okay, sir. I have the number of the motel." Jake and Ashby loaded up their backpacks and weapons before making their way to the front door. As they did, they were approached by Trooper Hastings. "How's your friend?" he asked. "Much better, thanks," replied Jake. "He's out of the coma, and if he continues to recover, the doctor will release him tomorrow sometime." Trooper Hastings chuckled. "Well, that is good news. I'm fixing to get on the road myself. Sir, I apologize, but we never thought to ask you if you had a family member being treated here." "No, but thanks for asking. I was helping a couple of stranded motorists up Route 93 when the fallout became really thick. I drove down the highway to Chalice as fast as I could before the motor stalled out. The man had burnt his hand while looking under his hood, so I brought them here." "Wow! It's taken a long time to get them taken care of," said Jake. "Oh no, they're long gone. I'm waiting on my new ride to get fixed up down the street at Brett's place." "Well, it's an old ride, actually." "What do you mean?" asked Ashby. "Are they fixing your car?" "Nah! The ash killed it too!" "Summed up the works beyond repair, most likely. I went to Salmon River Motors down the street and talked to the owner, Brett. Anyway, he had a couple of options for me." "Aren't you concerned that this car will suffer the same fate?" asked Ashby. "Not according to Brett," replied Trooper Hastings. "He takes an older model and does some things to prevent the ash from entering the air intake manifold. Say, are y'all interested in a car?" "He has 2 or 3 to choose from, or at least he did this morning." "We are, and I'll go check him out," replied Jake. Trooper Hastings shook hands with Jake and awkwardly accepted a hug from Ashby. "Now my missus would whoop me good if she saw a pretty girl like you hug this old country boy. I best head on over there. I'll mention to Brett you might be stopping by." Trooper Hastings placed his hat on his head and was about to push the door open when Ashby stopped him. "Wait!" She pulled her backpack in front of her and rummaged through it until she found what she was looking for. She handed him an N95 mask. "Please don't go outside without wearing this." Trooper tipped the bill of his hat and thanked her. After he donned his mask, Jake and Ashby did the same as they followed him out the door into near whiteout conditions. Chapter 37. Chalice, Idaho. Jake rang a bell next to the front door of the Holiday Lodge, one of those vintage 50s-era motels that dotted the landscape of America. Once upon a time, motor court motels like this one provided weary travelers rest and were likely to be the only option in a town as small as Chalice. But over time, the big hotel chains built low-budget accommodations that could be sold as franchised units. Eventually, thousands of people named Patel owned 2-story hotels with a free continental breakfast, Wi-Fi, and HBO.
Businesses like the Holiday Lodge were a dying breed, usually purchased for demolition, only to be replaced by a 7-Eleven or a used car lot. A clicking sound accompanied the electronic bolt lock freeing itself from the captivity of the doorframe, allowing Jake and Ashby to enter. They dusted off their belongings and their feet before they entered the small guest reception room, where an elderly woman identified herself as Mrs. Esther Hathaway. Ashby decided to take the lead on this one. "Hi, Mrs. Hathaway. My name is Dr. Ashby Donovan, and this is Jake Wheeler with the National Park Service. It's my understanding that the nurse at the clinic called you already." "Yes, of course, young lady," she replied with a raspy voice which had deteriorated over the years from too many cigarettes. She broke into a coughing fit as if to drive home the point. Or she'd been outside without a mask. "The doctor asked me to make 2 rooms available for you and your companions." "Well, actually," Ashby interrupted, "we'll only need 1 for tonight. My student, the young man who was injured, will be staying overnight at the clinic. Hopefully he'll be released by Dr. Peterkin in the morning. And then we'll need a room for him as well." "Dearie, it doesn't matter if you want all the rooms. They're empty, and we close the motel to travelers. I can't get my girls to come in and clean. My husband said we don't need the money, so we closed up until this storm blows over." "It's not a—" Ashby began to correct the woman, but Jake stepped in. "That certainly makes sense, Mrs. Hathaway, and we're truly appreciative of you making an exception for us. We'll be glad to pay for 2 rooms, and I promise we'll make the beds when we leave or strip the sheets, whichever you prefer. You can strip them when you check out." "Now, did the nurse tell you it's cash only?" Ashby hadn't even thought about how to pay for the rooms. She turned to look at the backpack and wondered if her government-issued credit card was in her messenger bag. "No, ma'am," replied Jake. "She didn't. I have my debit cards, but no cash. Is there an ATM or bank nearby?" Without responding, Mrs. Hathaway pointed to a nook down the hallway, which led to a door marked private. A vending machine full of soda drinks and another with snacks flanked an ATM machine. "Excuse me," said Jake as he retrieved his wallet from the backpack and made his way to the ATM. After a few minutes, he returned with $1,200 and a few grumbles regarding the exorbitant fees the vendor charged to make the withdrawal. He glanced outside at the conditions and forgot about the costs, opting instead to be glad the internet was still working to provide him access to his bank accounts. He wondered how long that would last, and then quickly mused how long money would be worth anything other than the paper upon which it was printed. Ashby filled out the guest registration provided by the innkeeper, and she allowed Jake to make the payment for 1 night. Each room consists of 2 queen-sized beds. "There's an ice maker at the end of the covered walkway, as well as 2 more vending machines. Do you need 2 keys or 1? Jake started to respond. "1, ice up." "2, please," interrupted Ashby, "in case we have to split up while we run our errands." Jake shrugged and accepted the 2 keys from Mrs. Hathaway. Then Ashby asked, "Are there any markets or stores open in town?" "I don't rightly know, but the mini-market across the way was open. Cash only too, however." Ashby moved to her backpack and pulled out her messenger bag. "Excuse me while I make a cash withdrawal too." "That's fine, folks. You can let yourself out when you're ready. The door locks automatically." "Good luck." After Ashby made her maximum withdrawal and voiced her complaint about the $7.95 fee, they gathered their things and made their way to room number 1 adjacent to the office. "Home sweet home," said Ashby with a sigh. Jake laughed. "That's the first thing Dusty said when he walked into my cabin the day we met. I think the second thing he said was, 'Got beer?'" "That wouldn't surprise me," Ashby added. "Speaking of which, as bad as I want to take a shower, it doesn't make sense to before we try to find some food, some extra clothes, and some beer, of course. Plus, I could tell Trooper Hastings piqued your interest about a car. Should we start there?" Jake reached into his pocket to make sure his credit cards were still there. "Yeah, although I don't know how I'm going to pay for it." Ashby fumbled through her pockets and handed Jake her credit card. "Ever seen one of these?" He examined the credit card, which was covered in an image of the American flag and a jet taking off. At the top, the Government Services Administration GSA logo was present, followed by the word Smart Pay. Jake laughed as he handed it back to her. "Does it have a limit for me? Because I always have traveling companions? It's $10,000 a day? Are you allowed to buy a car with it?" Ashby shrugged and smiled. "Probably not, and I suppose I'll have some explaining to do when I reconcile my travel voucher at the end of the month." "You're kidding, right?" asked Jake as he let out a hearty laugh. Nope. Let's buy a car that'll take us west, young man. I'll deal with the consequences later. With that, they put on their masks and went shopping. Chapter 38. Challis, Idaho. Jake and Ashby walked past the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, whose parking lot was full of cars. Jake observed it wasn't Sunday, and he was surprised to see so many vehicles parked there. Across the street was the Gateway Mini Market, which still appeared to be open, although it was empty. They'd hit it on the way back. After another 10 minutes, they made their way to the newly opened Salmon River Motors location in Challis. Jake opened the glass door for Ashby to enter the former gas station turned car lot. They were immediately greeted by a rotund man with a white cowboy hat. "Howdy, partners! I'm Brett," said the proprietor as he began his, "I'm a good old boy like you shtick. Hi, Brett. My name is Jake Wheeler, and we met Trooper Hastings at—" Of course, Elmore, another satisfied customer. "He purchased one of my special D-Looks modified Ashmobiles." "A what?" Brett ambled from around his desk and motioned for them to take a seat. Ashby, who was covered in white ash, looked at the dirty, grease-stained chairs and politely declined. "I can take these older model vehicles and make a few adjustments to their air intake to keep the ash out. You can't do that with the new cars because they have too many intakes into the motor. But there's just one problem." "What's that?" "Ask Jake. I sold the last one about an hour ago. I don't have anything else on 4 wheels that'll work." Jake sighed. "Thank you, then. Is there any other car dealer in town that's—" Brett put his hands up and interrupted Jake. "Well, now hold up, whippersnapper. Nobody leaves Salmon River Motors unsatisfied. Let me ask you folks a question. Where you headed and how many of you uns are there?" "It's just the 2 of us and all our gear," Jake answered. "Plus, our friend in the hospital has a broken leg and arm, so he'll need a big back seat to stretch out in as we travel to California." Brett pretended to think, then he rubbed his chin for a moment, and a scowl came over his face. If Jake didn't know better, he would have thought good old boy Brett was constipated. He smiled, squinted the eyes above his chubby red cheeks, and started pointing at them. Yes, I might just have the perfect solution for you folks. Give me just a moment while I speak to my certified mechanic." He exited through a side door into the enclosed garage. "Certifiable is the more appropriate word," quipped Ashby. "He's quite a character, seriously. Would you buy a used car from this guy?" Jake put his arm around her and laughed. "I will, if he accepts credit cards." Moments later, Brett returned from the garage with 3 brightly colored golf umbrellas. He handed one to each of them. "Now, I don't know what your budget is, but my mechanic says he can make it happen if we can come to terms. Follow me." He held the door open for them to file out, and they all popped open the umbrellas. Brett continued to talk, a common trait among car salesmen. "I'm one of the smart ones around here. I don't go anywhere without one of these umbrellas covering my head. To keep the ash off so I don't breathe it in. Some folks are coming down with a nasty cough." They should have followed old Brett's lead. Ashby shook her head and followed old Brett around the back of the building and through several rows of used vehicles. He entered a clearing at the back of the lot surrounded by an 8-foot chain-link fence. "Ain't she a beaut?" he asked, in front of a behemoth. "This here is a 32-foot Fleetwood Bounder motorhome. It's an 88 model, one of the best years in their production. She's got a diesel engine, a front lounge for your fellow travelers to gather in while you drive, and I can put you in her for the low price of $59.95. Plus, the customary taxes, title, dealer prep, etc., etc. Now, of course, there'll be an additional charge for the air intake modifications and parts, etc., etc. Shall we take a look?" "It's so big," observed Ashby. The light tan paint job also contained the signature orange and dark brown alternating stripes from front to back. Naturally, the cartoonish kangaroo caught Ashby's eye. Setting all of that aside, she couldn't help but comment on its size. "It's a land yacht. That it is, pretty young lady. Plenty of room to roam on the inside and several bed options to accommodate the 3 of you. And a couple more if you decide to give them a ride. Come on, and let's get out of this mess." "I'd love to show you all of its features." "Brett," began Jake, "did you say it's a diesel?" "Yes-sirree. It'll give you the best fuel economy in its class. Did I tell you it has less than 100,000 true certified miles on the odometer? And get this, these tires have less than 20,000 miles on them." Brett led the way. And Jake nodded to Ashby as he stifled a laugh. The idea of buying a motorhome had never crossed Jake's mind, but in a way it made sense. As a diesel, they could pump fuel into it from most local farms if the stations ran out. The size concerned Jake for many reasons, but it was large enough to carry all their gear and would be much more comfortable for Dusty. Plus, they could pull over virtually anywhere to rest for the day. He only needed to be comfortable the Bounder could make the 800-mile trip to Arcata, and then, of course, there was the issue of payment. The inside of the motorhome showed signs of wear, but what 30-plus-year-old vehicle didn't? The musty smell concerned Jake, and he noticed there was evidence of water damage near the tinted glass roof vent. It had 2 air conditioning units as well as an Onan generator, which pulled from the diesel fuel cells. Jake decided to play the game. "Brett, would you mind if me and the little woman take a few minutes to talk? It's a big decision, you know. Plus, we just started looking. We might ought to look for other options before we pull the trigger. You know what I mean?" Brett coughed a little and then quickly recovered. "Of course, you folks take all the time you need. In the meantime, I'll just mosey on back to the office and get the paperwork out of the safe. By the way, will you folks be paying cash, or would you prefer I finance? Everybody is approved at Salmon River Motors, as long as you can show me valid identification and a credit card. Debit cards don't count." Ashby looked to Jake, and then she pulled out her government-issued Smart Pay card. "Do you accept payment from the United States government?" Brett took the card, turned it over to look at the back, and then beamed. "You betcha them boys from the Bureau of Mines use these here all the time when they need an oil change or a repair. It's as good as gold, in my opinion, as long as Fort Knox is still standing." He tried to hand it back to Ashby, but she stopped him. "Brett, you seem like an honest man. I think this will suit our needs perfectly. Keep the card and write it up, making the owner of the vehicle just as it reads on there." Brett looked at the card. "Dr. Ashby Donovan, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Say, are you an astronaut or something?" Ashby patted him on the hand and smiled. "Or something. When can you get her ready, Brett? Not long on the Bounder? Because the motor is so easy to work with." "I'll send my man down to Napa to pick up a few clamps and hoses to modify the intake." The large man turned sideways to exit the motorhome when Jake shouted after him. "Hey, Brett, what kind of filtering material does your mechanic use to keep the ash from entering the intake? Cheesecloth? You can't beat it. Great. Then do me a favor. When he's at Napa, ask him to buy 3 of every part he needs, extra cheesecloth and air filters for the motor. You know, just in case."
"I like your thinking, partner. We'll get right on it."
With that, he popped open his umbrella and waddled off to the sales office. Jake turned to Ashby and hugged her, lifting her into the air for a couple of spins before placing her feet back on the floor.
"We're in business, partner,"
he said, which caused them both to burst out in laughter. For the first time in days, things were looking up for the group. Jake had been concerned about how they were going to make it to California with the amount of ash fallout stopping vehicles in their tracks. Plus, Dusty was in no position to walk or use alternative transportation. With the extra parts and a ride that included an engine that offered them the ability to use farm diesel, the stars were finally aligning. Now it was time to find some food and clothes for the trip. Chapter 39, Chalice, Idaho. After signing the paperwork for the Bounder, Brett assured them the motorhome would be ready to roll in the next hour or so. They decided to walk a quarter-mile down the highway to the local grocery store, Village Foods. As they walked, they talked about their plans. "First off, let me warn you," started Ashby. "Dusty is going to want to drive." Jake laughed. "With a broken leg and arm? Not going to happen. It's his left leg. Plus, the Bounder is an automatic, right? So he doesn't need to use his right arm."
"Yeah, but,"
protested Jake. He was not likely to agree, but he pacified Ashby nonetheless. "We'll see. No but, or we'll see. We'll just let him drive, okay? It's easier that way. Trust me." They walked in silence for a moment before Jake continued. "I have to be honest. I was concerned about staying longer than we have to.
"We're too close to Yellowstone, and as you've said, there may be more eruptions to come."
The Bounder makes the decision a little easier. "Are you thinking about leaving tomorrow when Dusty is released? In a perfect world, he'd stay in the hospital for several days until we're 100% sure he's okay. Staying at the motel a few hundred yards away is a decent alternative." Jake's voice trailed off as they approached the parking lot of the supermarket. He kicked at the thick ash that had accumulated on the road. He continued to lay out his concerns about waiting too long. You know as well as I do that these conditions are not going to get any better. If it starts raining, then who knows what could happen to the roof of that 70-year-old motel. Ashby tucked her arm through Jake's as they approached the front door. The bounder does make the decision easier, as you said. Dusty can recover in the back, most likely under the influence of painkillers. Exactly, said Jake. With a little luck, we'll have a smooth trip to Arcata and he'll sleep right through it. Ashby playfully slugged him. You just don't want him to drive. Then there's that. An 18-wheel rig bearing the Food Services of America logo on the side of the trailer was parked behind the store. FSA distributed grocery products to independent supermarkets in predominantly rural areas of Idaho. Jake opened the door for Ashby and they walked into an anomaly. Unlike the deserted streets filled with dirty ash and devoid of traffic, Village Foods was clean and the shelves were remarkably well stocked. A catchy tune was playing over the store's sound system, undoubtedly designed to encourage a more pleasant shopping experience. An older man was checking out a few customers while a couple of stock boys were straightening shelves. Jake, puzzled by what he saw, glanced outside to make sure he hadn't stepped into the twilight zone. He leaned over to Ashby and asked, "Where's the carnage?" "The emptied shelves that looked like they were hit by velociraptors." Ashby shrugged and pulled a shopping cart out of the rows. Jake took one as well. "I don't get it, Jake. I'm surprised they're even open. And after what you observed in West Yellowstone a week or so ago, this place should be emptied." Jake sought out one of the boys stocking shelves. "I've got to know." He approached one of the young men and got their attention. "May I ask you a quick question?" The young man wiped his hands off on his apron. The boxes had a thin layer of ash on them. "Yes, sir, what can I help you find?" "Well, nothing, just yet. Your store is well stocked." "Frankly, I expected it to be emptied because of, the eruption." The boy laughed. "The store owner, my dad, is pretty smart. As soon as we got news that Yellowstone was erupting, he placed a reorder of all of our dry goods. He knew we'd have a run on the store, and he was right. Custer County only has about 4,000 people anyway, and most of those live closer to Idaho Falls than they do Chalice. But the locals came in droves that first day we ran out of most everything." "Now you're restocked." "Yes, sir. And it will probably be the last time the truck comes. The one out back quit running yesterday and the driver's stuck here in town. Plus, when the banks closed down, my dad quit accepting credit cards and went to cash only. People didn't have cash and they couldn't get to their money. So now we are fully stocked with only a handful of customers." Jake smiled and thanked the young man. He walked back toward Ashby and then asked one last question. "Do you think I could use your phone? Our motorhome is getting repaired and I need to check on it." "Sure, follow me." Jake placed a quick call to Brett at Salmon River Motors and requested the bounder be delivered to the supermarket. Then he joined Ashby and talked about their shopping list. "What did you find out?" asked Ashby as they began pushing their carts through the aisles. The owner restocked and the truck arrived at the perfect time. For us, the shelves were wiped out early on, but he'd reordered from his jobber. By the time the truck arrived, the shoppers were either hunkered down or cash poor. "Well, we have over $2,000 to spend," said Ashby proudly. "We can get even more tomorrow at the motel." "For sure. I know we have the ability to cook and a fairly small refrigerator, but I think we need to focus on canned goods, already prepared meals that require only hot water and energy bars. Anything that is edible, somewhat nutritious, and doesn't require electricity." Ashby stopped the cart and looked concerned. "Won't the generator of the bounder allow us to cook? We can't be certain that diesel will be available, plus we might lose power when we get to the madhouse. It's in a remote location, and I've seen what the ash fallout can do to power lines." "I'm surprised they haven't fallen by the clinic already." "Madhouse?" asked Ashby. "Yeah, that's what my mom used to call it. It's located on the Mad River near a small town called Maple Creek, 40 miles inland from Arcata and the ocean." "I can't wait to hear more about it," said Ashby. As they shopped, they followed a basic premise. Whatever they typically used in their daily life, they purchased ×4, one item for each of them, and one as a spare. They made their way through the aisles, focusing on canned meats like tuna, ham, roast beef, chicken, and Spam. They picked up a variety of canned fruits and vegetables that they could tolerate eating cold. Ashby picked up 2 manual can openers, one to use, and a second for a backup. Snacks included things like peanut butter, honey, and crackers. Breakfast meals consisted of Ashby's favorite blueberry Pop-Tarts, meal replacement bars from Nature's Valley, and cereal. Jake added several boxes of carnation powdered milk that could be reconstituted with cool water. Finally, they picked up hygiene items ranging from toilet paper to toothbrushes. The last thing Jake threw into the cart were several jugs of meal replacement shakes and bottles of multivitamins. He commented to Ashby that the types of foods they purchased might not hit the daily requirements of vitamins and minerals their bodies needed. The multivitamins would cover most of those, and the meal replacement shakes gave them portability in case they lost their transportation. The store had a small hardware and kitchen supplies section. Because a True Value hardware store was down the street, most of the previous shoppers had ignored some useful things. In Jake's mind, he grabbed duct tape, a small tool kit, a portable Coleman camping grill, and a package of 24 lighters, among other things. A 12-pack of Blue Moon beer topped their overstuffed carts as they muscled their way to the checkout lanes. Before the grocer began the process, he confirmed they had cash to make their purchases. The dad summoned his sons to help them check out and to bring empty boxes with them. Just under $800 later, there were more than a dozen boxes of supplies stacked by the front door, ready for loading into the bounder which had just arrived. After the mechanic gave Jake a brief tutorial on the modifications and use of the replacement parts, they headed back to the Holiday Lodge. Chapter 40. Chalice, Idaho. While Ashby showered, Jake organized the motorhome and got it ready for travel. He pressed the buzzer several times to speak with the Hathaways, but they never responded. He'd hoped to purchase some linens for their beds in the bounder. Jake gave up, assuming they didn't want to be bothered, and made a mental note to try again tomorrow, when they made another run on the ATM inside. In his conversations with the grocer during checkout, he lamented that the ATMs had been emptied within hours after the bank closed. The one at the motel was under lock and key, so to speak, because the Hathaways had closed down due to the ash fallout. Jake packed every available storage space with their purchases, and then he retrieved their backpacks and reorganized them based upon the conditions. They were used by Jake for two purposes. One was for camping and hunting. The other was for hiking. His third, smaller backpack was stocked with medical supplies. He needed to redistribute their clothing, which was sparse, and the medical supplies to even out the weight. Jake was comfortable unpacking the food into the cabinets of the motorhome, but he wanted to keep the backpacks ready to grab on a moment's notice of danger. There was a concern about the bounder he hadn't expressed to Ashby, because the motorhome was the perfect solution for transporting Dusty. The bounder was a rolling billboard that screamed, "Rob me." As a moving, operating vehicle, it would be a target of criminals or desperate people anyway. At 32 feet in length, it was far from maneuverable, nor would it be easy to hide. Jake hoped for the best as they prepared for their trip to his parents' lake house. Despite the relative calm around Chalice under the circumstances, the threats from their fellow man would get worse as they approached populated areas. In the cities and larger towns, the supermarkets might not have had the forethought and luck of the grocer they'd met today. People would be desperate to feed their families. Jake knew he'd have to get Ashby and Dusty mentally prepared to shoot, and possibly kill anyone who threatened them. He'd have to get prepared for that eventuality himself. Ashby came out of the shower refreshed and put on a fresh set of clothes from her backpack that Jake had laid out. He took a shower and shaved with a disposable razor he'd purchased earlier. He had to wear the same pair of camouflage pants, but he did pick up a couple of t-shirts at the market. One was for him and the other for Dusty, who always wore a t-shirt to reflect his mood. The graphic was a takeoff of the popular I Heart fill in the desired location design. In this case, the location was, of course, Idaho. The heart image was replaced with an Idaho potato in the shape of a heart. Jake thought it would suit Dusty perfectly. He grabbed two so they could wear them in solidarity. While Idaho was the location where their helicopter had crashed and Rita had perished, it wasn't necessarily the state's fault. Yellowstone, nature's greatest killer, was responsible. The three of them had survived the wrath of the supervolcano, and Jake would always remember what had happened on that Idaho mountaintop. Chapter 41, Chalice, Idaho. Love the shirt, Jake. Ashby looked like a new woman. She was not much for makeup or making a fuss over her hair. Jake liked that about her. She had a natural beauty that had instantly attracted him to her when they met. That, plus she was feisty, something he apparently admired in a woman. Like a wild Mustang, they needed to be tamed to an extent without breaking their spirit. He'd learned that lesson with Julie. Jake held up a grocery bag. "I've got a care package for Dusty, a matching shirt, a clean pair of shorts, socks, and boxers. Hello Kitty was a little weird, I might add." Ashby smiled and took them out of the bag. "Those were Rita's. Dusty can go commando for a while. He'll be all right." Jake felt horrible for creating the awkward moment. "I'm sorry, Ashby. I didn't even think—" He dropped his shoulders. "No worries. What else do you have in the bag?" Jake managed a smile. "Things that I'm pretty sure the doc won't approve of, like mellow yellow Twizzlers and, of course, Cheetos." Jake pulled the Cheetos bag out of the sack and shook it. "He'll love it, Jake. Let's go see our buddy." They trudged through the ash, which had dissipated in the sky somewhat, allowing a faint glimmer of blue to peek through as the sun started to set over the western horizon. It had been a long day, and despite the drama coming down the mountain, Jake and Ashby had a second wind thanks to their shopping excursion. They entered the clinic and found the reception desk empty. The waiting room was full of all new faces who were huddled around the TV, a scene reminiscent of hours earlier. Jake nudged Ashby toward the coffee maker, and while he fixed them both a cup, she watched the continuing news coverage. The graphic on the screen read, "Is this Earth's greatest killer?" Ashby mumbled aloud. "Yes, it is." The talking heads from the USGS included the director she'd met on the conference call with the president. He was laying out the various scenarios as Yellowstone's eruptive activity continued. Jake joined her, and she took the coffee from him. They took a moment to listen. It's been said many times that studying the volcanic system beneath the Yellowstone caldera was partly detective work. "The pressure upon scientists has always been the same. When will it erupt? We undertake painstaking analysis, studying eruptions from around the world, both past and present. A hypothesis is developed. Computer models are formed and then tweaked according to updated data. None of this gives us the ability to predict precise dates for something as devastating as the Yellowstone eruption." The CNN host Don Lemon then asked a follow-up question, "Are you able to tell us when it will be over?" The director of the USGS grimaced and looked into the camera. "Again, we base our assumptions upon past investigations. Our current models indicate the eruptions will stop in 3 to 4 days. Lemon was astonished. 3 or 4 days? Can our planet survive it?" The director visibly rolled his eyes. "That's a little overdramatic, Don. The planet is going to survive the super eruption of Yellowstone. The question is whether man will—" Ashby chuckled and led Jake away from the television. That last statement was definitely overdramatic. "Let's go." They made their way down the hallway past several closed doors with charts missing from their plastic holders. Business was brisk at the clinic. When they reached Dusty's room, Jake held his finger up to his lips to remind them both to be calm and quiet so they didn't disturb him. Just because they were feeling upbeat didn't necessarily mean Dusty was up for a party. Jake stepped aside and allowed Ashby to enter. She pushed the door slightly ajar and then quickly moved into the room. It was empty. Jake followed her in, and she abruptly turned around, bumping into his chest. "They've moved him again. Let's go find him." They exited the room and glanced toward the reception desk, which was still unmanned. The clinic was a simple rectangular building with a long single hallway. They looked up and down and saw that all of the doors were closed. They knew which one was for emergencies, and the one across the hall was for diagnostics. The first door by the reception desk belonged to the doctor for his office. That left 6 options. "Ashby, maybe we shouldn't barge in and interrupt their treatment of other patients." Ashby ignored his suggestion. "I want to see him now. Should we start at the end?" "Ashby, the doc will get mad." "Nah, we'll just say, oops, apologize, and try another one," Jake laughed. "You're crazy? You know that?" "Yup." They started at the end of the hallway next to the diagnostics room. Ashby slowly pushed open the door and saw Grandma sitting in a chair next to the bed. She seemed distraught. Ashby quickly backed out of the room. No, it was the nice elderly couple. "Jake, I think something might have happened to the old lady's husband. She'd been crying." Jake shook his head and furrowed his brow. "Ashby, let's just go wait." His sentence was cut off as a door down. The hallway opened and one of the nurse practitioners exited. Ashby immediately approached her. "Excuse me," she began, pointing back toward Dusty's room. "Our friend was moved." Dusty Holder, can you point us in the right direction? The nurse put the chart in the door holder and approached Ashby. We've been trying to reach you at the Holiday Lodge, but nobody answered. We even sent someone over to look for you. Blood rushed out of Ashby's face as she became concerned. Why? What's wrong? You'll need to speak to the doctor, replied the nurse. She took Ashby by the arm and attempted to lead her to the doctor's office. Ashby recoiled and pulled away. No, she yelled as she began to frantically look around the clinic. She tried to push past Jake and force her way into another examination room, but he restrained her. Where is he? Ma'am, please, I'll get the doctor for you, doctor. Peterkin emerged from one of the rooms in response to the commotion. He had a dour look on his face. He approached them with his arms spread wide as if he were trying to herd them into a corral. Dr. Donovan, Mr. Wheeler, please come into my office. Ashby shut down. She dropped her coffee on the floor. She immediately wrapped her arms around her body and clenched her sides as she began to cry. Jake tried to comfort her, but she twisted out of his arms. But where is he? She was sobbing now. The nurse opened the office door and motioned for them to enter. Several people had abandoned the television to watch the drama unfold in real time. The nurse, to her credit, barked at them to give Jake and Ashby some privacy. The doctor pleaded with Ashby. Please, Dr. Donovan, let's go inside. Reluctantly, Ashby made her way into the office and slowly lowered herself into a chair. She sat on the edge of the seat and followed the doctor with hopeful eyes as he walked around his desk to sit. He uttered those dreaded words that no loved one wants to hear. The words that no physician wants to say to the faces filled with apprehension and hope. I'm sorry, Chapter 42, Calais, Idaho. Mr. Holder passed away a couple of hours ago. Dr. Peterkin undertook to explain the sudden turn of events that had caused Dusty to go into respiratory arrest. He spoke from a medical perspective about Dusty's initial indications of coughing up mucus, shortness of breath, and then sudden fits of rapid breathing. He and the nurses continued to supplement his oxygen, pushed antibiotics through his intravenous drip, and other non-invasive medical techniques to help him breathe. As he explained what happened, Ashby slid back into the chair, and her mind closed off the outside world. Only bits and pieces of Dr. Peterkin's thorough explanation found its way through her protective shell. The most hazardous eruptions are those that generate fine-grained ash content of silica. The larger particles lodge in the upper airways, but it's the smaller, very fine particles that the naked eye cannot see that are the most dangerous. They easily pass through the throat, past the bronchus, and into the thoracic region of the lungs. Once these tiny particles reach alveoli, the damage begins immediately. Ashby had experienced psychological trauma in her life, especially when she saw her parents perish at the hands of Mount Pinatubo. She was never able to say goodbye to them because their bodies were incinerated by the flames. She was a young 7-year-old girl alone in the world. Mr. Holder's situation was complicated by the internal injuries to his lungs from the crash impact. After Rita's death, Ashby suppressed her grief, opting instead to focus on the living Dusty. She cared for him, risked her life in the bat cave to find him water, and summoned extraordinary strength to help carry his body nearly 30 miles down a mountain to this clinic. Her job was done, so she had thought. A sense of relief had overcome her earlier that day, as she assumed that Dusty would automatically recover once he was in the hands of medical professionals. Now, the doctor was explaining why Dusty was dead. His respiratory system had been weakened, which allowed the inhaled foreign substances, however minute, to have a damaging. Ashby knew why and didn't need his medical explanation. She could provide the reasons better than he could. She'd spent her life studying the respiratory effects of volcanic fallout on people's bodies. What she couldn't fathom was how God could allow 2 more people to be ripped from her life by the same killer, the Earth. She began to wail in grief. The traumatic experience of another death of someone she loved overwhelmed her. Jake dropped to his knees and hugged her. He didn't try to calm her down. That would have been unfair to her. Instead, he hugged her, and they cried together. At some point, the doctor said he'd leave them alone for a minute, and he stepped out of the office. Jake and Ashby hardly noticed as they wrapped their grief into one bundle. Their tears wouldn't stop flowing. After several more minutes, Jake took Dusty's t-shirt and wiped Ashby's face off. He turned his chair to be directly across from hers. Ashby, there are no words that I can say right now. I'm so sorry this has happened. There are so many things I wish I'd done differently. She shook her head and squeezed his hands. No, Jake. Their blood is on my hands. Their families entrusted me with their lives. I took them around the world and put them in harm's way. Worse, I saw it coming. I knew it. I should have sent them away sooner. She began to sob again and said, My God, what have I done? They both cried and held one another for a couple of minutes before a gentle knocking on the door preceded the doctor returning. I wanted to check on you folks. Is there anything I can get you? Some water? Maybe a sedative? I could send someone over to the church and see if they have a grief counselor available. Ashby wiped the tears away. Her eyes were swollen and bloodshot. Her nose wouldn't stop running. Is he still here? Can we see him? The doctor furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. Of course his body is in the diagnostics room for the moment. The owners of the local crematorium at the funeral home are on their way. Jake and Ashby stood and followed the doctor to the dimly lit room at the end of the corridor. Once inside, he slowly pulled the sheet back to reveal Dusty's peaceful face. I'll leave you alone with him for a minute, the doctor said as he exited the room. Ashby leaned over Dusty and gently kissed his cold forehead. Dusty, I don't want to say goodbye to you. I wish we'd had just one more day to enjoy your laughter, your love of life, and your ability to take each day one at a time. You and Rita meant so much to me, more than anyone I've ever worked with. You two had become my family, like a little brother and sister who constantly needed supervision. Ashby managed to smile between tears. Then she laughed a little. I never could tell if you two hated each other or were secretly in love. Deep down, I believe that you two cared for one another, despite all of the fussiness and nitpicking. I'll miss you both. You may be gone, but you'll both be in my heart and soul forever. Goodbye, buddy. Ashby rose and fell into Jake's arms. She began to cry again, but it was not as raw and emotional as before. Jake whispered to her, They loved you, Ashby, as do I. You gave them your passion and devotion, and in return they absolutely adored and respected you. It's not fair that their lives were cut short, but while they lived it with you, they were at their happiest. I could tell that from the moment we all met. She sniffled and responded, This was the first time I've been able to say goodbye. Every time someone I loved was taken from me, it happened so fast, so unexpectedly, even Dusty. But at least I could touch his chubby face and hope his soul could hear me. There's one thing for certain, Jake began. He gently touched her on the chest. Your hearts will always be one. You will forever carry the love of your parents, Rita and Dusty, right here. They'll give you strength when you need it, and peace when you feel down. She held on for another moment, and then she pulled away. After a deep breath, she said, Jake, it's time to go. Right now, tonight. I need to leave all of this behind and start a new life with you. Part 4. The Long and Winding Road, Chapter 43, Challis, Idaho. By the time Jake and Ashby returned to their room at the Holiday Lodge, the 5-minute walk gave Jake an opportunity to clear his head and place Dusty's emotional death aside. Their day had started facing a bear, followed by a potentially fatal, misguided ride in a powerless vehicle down a mountain, and culminated with Dusty's death. The last thing they needed to do was load up in a motorhome to drive on the dark, ash-covered mountainous roads. After some gentle persuasion, Ashby succumbed to logic and fell asleep within minutes of her head hitting the pillow. For Jake, sleep didn't come easy at first. For one thing, it was stifling hot in their motel room. Neither of them trusted the air filtration system associated with the window air conditioning unit. Even if they slept with their masks on, there was the possibility the mask would inadvertently come off. The respiratory failure suffered by Dusty was a grim reminder that the air was no longer breathable, and over time it would get worse. He recalled his quick trip to West Yellowstone that day. He'd had a gut feeling and decided to follow it. During his trip to the drugstore, he'd tried to apply common sense to his purchases. The N95 particulate masks were his single best purchase. They'd be worth their weight in gold, as people began to realize how the deteriorating air quality would eventually kill them. Then his mind turned to the road ahead. He had his Garmin GPS device, as well as their cell phones, which he'd charge while they slept. They would aid him along the way. He also had a U.S. atlas to work with. It wouldn't necessarily show him all the county roads available to them on their route, but it would provide him a big picture of their options, something that was hard to do on the small handheld devices. Their route would take them in a west-southwest direction to the north of Boise, through Oregon, and then dip into California for the final run to the coast. Considering they were in a motorhome and the first several miles of the trip would go through snow-like conditions, Jake expected the trip to take 3 days. They'd take the conditions as they came. He anticipated the ash would dissipate the farther west they traveled. He also hoped the bounder made it through the fallout. The methods employed by the mechanic at Salmon River Motors were untested, although well-reasoned. Even if the gas-guzzling beast couldn't make it the entire trip to the madhouse, it would serve their purpose of providing food and shelter during the worst of the drive. The diesel engine would consume about 9 miles per gallon under normal circumstances. However, the terrain and road conditions would knock that down considerably. The fuel gauge level read just under half full, which was most likely around 40 gallons or so. Jake would have to learn more from the manual, but his best guess was that they could make it into Oregon after their first day of travel. As he stared at the ceiling, he tried to turn off his brain but was not having much success. They were venturing into the unknown at a potentially dangerous time. From some of the scenes depicted on the news reports, the populated areas of the country were not faring so well. Panic had stricken the heartland. He determined long ago that Americans didn't handle stress very well. He chuckled to himself as he said aloud, "We're too coddled." When he was growing up, his mother had insisted he wear a helmet and knee pads when he rode his bike. In fact, if he recalled, the helmet was required by law in Santa Clara County, where he grew up and his parents still owned a home. The area around San Jose was the cultural and political center of Silicon Valley. Its local government was full of contradictory laws. On the one hand, it encouraged free expression by children and adults. On the other hand, it placed restrictions on how people lived, for their own good. Politicians in the San Francisco Bay Area were firmly convinced they knew how their constituents should take care of themselves better than the people themselves. He recalled his father ridiculing his mother over the helmet and knee pad thing. She'd argue it was for Jake's protection, and it was the law. His father predicted his son would grow up to be soft, as if he'd been lobotomized of his manhood. It was during these early years that Jake began to understand what growing up in a household under the umbrella of a loveless marriage was like. His father always put his business over family. His mother refused to stand up for what she believed because dear old dad held the purse strings, doling out funds to run the household like they were a privilege, not a necessity. Jake grew to resent them both during his formative teenage years. He looked at his father as a tyrant who couldn't be bothered to compliment his son for any achievements. As for his mother, despite the love they shared, as he grew older, he realized her lack of backbone in dealing with his dad had a profound impact on Jake's life, resulting in the family becoming estranged from one another. He tossed and turned in the bed, trying to shake his mind away from these negative thoughts so he could catch some sleep. He stared at the glowing red LED clock by his bedside. It was just after midnight, and here he was, going down the rabbit hole of reliving the past conflicts with his family. Maybe going to California isn't the best idea after all. "Jake, wake up!" The voice of an angel that shook him. "Are you awake, Jake?" What?" he replied. "Hey, the power's out. Good to know," he grumbled as he rolled over and tried to hold on to the last vestiges of sleep. "I know, but it's daylight outside. It's almost 9 o'clock. "Ashby," mumbled Jake through his pillow. He tried to plead for a compromise. "Just 5 more minutes." She shook him again. He contemplated whacking her with a pillow. Okay, she stopped shaking him, but her intent was still there. "Come on, I did some calculating and figured we could get there by dark. If we drive 60 miles an hour for 13 hours, we'd be almost there. Okay, it might be somewhat after dark, but pretty close." "Ashby, it isn't gonna be." "I know." Her voice suddenly changed. She had psyched herself up to make it through the day, Jake now understood. At least we could make it to Oregon, out of Idaho. Jake took a deep breath and sighed. She was right. It was time to go and put the past behind them. Chapter 44. Salmon Chalice National Forest, east of Chalice, Idaho, dystopian. A single word that conjured up different visions for people when they imagined a world without power, and with burned-out buildings, roads littered with abandoned cars, and few signs of life. Travel was slow through the 2-foot-deep drifts of ash which continued to fall on the 4th day of Yellowstone's initial eruption. A potentially scenic drive alongside the Salmon River at the base of mountain peaks that rose into the sky was shrouded in a dystopian landscape in which the sun was eclipsed by ash fallout and the surroundings were concealed due to lack of visibility. As soon as they turned on the highway out of Chalice, Jake applauded himself for sleeping at the motel the night before. It would be impossible to see at night, as the headlights would have simply reflected their light back into his eyes. Visibility was so poor that morning due to 30-mile-an-hour winds blowing through the valley that he was forced to maintain a low, safe speed. The other problem was the stalled cars, as engines seized from the ash particles entering the mechanical workings of vehicles. Some drivers didn't have the presence of mind to pull over to the shoulder of the road. There were numerous instances of parked vehicles suddenly appearing in the lane with their hoods raised and abandoned. To make matters worse, oncoming motorists would apparently stop to lend a hand, resulting in their vehicles stalling as well. Jake could only imagine what the roads looked like in more populated areas. Ashby had taken on the role of navigator. She'd found post-it notes and highlighters in the glove box of the motorhome. After Jake cautioned her not to run down the batteries on their cell phones in the Garmin, she found an extension cord under the sink and stretched it from an outlet to the front seat so she could use the GPS on her phone while she studied the map. From time to time, she attempted to dial several of her colleagues in L.A. and Corvallis at Oregon State. There was no cell phone reception, or the cell towers were down. She was glad the GPS function on her cell phone triangulated directly to the satellites orbiting the planet. "I've got a radio station!" Ashby startled Jake as he was deep in thought, making sure he didn't plow the bounder into the back of a car. He didn't want to tamp down Ashby's enthusiasm as she took on the role of navigator, but her sudden outburst sent a jolt through his system. He really was on edge, and not just because of the driving conditions. It was something he couldn't put his finger on, but he was certain it would reveal itself in due time. The AM radio station crackled with static as Ashby tried to adjust the dial to tune it in better. The 30-year-old radio didn't produce the best reception and sound, but it provided them some news from around the country. For the third day in a row, stock markets on Wall Street have remained closed. In Chicago, the Mercantile Exchange closed as the governor of Illinois ordered the National Guard into the city to restore order. Rioting broke out within 24 hours of the Yellowstone eruption as grocery stores ran out of food and banks refused to honor depositor withdrawals. When the state of Illinois was unable to replenish balances on the unemployed's KeyBank debit cards, residents of Englewood, Riverdale, and West Garfield Park took out their frustrations on businesses and fellow residents alike. Law enforcement and first responders were told to stand down as gun battles ensued throughout these crime-ridden communities. The mayor is concerned about the health hazards associated with the dead bodies that litter the streets, while the governor sided with members of law enforcement who were afraid to enter what is considered to be a war zone. Meanwhile, in other news, Ashby turned the radio down and pulled her heels up under her thighs to sit more upright in the passenger's seat. The padded cushion of her seat was worn down from years of use, causing the springs underneath to make the ride less than comfortable. "Do you think it's like this all over? It's a little early for the ash to impact Chicago." "Chicago was on the verge of being lawless anyway," replied Jake. "The problem, as you know, is more than the amount of ash fallout in a given location. It's our just-in-time economy and America's insistence at convenience that causes the kind of collapse the announcer just described." Ashby pointed ahead to a tractor-trailer rig parked on the side of the road. Its emergency lights were flashing, and Jake slowed as they approached. He pulled alongside the cab, and Ashby stretched to look inside. It appeared empty. "He might be sleeping," she said before turning back to Jake, who continued to make his point. "Places like Chalice are the exception, not the norm. I've been a little bit worried about this to the point it kept me up till after midnight. People will become desperate. Ashby fathers have mouths to feed. The sick will be desperate for medications. Think about it. If the transportation system, like that 18-wheeler back there, or the one at the supermarket in Chalice, gets stranded, drugstores don't get restocked. People need their medications, and when word gets out that there's an issue, the sick will take matters into their own hands by breaking in. Not to mention the drug addicts will be looking for opioids and other mind-altering drugs," she added. "I hate to say it, but I have a pretty pessimistic view of my fellow man. Just before I left L.A. in '07, rioters tore up the city in the area around MacArthur Park." "I kind of remember that, but I was at college in Oregon at the time and didn't really pay attention. What was it about?" Jake rolled his eyes and shook his head. "The protesters got together on May Day, which was, of course, May 1 in MacArthur Park. The park is in Westlake, near Wilshire Boulevard. It's a nice area. There's a spring-fed lake with glass-bottom boats and—"
"Wait, I know exactly where it is,"
interrupted Ashby as she slapped the dashboard. "Did you ever see the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones and Anne Heche like 20 years ago or more?"
"I don't remember it," replied Jake.
Anyway, the movie began with lava flowing through the subway system under MacArthur Park. It was geologically impossible but made good drama for the movie. In fact, the whole movie was far-fetched, but only people like me would notice. So anyway, sorry, go ahead. Jake laughed and smiled. She had her endearing moments that he couldn't get enough of. So, the protesters gathered, demanding dignity, respect, and amnesty for illegal aliens. The protest got out of control, intentionally spilled onto the streets to block traffic, and the protesters became violent. They were throwing rocks and bottles at passers-by, and later at the police when they showed up. What happened? Chaos, melee, destruction, all of the above, $13 million in damage, and lots of full emergency rooms. Here's my point. This country has lived on the edge of collapse since the 60s. Everyone thinks of the hippies of that time period as peaceful, dope-smoking flower children. They grew up to become rabble-rousing activists, and their children followed in their footsteps. With each generation since the 60s, our country has fallen slowly into the abyss. Ashby stared at him for a moment or two and then shook her head.
"Well, Jake Wheeler, this is a side of you I've never seen."
That little rant was very, philosophical. Jake glanced over as he tightly gripped the wheel. "You're making fun of me?" "No, I swear I'm not. It's just, I don't know. It shows me that you have depth."
"Depth?"
he asked as he glanced over at her again. "Come on, Jake. I'm not being critical. I've just come to know you as this caring guy who happens to look like the Marlboro Man, lives in the woods, and is one with nature."
"With depth,"
said Jake, as he began to find the conversation humorous.
"Exactly,"
said Ashby. She turned her attention back to the map. "Hey, there should be a town up ahead where we need to turn right. It's called Stanley." Jake looked in the rearview mirror and stuck his jaw out, so his lower teeth raked his upper lip. He nodded and mumbled to himself.
"Depth."
Chapter 45. Salmoncellis National Forest. Stanley, Idaho. Stanley, Idaho was one of the rural towns that had sprung up because the Department of Highways blessed a certain geographic location with an intersection of a north-south route coupled with an east-west route. The traffic on the roads generated the potential for small businesses to spring up, such as a small hotel, an auto repair center, and a convenience store which also sold gasoline. Of all the businesses in Stanley population 63, the motel was doing the best following the Yellowstone eruption. Stranded vehicles bearing many states' license plates were parked along the shoulder as well as in the parking lot. Like Chalice, the power was out, so the no vacancy sign consisted of 3 weathered gray planks of wood with the words scribbled upon them in white paint. Across the street, the Mountain Village gas station also had disabled cars scattered about and appeared to be without power. Jake slowed the motorhome to a crawl as he approached the entrance to the Sinclair fuel pumps. The big green dinosaur statue at the entrance gave him a friendly, welcoming smile. But it wasn't Dino the Apatosaurus that gave Jake the idea to purchase fuel there. It was an elderly man whose face was wrapped in a scarf waving a fluorescent orange flag in the parking lot. "I guess they're open for business," said Jake as he pointed the man out to Ashby. He unconsciously turned on his blinker, not that there were any cars around. Other drivers wouldn't have been able to see the flashing lights anyway. "I don't see any power on." "How do their pumps work?" she asked. Jake shrugged and carefully wheeled the motorhome under the log-style canopy. He turned off the motor and carefully exited, being careful not to lose his footing on the ash-covered step.
"Let me check it out first, okay?"
Ashby smiled and flashed him an okay sign with her hand. She was searching for more radio stations. Jake was about to approach the man when he stopped and scratched his head.
"Hold on, sir. I don't know if the fuel tank is on this side or not."
Jake turned to examine the bounder when the man shouted at him.
"It don't matter, sonny. We ain't pumping fuel anyway."
Jake was puzzled and was about to question why the man had flagged him into the station when the old guy pointed toward 4 gas cans sitting on the sidewalk.
"I've got 2 diesels and 2 gas. You probably need diesel, but I'll sell you the gas too if you want."
Jake looked at the red 5-gallon fuel containers. He walked toward them with his hands on his hips and looked around the station.
There was no one else there.
Finally, he got up the nerve to ask the fundamental question that would dictate what happened next. "How much?" $100. Jake was taken aback. He glanced at the 4 canisters. 20 gallons at $5 per there ought to be a law. "Pretty pricey," mumbled Jake as he turned back to the old man. "I'll pass on the gas, but I'll take both of the diesels." Jake began to reach into his pocket when the man said with a straight face, "That'll be $250 if you want to keep the containers." Jake shoved his money back in his pocket. He was incredulous. "You want $20 a gallon for diesel? That's outrageous. It's the going rate?" The old guy shot back. Jake spun around in search of another gas station. "Where else are they selling diesel for $20 a gallon? No place else. We're it. Cash only, please." Jake kicked at the ash. He noticed the man wasn't wearing a mask. For a moment, an evil thought passed through his mind about the future of the price gouger's health. $200 and we keep the gas cans," Jake countered. The cans would come in handy if they had to siphon diesel out of farm machinery. The old guy thought for a moment, and then the sound of a farm tractor in the distance could be heard by both men. It grew louder. $250 and you best hurry," the man said with a toothless grin. He nodded toward the noise. "The price is fixin' to go up unless you want to dilly-dally some more. It might be fun to have a good old-fashioned auction." Jake quickly shoved his hand in his pocket and begrudgingly forked over the money. The man was kind enough to loan Jake a funnel at no additional charge. As Jake poured the last of the fuel into the tank and secured the containers to the back of the motorhome with bungee cords, the tractor slowly ambled by and gave them a wave. The old gas station owner laughed and spat out some tobacco juice. "Thanks for stopping in," he said as he wandered back into his store. Jake was still grumbling when he returned to the driver's seat. Ashby was staring at him with a huge grin on her face. "What?" asked Jake. "He stuck it to you, didn't he? Maybe—" "I don't have anything else to compare it to." Ashby pointed at the radio. "I found a Boise station which just reported that fights broke out in long lines at several gas stations. People were trying to fill up milk jugs, water coolers, and empty cans, hoping to get enough gas to move their cars. At one station they ran out of gas, which resulted in the clerk getting shot." "Geez," said Jake as he started the motorhome and pulled back onto the road. "How much did you pay?" Ashby finally asked. "Doesn't matter. It was a bargain." Chapter 46. Ontario, Oregon. The closer they got to Boise, the better radio reception they received. Naturally, as they found themselves in a valley flanked by tall mountains and peaks, their reception alternated between non-existent and clear. However, the nonstop news coverage they managed to catch provided enlightening bits and pieces of information. Major airports were in chaos across the country. Virtually all transcontinental flights had been canceled, and all regional flights across the upper half of the United States were grounded indefinitely. Truck and rail transportation had come to a standstill as well. Motor vehicles were not faring well in the ash fallout unless they had specially equipped air intakes like the military vehicles used in Middle East operations. National Guard troops had been deployed in every state, performing tasks ranging from rescue and recovery to riot control. The death toll from the first 2 eruptions at Cascade Corners and Norris resulted in several 100,000 deaths. Buildings and infrastructure were destroyed, and impact deaths from the pyroclastic flow were unimaginable. The president had declared a national emergency and instituted martial law in all but the Sunbelt states. Reciprocal agreements with South and Central American nations to take American refugees in the event of a Yellowstone eruption, which had been negotiated and paid for, were reneged upon. By the start of the 4th day, Americans were seeing a glimmer of hope, as there hadn't been a major eruption in 36 hours. Scientists warned that the eruptive matter, the ash fallout, would continue to eject from Yellowstone for weeks. However, the lull in major eruptions was not the end, as some media types wanted to believe. The ash began to dissipate as they exited the mountains and entered the Snake River Valley at Ontario, Oregon. The highway made its final turn alongside the Payette River and down into the valley, where they saw their first glimpses of green since they'd crash-landed on the top of Sheep Mountain. Giddy with excitement, Ashby unbuckled her seatbelt and bounded out of the seat across the motorhome to give Jake a hug. She whispered, "Thank you," in his ear and kissed him on the cheek. She asked if he wanted something to drink as she made her way back to the bathroom next to the kitchen. He was tempted to have a beer, not worried about getting pulled over under the circumstances, but opted for water instead. There'd be time to have a couple of cold ones and unwind later. Jake checked his watch and recalled Ashby's best estimates as to where they were. Ontario straddled the Snake River, which also acted as the state boundary between Idaho and Oregon. They both agreed to follow their gut instincts and avoid major towns and highways. Based upon the reports of looting and lawlessness in the large cities, all was not well with the collective psyche of America at the moment. Jake stuck to State Highway 52, which took them around the north side of Ontario, and later they planned to pick up Highway 20 west. They'd taken virtually all day to travel a quarter of the way to the madhouse, but Jake considered it to be the toughest leg of the journey. Ashby returned from the back with 2 bottles of water, and Jake thanked her with a smoot. The two had grown closer since the crash on Sheep Mountain, and soon they'd have to talk about their feelings in a more intimate setting. Jake imagined a quiet evening strolling along the river, cold beer in hand and the sounds of water moving downstream. It was this vision that kept his nose to the ground as they approached the congested area around the Love's Travel stop. "Busy place," Ashby said as they pulled in to get in line. While they waited, they talked about where to stop for the night. "It really doesn't matter now that things have cleared up," said Jake. "We can park this thing in any parking lot. My guess is we have another few hours of daylight, so we could knock out another 150 miles or so." "Let me take a look," said Ashby. She studied the map for a moment and then input their route into the Garmin. "Well, we're about 160 from a small town called Riley. That's where we turn south on US 395 to California. Want to go for it?" Jake hesitated before answering. He noticed that none of the trucks had advanced toward the fuel pumps. "Jake? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that'll work. Give me a minute. I'll be right back." Jake exited the motorhome and walked past 4 or 5 rigs before he got to the gas pumps. Several of the drivers were standing around talking amongst themselves. "Hey, fellas," Jake began. "Why aren't they pumping gas?" One of the men, a burly lumberjack-looking driver, let out a hearty laugh. "'Cause these here are the diesel pumps." His buddies laughed along with him and patted the smart aleck on the back. Jake, somewhat embarrassed, persisted. Yeah, my mistake. What about the diesel?" "They're out," replied another. "Whole city is, being on the interstate. It didn't take long." "Are they getting more?" asked Jake. "Supposed to. Maybe another hour or 2. Don't rightly know." Jake had heard enough and returned to the motor home. After he was inside, he started the engine. Ashby questioned him. "Why are we leaving?" "No fuel," answered a frustrated Jake. "How far did you say it was to Riley?" 160 miles. Jake performed some mental calculations. He wished he had internet access so he could see what size town it was and what his prospects were for purchasing fuel there. Riley, just like all the other small towns along their route, was just a dot on the map. Usually each town had a post office, a flashing yellow light, and the only drama was who was screwing around with whom, and that was it, ordinarily. Chapter 47, Yellowstone. It had been 100 hours since the mass murderer had been unleashed at Cascade Corner in Yellowstone. From the moment of that first relatively minor eruption to the subsequent eruptive blast of ash and magma that jetted to the surface and beyond, Yellowstone had unleashed its fury on the planet. It was revealing itself as the greatest killer known to mankind. Over the next 3 days, earth-shaking eruptions occurred from Grand Teton in the south to Cascade Corner in the west, and up to the Norris area on the Montana border. An umbrella of glowing ash coupled with pyroclastic surges of hot gases and volcanic glass raced down the slopes of mountain ridges, then over their peaks in an unimpeded tsunami of death. For 100 hours, the pyroclastic flows charged along the valleys, destroying everything in their path. These surges of glowing ash traveled 200 miles outward from Yellowstone in those initial hours before settling and welding themselves to the ash spewed at the time of eruption. Beneath the several feet of ash, petrified until discovered by paleontologists decades later, was the evidence of modern man, homes, cars, machinery, infrastructure, and modern man himself. Human beings who, by virtue of being blessed in the most technologically advanced time in the history of the planet, presumed that catastrophic events like Yellowstone couldn't happen during their lifetime. Why? Because we're too smart for that. Our lives are far more important than geologic changes to the Earth. It occurred at the height of the era of mankind's self-absorption. Yellowstone didn't care about man or his accomplishments. Yellowstone had no interest in punishing man for his sins, past or present. No, Yellowstone was an indiscriminate, incomparable killer, determined to remind all others that it had no peer. After 4 days, Yellowstone was nearly spent as the vents opened up in the caldera that continued to hurl rock, gas, and ash into the sky. The magma chamber was creating a void as the Earth's surface continued to vaporize. The rim of the caldera began to break apart. The ground near the ring fissure split. The Earth's crust became further destabilized. The Earth's greatest killer, this mass murderer, prepared to cover its tracks, hide the evidence, so to speak. In one final massive outburst of molten venom, Yellowstone gave it all it had. The caldera, which was once 50 miles across, collapsed, sucking its surroundings into the depths of hell. Grand Teton was sheared in half. The 14,000-foot mountain sinking in a heap into the vacated chamber where the caldera had once enticed visitors to view the beauty of Yellowstone. In all directions, mountains fell like dominoes, disappearing into the void left by the spent magma. One only had to imagine a sinkhole, like the ones shown in Florida, swallowing the front end of an automobile or, at times, entire homes. Then imagine the sinkhole being the size of New Jersey, sucking everything from Atlantic City to Philadelphia and Cape May to Newark into a massive hole in the earth. A cauldron bubbling with red-hot molten lava, liquefying everything it touched. The Yellowstone caldera doubled in size during those 100 hours as a result of the caldera collapsing. Any remaining magma was immediately expelled into the atmosphere, creating the largest blast of ash and debris during the entire process. These dark clouds spread out in all directions and chased their victims at 500 miles per hour. No one was safe from their grasp, as the eruption would become the first VEI-9 in history, 1,000 times stronger than any of its predecessors. Chapter 48. Cairo, Oregon. Why in the world would there be a traffic jam here? Asked Jake in frustration. They'd made the decision to leave Ontario, Oregon without fuel and continued until they found a suitable place to stop for the evening. They discussed the fuel issue at length before they left the town, which sat on the border of Idaho and Oregon. It was entirely possible the last of their diesel could be spent in search of more. Based upon Ashby's calculations, the remaining diesel in their tank would carry them to within a single fill-up of their final destination. After leaving the truck stop, Ashby tried to access a couple of ATM machines, but they'd been emptied. They still had some cash, but suspected closed banks and empty ATM machines would be the norm for the foreseeable future. They continued to idle, moving only a few feet at a time. Ashby was feeling the pressure of time and an emptying fuel tank. The way this thing drinks fuel, we'll run out before we turn west up ahead. I don't remember any side streets back there, do you? Asked Jake. Then he continued. No, wait, we're moving again. Jake sat a little taller in the seat to see around a U-Haul truck in front of them. Maybe they cleared a wreck, Ashby surmised. You know, this is why I loved living in the woods, seriously. Give me a deserted island and I'll do just fine. Ashby laughed. You'd end up crazy like Tom Hanks in that movie with the volleyball, remember? Yeah, I remember, Wilson, replied Jake. Nah, I would love it, especially if you'd be my Wilson. Ashby laughed heartily as they got closer to the source of the traffic bottleneck. She then feigned Scarlett O'Hara's Southern Belle voice. You and me on a deserted island? Oh my, sir, what would I wear? Nothing would be fine. Ashby threw the atlas at Jake, causing him to flinch. You wish, mister. Jake inched forward to provide himself a better view ahead. It's a roadblock. They won't let anyone turn west. Ashby unbuckled her seatbelt and retrieved the atlas, which had slid behind Jake's seat. Let me check our options. She studied the map for a moment as Jake drew closer to the military Humvees, which were parked nose to nose, blocking the westbound highway. They're talking to people as they approach. What's it look like? Just as I thought. South is not an option. The road turns southeast and takes us at least 200 miles out of the way. Jake's mind raced. He came up with a solution. We have to bull our way through. What? They might shoot at us. No, by bull I mean be insistent, added Jake. Quick, pull up our position on the Garmin. Ashby fiddled with the GPS device until the screen zeroed in on their location. Got it. Check the map. What's the first town to our west? Ashby studied the map book. Vail, just 20 miles or so. Okay, back to the Garmin. Punch in Vail, Oregon, and choose the POI option. Points of interest. Hurry! Okay, she replied nervously. What am I looking for? Business names, schools, anything that might help me bluff these guardsmen into letting us pass. Chiropractor. Hey, there's a Wheeler Chiropractic on A Street in Vale. Jake slowed to a stop as the guardsman approached and raised his hand, motioning for Jake to slide open his window. Good afternoon, sir. I'm afraid the westbound highway is closed. You'll need to keep moving south or use the gravel parking lot up ahead to turn around. I don't understand. Why can't we go west? There has been a state of emergency declared in Lake and Harney counties, replied the guardsman. We're assisting local law enforcement in closing access highways into the area while they conduct their manhunt. Manhunt? Asked Ashby, who stood to lean over Jake so the guardsman could see her. Yes, ma'am. A group of criminals from Portland are on the run from state police with the assistance of the Guard. They're anarchists, actually. Highway 20 is closed from Bend all the way to this point. US 395 is also blocked off at the NorCal state line. Jake had a decision to make. He didn't need the aggravation of battling thugs, but the fuel situation prevented them from taking long detours. Jake retrieved his Yellowstone identification and handed it to the guardsman. Sir, our children are with my folks in Vale. Just down the road. You might know my father, Dr. Wheeler. He's a chiropractor. The soldier examined Jake's credentials and passed them back through the window. I'm not from around here, just a moment. The soldier walked toward the Humvees, and Ashby sat back in her seat. 2 questions, she began. Do you think he bought it? And more importantly, do we really want to go that way? Jake shrugged as he looked upward at the sky through the windshield. The skies began to darken. I think they'll let us through. As for what lies ahead, I want to believe that a police operation of this magnitude involving the National Guard would make the highways safer to travel. Ashby reached for her bottle of water, which sat in a dashboard cup holder. She suddenly froze. She patted Jake with her left arm and pointed to the water with her right. Jake, look. The water continued to shake, and then a low rumble accompanied the movement. An earthquake? He asked. Ashby ran to the back of the bounder and looked out a window toward the west. She screamed and then shouted, Close the window! Hurry! And shut off the motor! Jake turned off the ignition and slammed the sliding window shut. What's happening? He asked as he turned around. Ashby had pulled the comforter off the bed and was headed toward the dining area of the motorhome. Hurry! Come here under the blanket! Jake scrambled and joined her under the dining table beneath the blanket. He turned his body so he could face her. Aren't we too far? Jake's voice was muted by the roar of the pyroclastic flow which engulfed the state of Idaho and roared across Oregon toward the Pacific coast. For several minutes, the motorhome rocked back and forth, almost tipping several times. Wave after wave of heated ash and gas flowed over them with the force of a hurricane, darkening the skies and causing the temperatures inside to rise to over 100 degrees. When the worst of it was over, a blizzard of fallout swept over them, burying the ground and the guardsmen's smoldering bodies in 2 feet of ash. Chapter 49, Cairo, Oregon. The ground shook for 26 minutes as the mountain ranges surrounding Yellowstone collapsed into the earth. The immense power of gravity, coupled with the superheated magma that melted the caldera's surroundings, caused western Wyoming and eastern Idaho to fill the void left by Yellowstone's massive eruption. The collapse of the Earth's crust and the sheer magnitude of the mountains being drawn toward the planet's core generated earthquakes that were felt throughout North America. The impact on the tectonic plates across the country caused tsunamis that stretched from the Pacific Northwest to Japan and from America's east coast to Europe. Jake took Ashby's face in his hands. Tears were streaming down both of their faces. Ashby was trembling as Jake tried to calm her. Are you all right? She nodded and then struggled to find her voice. I had no idea, Jake. I lived through this at Pinatubo. No, not this. There's been nothing like what we've just experienced. Models. The models were all crap. Pure garbage. We should have known. Jake considered moving out from under the table, but Ashby seemed content where they were. Should have known what? He asked. The caldera grows, she replied as she kicked at the bottom of the bench seat with her foot in a petulant stomp. With every eruption of Yellowstone, the caldera grows because the supervolcano consumes its surroundings. Sure, the hotspot migrates. We all know that. But it doesn't migrate fast enough for Yellowstone's opening, the caldera, to get away from the massive magma chamber below. Ashby suddenly slid out from under the table and sat cross-legged on the floor. She unknowingly blocked Jake in, creating a captive audience. She continued, Think about it. It's a magma chamber that continues to get bigger because of that consumption, which necessarily leads to each subsequent eruption being larger. Do you know what this means? Jake never got a chance to respond as Ashby answered her own rhetorical question. This means if Yellowstone is truly cyclical, as I think it has more than proven the last 4 days, the next eruption will be 1,000 times greater than this one. Jake slipped in a question while Ashby came up for air. When will that be? In roughly 600,000 years, give or take. Jake nodded and smiled. He forced his way past Ashby until he was sitting next to her. Good. Not my problem. He rose to one knee and peered through the side windows of the motorhome. Fortunately, the blast had not broken out the windows in the high-profile vehicle, but they were scorched. Outside, however, the pyroclastic flow had left its mark. Jake stood and reached down under Ashby's arms and lifted her to her feet. She got her first look at the devastation. Man, oh man, she whispered as she took in the surroundings. The soldiers are gone. They must have been sucked up into the flow. Jake, look! Ashby pointed toward a man who'd apparently exited his vehicle out of curiosity. He'd been impaled by a street sign. Another car had been overturned, and a woman was hanging half in, half out of a shattered windshield. Jake sought out his camouflage parka and gloves. He quickly put them on and adjusted his particulate mask for a tight fit. Ashby grabbed his arm. Are you going out there? I need to check the tires to make sure they didn't melt. It got really hot in here for a few minutes. I can only imagine what it was like outside. Ashby slipped her mask down enough to kiss him on the cheek. Then Jake slipped through the side entrance of the motorhome. He was only outside for a minute or two before he returned. He carefully removed his jacket and shook it through a narrow crack in the door before he brought it into the motorhome. He dropped the jacket and gloves in a heap at the bottom step. Tires look fine, but the plastic gas cans on the back melted somewhat. Hopefully we won't need them again if we can fill up somewhere, added Ashby. Also, the left side had its paint scorched off. It looks like someone took a flamethrower to it, melted the paint, and then sandblasted it for good measure. So the kangaroo is missing? Asked Ashby with a chuckle, referring to the Bounder logo. Yeah, he hopped on down the trail. Uh-huh, very funny. What now? Should we try to help people? Ashby, I didn't see anything moving out there except for the fallout blowing sideways. I say we take advantage of the tailwind created by Yellowstone and head west as planned. Let's see if we can get fuel in Vail, and if not, we'll try the next town. Jake and Ashby, still shaken from the ordeal, drove around the Humvees, which had been spun out of the way. They were on the road again. Chapter 50, Vail, Oregon. They slowly approached the small town of Vail, Oregon, crossing the bridge at the Malheur River, which was littered with dead and injured people. The parking lot at Logan's Market was bustling with activity as the locals carried their neighbors from the bridge into the grocery store. Dozens of dead had been set to the side while the injured were cared for. Jake and Ashby speculated as to why this many people had been near the entrance to the small town at the time the pyroclastic flow overtook them. The devastation touched them, but they thought it best to keep moving through town. A mile later, they were on the open highway again, kicking ash fallout behind the motorhome like it was fresh powder from a spring snow in the high desert of Nevada. They barely spoke a word as each of them tried to cope with what they'd been through in the last hour. Highway 20 swept through ash-covered fields alongside Bully Creek until the farmhouses became few and far between. It was getting dark as Jake started looking for a place to park for the evening. Ashby, here's what I'm looking for. This area still has power, and I'm working under the assumption that these homes are occupied unless their lights are off. Makes sense. What are you thinking? It's getting late, and I don't want to park on the side of the road considering there's this manhunt thing going on. Surely that's been called off with what just happened, Ashby opined. Well, if it was, that made the road to the madhouse that much more dangerous. I like the thought of parking near an occupied residence, but not too close where they might consider us a threat. Jake, I'm not tired. We can keep going if you want. Let me drive. Jake glanced at the fuel gauge and silently cursed himself for not trying to find diesel back in Ontario or Vail. The Bounder had dipped below a quarter tank and tended to drop off rapidly from there. Jake wasn't going to push his luck under the circumstances. The highway turned south at Riley. That's US 395, right? Yeah, she replied. How far are we? Ashby mapped their position and then determined the distance to Riley. She glanced over at the fuel gauge. Too far, but there is a closer possibility. There's a small town, two right together actually. The first one is called Burns. They might have diesel. Okay, how far is it to Burns? Ashby performed the same calculation and then responded, "It might be too far." "Seriously?" asked Jake as he glanced over at her several times. It was pitch black outside except for the reflection of the headlights on the white ash, which continued to fall out of the sky and was accumulating rapidly. He had to constantly remind himself that the fallout wasn't snow. It wasn't going to melt. In fact, if it rained, it would turn to pumice and rock. "Sorry, but we lost a lot of diesel sitting in traffic and bypassing Ontario," she replied. Ashby leaned forward in her seat and pointed toward the windshield. "Wait, slow down. Look to the right. Are those silos?" Jake slowed the bounder and saw a long run of fencing that contained farm equipment, silos and several cattle trailers. He gently braked to a crawl as a gate appeared with mounted signage on both sides that read Presley Farm. Jake pulled the motor home to a stop. "I can't see beyond 100 feet. Should we take a chance?" Ashby replied. "I think we're at the point where we have to go for it. We have cash. At the worst case, the farmer sells us enough to get to the next town. Maybe we'll get lucky." Jake turned onto the gravel driveway and eased through the partially opened gates. He slid his hand off the steering wheel to touch his pistol, moving slowly through the fenced area. They searched for fuel storage or pumps, but found nothing. "There has to be more, Ashby," said Jake. "Let's keep easing onto the farm, but I want us to keep our eyes open." "Do you have a bad feeling? If so, let's turn around." "I don't know, just in case. Grab our rifles." "Okay." They reached a point where the driveway split off in two directions. Their visibility was horrible, so Jake had no idea which way to turn. He eased on the gas and pulled the steering wheel toward Ashby. "Right is right," he mumbled after another 100 feet. His headlights lit up a white farmhouse with a covered wraparound porch. There were no lights on in the house that he could see. "Jake, I don't like this. There could be rifles pointing at us already, maybe," he said. Jake stood and walked toward the middle of the motorhome. He put on his jacket and returned to the front to grab his rifle. "I'm going to leave her running. I want you to kneel down behind the dash and wait until I slap the sides. When I do, honk the horn, but not annoyingly so, loud enough for them to hear." "What are you going to do?" asked Ashby. "They'll be blinded by our headlights, which will allow me to circle around and get under the porch roof. If they shoot at us, I'll shoot back. Otherwise, I'm going to ask for some fuel." "Jake, this is desperation. Are we already at that point?" Jake sighed. "I've come to a certain realization, Ashby. This is not going to get better. It's getting worse. As people begin to fight over limited resources like fuel, it could become deadly. Is getting in a gun battle worth it? I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope as the lack of lights and contact lead me to believe that the place is empty. If is, then no harm, no foul. If it isn't, and they ask us to leave, we will. If they start shooting, then I'll consider that rude and shoot back. I believe this is the world we live in now." "That bad?" she asked. "Yes, that bad. Let's just be glad you and I are ahead of the learning curve." "Are you ready?" she quickly replied. "Yeah, be careful." Jake turned toward the side door and Ashby stopped him. "I love you, Jake Wheeler. I love you back. Let's do this." Jake eased out the door with the barrel of his M16 leading the way. He closed the door with a gentle push and then eased to the front fender. He lowered himself into a crouch and smacked the side of the bounder. Ashby immediately began to honk the horn in 3 sets of 2 quick spurts. By the time she was finished, Jake had kicked his way through the fallen ash and reached the porch at the side of the house. He held onto a corner post with his left hand and hoisted himself up. Within seconds, he'd hurdled the railing and was positioned at the corner with his rifle ready, looking for any movement. The night was still with very little wind. Now, the gusty tailwind they'd experienced from the pyroclastic flow an hour ago had calmed. The ash fallout was completely silent as the dry debris fell to the ground to join the rest of what used to be Yellowstone National Park. Ashby decided to honk again, although that was not part of the plan. When she stopped, Jake shouted, "Hello, is anybody home? We don't want any trouble. We'd like to buy some of your farm diesel. We have cash." There was no response. So Jake eased forward to look inside one of the windows. Inside, he could see the dim glow of a night light, which illuminated a bedroom. He decided to pound on the wood clapboard siding. "Hello, is anybody inside? We'd like to buy some of your fuel. Can you help us?" Nothing. Jake eased his way around the back of the house. Each time he passed a window, he dropped to his hands and knees to crawl. When he found the back door, he became a little more daring and peeked in the windows. There were no signs of life, so Jake decided to try the doorknob. It was locked. He looked around the door. People had a tendency to hide a key to their home in the worst places, under a welcome mat, beneath a flower pot on the porch, or inside a poorly placed fake rock. Jake looked for all of these options. Then he looked at the porch light fixture over his head. After checking his surroundings, he reached on top of the fixture and smiled as his fingers touched a key. Within seconds, he tried it and opened the back door. He was in. Now things got dicey. A frightened homeowner, especially in a rural setting, was likely to have a shotgun or hunting rifle capable of shooting through walls. Jake decided to take the honest, forward approach. "Sir, ma'am, I'm inside your home, but I mean you no harm. I'd just like to purchase some fuel, and I'll be on my way. My name is Jake Wheeler, and I'm a law enforcement ranger from Yellowstone. I escaped the volcano, and I'm trying to get to California. Can you help us out?" As Jake spoke, he moved through the lower floors to remain a moving target and to catch any occupant off guard. He walked down the hallways and cleared the bedrooms, as he'd been taught in his training. Just a few minutes later, he was satisfied that the home was empty, so he walked through the living areas and turned all the lights on. Relieved that he'd avoided a confrontation, Jake opened the front door and was greeted by the barrel of a shotgun. Chapter 51. Presley Farm, west of Vail, Oregon. "Hey, take it easy there, Annie," Oakley said Jake as he immediately raised his hand in the air. Ashby lowered her gun and looked past Jake into the well-lit house. "Everything okay in there?" "Yeah," replied Jake. "Come inside and put that thing away. Remember what I said about keeping your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire?" "I was ready to fire," she shot back. "No, I mean really ready. But I was really." Jake didn't wait to hear any more. He pulled Ashby inside and jogged out to the motorhome to shut it off. He grabbed their backpacks and hustled back inside. Before he entered, he kicked the ash off his boots and wiped off the bottom of his pants. He found Ashby, who had removed her mask and made her way into the kitchen, where she was surveying the inside of the family's refrigerator. "These leftovers really need to be polished off, don't you think? There's ham, mashed potatoes, biscuits, gravy." Then she paused and used her best grandma impersonation. "Would you be a dear and fetch the beer?" Ashby let out a hearty laugh, which Jake couldn't resist. He was so glad to see her mood lift as their day went on. After being exposed to the loss of Rita and Dusty, Ashby struggled to be her usual perky self, as opposed to the person who mourned the loss of her two closest friends. Jake hustled outside once again and grabbed the beer out of the small refrigerator. Before he exited the motorhome, he considered the other belongings they had and, out of precaution, grabbed the keys and locked up. Half a minute later, they were opening up the bottles of Blue Moon and warming the leftovers in the kitchen. "I'm not going back out tonight," started Jake, "but I suspect that fork in the driveway leads to their barns, where the diesel is stored. Did you notice the pictures of grandkids on horseback? I'll bet they have horses." "I think we're almost ready to eat," announced Ashby. While Ashby finished warming the leftovers, Jake noticed a calendar on the wall. "Hey, his name is Wilbur." "Who, Mr. Presley?" "Wilbur, according to this calendar. He had surgery in Portland this morning. They must have been delayed or prevented from returning due to the manhunt." Ashby fixed their plates and motioned for Jake to join her at the small kitchen table. The vinyl tablecloth covered a mid-century style aluminum top with metal legs. She doubted the Presley's farmhouse had changed since it was built 7 or 8 decades ago. "Animals are in real trouble," commented Ashby. "Not only are they inhaling the ash, but their food and water supply is contaminated. You know what? In the morning, I'll make sure they have plenty of hay in their stalls, and I'll refill their water troughs. Hopefully the owners can make it home soon to take care of them." Ashby finished off a biscuit and nodded. "It's really sad, but I'm afraid that's just going to postpone the inevitable. Think about the fact that so much of our beef and dairy production comes out of the Midwest. All of those animals are destined to the same fate as these horses. Chickens, ducks, pigs, all of them will die." Jake suddenly felt guilty for eating the Presley's food, but couldn't stop because it tasted so good. It made him think of Flo and the diner at Grant Village. He wondered if she was safe. He shook off the thought and cleaned his plate. He rose and took Ashby's to the sink, where they washed the pots and dishes together by hand. "I'm thinking about washing my clothes," Jake began as he caught a glimpse of himself in a hallway mirror. I've been wearing these since, well, the cave. They walked down the hallway until they found a utility room with a washer and dryer. Ashby found a t-shirt and some overalls in the Presley's closet and sized Jake up to see if they would fit. Close enough, Strip Mister. I'll wash mine too. Also, I'm going to look for some extra linens for the motorhome. Do you think they'd mind if we took them, leave them some money and a note or something? I planned on doing that anyway, to pay for the diesel. As long as we have cash, we can pay our own way. Pretty soon, cash won't be accepted anywhere. Why not? Asked Ashby. Do you remember a reporter mention on the radio about the stock markets and banks being closed? Jake asked. The environmental catastrophe of Yellowstone is just the beginning of the collapse. We're already seeing society falling apart. Lawlessness in the cities, anarchists in the countryside of Oregon. America's economy is based on consumption, and with transportation cut off, stores don't get restocked. There's nothing to consume because there's nothing to buy. Ashby had a puzzled look on her face as she closed the lid on the washer. Why would that make money worthless? Wrapped in a towel. She brushed past Jake, who stood in the doorway in the farmer's overalls. I'm going to take a shower, but keep talking. I'm listening. Jake watched as she led the way toward the master bedroom. He was having trouble concentrating, but he gave it his best effort. A week ago, a loaf of bread cost a couple of bucks. But now you can't produce any more bread because the wheat fields of Montana, North Dakota, and Kansas are destroyed. Ashby started the shower and held her hand under the water until it warmed up. Jake leaned against the door for a moment and wondered if he should leave to give her privacy. Keep going, she said. Flustered, Jake continued. So now that simple loaf of bread is worth $10, or as much as a person is willing to pay, its basic supply and demand. The same applies to money. It's being withheld from depositors and credit cards aren't taken anywhere. It'll spiral out of control. Jake's jaw dropped and he stopped babbling on about economics. Ashby had dropped her towel, revealing the back of her naked body to him. She looked back over her shoulder and smiled. You're welcome to join me. After their shower, they fell in bed together, and the intimate moment Jake had envisioned along the water's edge became a night of passion between the two of them as they let out their emotions and feelings. It was hours after they'd arrived at the farm before they were sound asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 52, Presley Farm. West of Vail, Oregon. Emotionally exhausted and content now that she'd found the love of her life, Ashby bypassed the usual stages of sleep and went directly to REM sleep, characterized by rapid eye movement and dreaming. Physiologically, REM is very different from stages 1 through 4 of the sleep process. Muscles become atonic, meaning without movement. Breathing becomes erratic, and the body's heart rate can increase dramatically. During REM, dreams become more vivid and are often remembered upon awakening. External stimuli such as sounds and movements are sometimes disregarded by the brain, despite the fact they are real, because it is difficult to differentiate between the visions of the dream and the sounds surrounding the sleeper. Ashby's dream was an odd combination of her evening's intimacy with Jake and the filming of a television show on a deserted island, in which they were the only participants. What didn't fit in her sleepy state were the rumbling sounds. Her brain tried to process the noise. Is it a volcanic eruption preceded by an earthquake? Or is it an airplane flying overhead? No, the sound is higher pitched, not a rumble, more of a whine, like a weed eater. A motorcycle that sounds like a weed eater. Frustrated by her inability to reconcile the intrusion and her luscious dream with Jake, Ashby opened her eyes and shot up in bed. She felt for Jake and found his muscular back. That part of the dream was plausible. Next, she took a deep breath and listened. She heard the sound, but it was much louder. Something was coming, vehicles of some kind, and more than one. Jake, wake up, Jake, whom Ashby had learned was slow to awaken in the morning and was more grisly than human being once he did. Grumbled an incoherent response. She shook him. Jake, somebody is here. Sounds like motorcycles. That's impossible, he remarked, as he forced himself awake. Then he heard it too. Jake jumped out of bed and didn't bother to get dressed. He rushed for the window and peered out. Through the blinding fallout, he could see lights bouncing up and down as some type of small vehicles were approaching the house. They might be four-wheelers, he continued. Hurry, we need to get dressed. Our clothes are in the washer. They're not. Doesn't matter. Jake grabbed his rifle and moved down the hallway where he could get a view of the incoming vehicles without his field of vision being obstructed by the bounder. Naked, he stuck his head around the window frame and counted the sets of headlights that slowly surrounded the motorhome, and then inched forward toward the house. "At least 4 of them," he began as Ashby handed him his partially dried pants. "I can't see through this stuff." Ashby pulled on her clothes and then took a turn at the window while Jake put on his shirt and then his boots. Jake pointed to her shotgun, and when he did, he noticed a light on over the stove. "Ashby, quick, go turn off that light." As instructed, she raced to the kitchen and turned off the light. She also locked the back door and quietly slid the kitchen table and chairs in front to slow the progress of anyone attempting to enter from the back of the house. She raced back to Jake's side and suggested they move a leather club chair out of the living room to block the front door as well. Just as they positioned it, the drivers turned off their engines. Only the faint ticking sound of the motors cooling off could be heard, as the newcomers didn't speak a word. Jake whispered to Ashby, "First thing we have to do is get a head count. To do that, we've got to draw them onto the porch. We'll let them believe nobody's home. Then what? Let's see if they're just a bunch of kids, or, worse, the anarchists from Portland. Then we just shoot 'em." Ashby reared back and her eyes grew wide. Then she shrugged, picked up the shotgun, and studied it. She remembered the simple steps for its operation. Pull the slide that racked a shell into the chamber. Flip off the safety, point and shoot. Jake assured her the scatter pattern of the shotgun would find its mark. She also remembered his admonition about the number of shells she had available. He'd called it ammo management. "You have 7 shots. Don't waste them. Hi, everybody. We're home. I hope you rich farmers got plenty of food, 'cause me and the boys sure are hungry." One of the boys began to lay on the horn. It had a wimpy 4-wheeler sound. It definitely was not a car or pickup. Then the others added to the high-pitched blaring sound, creating a symphony of annoyance. Jake whispered to Ashby, "We should shoot 'em for disturbing the peace." "Fine by me." They stopped in unison, causing Jake to be concerned he had been overheard. "Check out the motorhome. You two, go around back. We'll take the front. Either they're gone or scared. Not that it matters, 'cause we're going in. Right, boys? Yeah, let's do it," one of the group cheered. The leader walked slowly toward the door and began shouting in a menacing voice, "Go ahead and open up. If we have to bust in, then we bust everything. You know what I mean? That's what we do. We bust things, including skulls now. What's it gonna be, welcome mat, or brains gone splat?" Ashby heard laughter from the rest of the men as the thumping of their heavy feet walking onto the porch startled her somewhat. Jake studied the man as he and 2 others approached the front door. He caught a glimpse of 2 rounding the corners of the house to approach the rear. He turned to Ashby and pulled her close. "We can do this. Do you remember what to do?" She nodded her head. "Just shoot 'em." His face got close to hers. "You can't hesitate. Identify a target. And once you hear me fire, hit 'em hard. Hopefully that will cause the others to scatter." "What if they shoot back? Always shoot and find cover, okay?" Jake tried to give her reassurance. "Listen, between the sound that shotgun makes and the rapid fire my rifle is capable of, these guys should tuck and run. We may be outnumbered, but we're not outgunned." Ashby relayed to Jake what she recalled from the back of the house. The windows facing the rear are too small to climb through easily. If they're going to come in, it will be through the back door. "Good. Makes sense. Guard the back door. If I need you, I'll have you cover the front door too, but keep this hallway and path to the living room open. I'll be running back and forth shooting through the windows." Ashby picked up the shotgun and racked around. The distinctive metallic click would have turned the common burglar into a ball of frightened mush if he'd heard it. These guys hadn't made their way into position, but Ashby intended to be waiting for them when they did. She'd seen enough death in her life, and she was not going to let a bunch of thugs take hers, or Jake's. Chapter 53. Presley Farm west of Vail, Oregon. 3 men bounded up the front steps and began walking along the porch, periodically stopping to peer in the windows. One of the men, dressed in all black, had a skull bandana tied around his face. Jake wasn't sure if that was to protect his lungs from the ash, or if it was part of his everyday attire. He suspected the latter. He'd seen these guys at work on news broadcasts. In his mind, they were a bunch of punks looking for a reason to pillage. If a speaker came to a local college campus they disagreed with, they'd disrupt the speech by breaking windows and setting cop cars on fire. If a police officer shot a black man in the line of duty, they'd rush to judgment and condemn the cops, then proceed to smash storefront windows and steal anything that wasn't tied down. What puzzled Jake was why they were in the middle of BFE, Oregon. In this moment, it didn't matter, as the leader strutted across the front porch with a baseball bat like he was Negan on The Walking Dead. He walked back across and then stopped at the front door. He pounded the door with his bat. "Thump! Thump! Thump!" he screamed. Little pigs, let me in!" He let out an odd, evil-sounding cackle. His friends joined in. Jake hated when he was right. He positioned himself in the hallway to provide some cover and glanced in the kitchen toward Ashby. She was pointing her shotgun at the glass half of the Dutch door. Jake saw a shadow move quickly past the rear entry. Jake's head was on a swivel as he readied his weapon. With a little luck, one of the thugs would position himself at the back door while the Negan wannabe, as he thought of him, was mouthing off at the front. "Let's try this again," the leader bellowed. "Thump! Thump!" Jake didn't wait for the third knock. He opened fire with the powerful M16, ripping half a dozen holes in the solid wood door and tearing into the body of the man on the other side. A split second later, Ashby fired a round through the glass half of the door, killing the man on the other side instantly. The recoil, however, knocked her off balance, causing her to lose control of her shotgun and fall on her butt. Ashby was moaning in pain. Jake recalled that it was her right shoulder that had been dislocated in the helicopter crash. He eased backwards into the kitchen. Shouts emanated from around the house. "Are you kidding me? What do we do? Let's get out of here." "No, we fight. They killed Mackie." The sound of breaking glass came from the front guest bedroom. Jake quickly leaned down to Ashby, who'd pulled herself up to lean against the wall. He pulled the slide on her shotgun and handed it to her. She was having difficulty breathing. Knocked wind out. "I'm okay." Jake gave her instructions. "Ashby, stay propped against this wall. Point the barrel toward the door and lean the butt of the rifle against the wall behind you. If you get a shot, take it," she replied, but Jake didn't hear it as he positioned himself in the hallway. He had full peripheral vision of the front door, the living room, and the man who broke into the bedroom. The living room glass was abruptly shattered as a baseball bat came flying through and landed on the sofa. On both sides of the window, two men were knocking out the glass with a bat and a tire iron. Jake was relieved that, so far, no guns had been used in their assault. He focused his sights on the edge of the window opening, hoping one of the men would make a move inside. He waited, then he heard a grunt from behind him. Jake dropped to one knee and swung his rifle to point down the hallway. Shots rang out as an arm swung around the door jamb and fired wildly down the hall. One of the rounds shot out a light fixture in the ceiling, and the other two sailed over Jake's head. He didn't fire back, instead making a mental note of the clicking sound made by the shooter revolver. Not a cannon like a .357, probably a .48. You've got two left, maybe three. Jake kept his eye on the front door and the living room window as he reached for a book sitting atop the foyer table. He grabbed it and threw it down the hallway toward the linen closet door. It hit the hollow door with a thud, but had the desired effect. The shooter, probably frightened, fired again in the opposite direction. This time, two bullets hit the center of the door, but the last two pulls of the trigger created empty clicks. "You're out of gas, jerk off!" mumbled Jake as he charged down the hallway. He peppered the door jamb with bullets and heard the man scream. As Jake reached the opening, the heavy-set man was desperately trying to carry his large frame through the window opening. Jake didn't hesitate to fill his back with bullets. Then Ashby fired off another round. The report echoed down the hallway, causing Jake to react. He ran toward the kitchen to help her, and then he heard her rack another round and fire. Boom! In the small enclosed kitchen. The shotgun sounded like a cannon had let loose. "Got him!" Ashby spontaneously shouted. Jake swung his rifle toward the living room, where he thought he heard the sound of crunching glass. But his attention was quickly diverted to the front door, where a large caliber gun was shooting at the door lock. Hunting rifle? No, this has to be semi-automatic, probably a .45. His mind was remarkably clear considering it was his first gun battle. He allowed his training to take over. Jake was patient and he listened. He heard the crunching sound again. By his count, there were two guys left. Hopefully he was right, but he wasn't going to take any chances. All of a sudden, one of the men threw his body weight against the front door. That was all Jake needed. "Don't come," shouted a voice from the living room, but it was too late. Jake had taken down the fifth man just as he squeezed the trigger, littering the man's body with bullets. The guy in the living room revealed himself. Without hesitating, Jake burst into the opening and pointed his rifle at the man's chest. "Drop it!" The man was holding a baseball bat and allowed it to slowly slip through his fingers, dropping it to the rug. "Please don't shoot me," he begged. "How many of you?" Jake growled as he closed the gap to see the man better in the dark. He was small, wiry, and wearing similar clothing to the dead head, Honcho, the Negan wannabe. He hesitated. "How many?" Jake barked. "6, man, just 6. "Come on, I'm unarmed. You can't shoot me. You know, hands up and everything." Jake managed to smile as he thought back to the whole bogus hands up. "Don't shoot" campaign from years before. None of the people who got shot ever put their hands up, and certainly none of them complied with the police officer's instructions. If they had, they wouldn't have been shot. Now Jake was faced with a conundrum, one that went beyond what he had been taught as a law enforcement ranger, or the moral code he lived by. But things had changed, he convinced himself. His mind raced as he recalled reading in a post-apocalyptic novel once about a family who was facing a similar circumstance. They let the marauder go because he was unarmed and begging for his life. That evening, the guy came back heavily armed with his friends. They killed the father only after they took turns torturing and abusing the wife and kids in front of him. Jake loved Ashby, and he was not going to allow this guy to come back later. Without hesitating, he shot the man twice in the chest and then once in the forehead after his body slumped to the floor. After a final look around the room, he made his way to the kitchen. "Ashby, are you all right?" "Yeah," she groaned. "I think we're going to have to pop my shoulder in again." Jake backed into the kitchen as he continued to monitor the front of the house. He leaned down and whispered to her, "I need to sweep the outside. Keep an eye on this back door. If you see movement, shoot." "But what if?" she began to ask before Jake held his finger up to his lips. He pulled the slide on her shotgun and got it ready. "I'll announce myself, okay." She managed to smile and nodded. Jake patted her leg and stood. He moved quietly and efficiently through the back bedrooms to make sure no one had slipped in while he wasn't looking. Satisfied, he moved to the front porch through the bedroom window outside. He confirmed 2 dead, and the third was barely alive, as his body had been knocked backwards onto the front steps. Jake kicked his gun away and moved around the side of the house. As he neared the destroyed Dutch door, he said, "Ashby, it's me. I've got 2 dead guys back here. I've got 1 guy bleeding out on the front stoop." "Be careful." He faintly heard her reply, and he swept the far side of the house to make sure nobody was lurking nearby. When he returned to the front, Jake kicked the man's legs, causing him to groan and slide headfirst into the accumulating ash. "How many men are with you?" he hissed at the dying man. 6. "Please help me. It hurts." Jake laughed. "I'm sure it does. Tough guy." Jake towered over the man and picked up the .45 caliber handgun. He dropped the magazine and checked the number of rounds left. It was half full. Jake shouldered his rifle and shrugged. He pointed the handgun at the man's head, and just as he squeezed the trigger, he said, "This'll make it feel better." Jake took a deep breath and exhaled. Amazingly, throughout the gun battle, he'd managed to keep his N95 mask on. As he looked around the front porch littered with human debris, he wondered when it would be safe to breathe the air and live a normal life. "Jake, is it over?" He glanced one more time at the 3 dead men and wandered over to the living room to climb through where the 4th body was bleeding out on the area rug. "Yeah, it's over. For today." Chapter 54, Presley Farm west of Vail, Oregon. "Let me help you up," said Jake as he carefully lifted Ashby off the floor. She was favoring her right shoulder, which had been dislocated again by the shotgun's recoil. They walked into the hallway, and Ashby veered toward the living room before Jake gently stopped her. This way, walking down the hallway to the master bedroom, Ashby noticed volcanic fallout blowing in through the window of the guest bedroom. She stopped to look inside, but Jake once again shielded her from seeing the dead man who hung out the window. Finally, he managed to get her into the master bedroom, and he closed the door behind them to prevent the ash from entering. "Okay, let's get you settled," said Jake as he carefully removed Ashby's shirt and laid her on the bed near the edge. "You know the drill. We've got to pop your shoulder back into place." Moments later, for the second time in 4 days, Ashby's shoulder was reunited with her arm. Jake placed her arm across her belly and retrieved a bottled water off the other nightstand. He helped her drink and rustled through the Presley's medicine cabinet in the bathroom in search of Advil. He gave her 800 milligrams of the anti-inflammatory drug for starters. Jake sat quietly with her for a moment, both to soothe her nerves and to keep an ear out for the dead thug's friends, if any. Also, he wanted Ashby to relax as she processed taking another human being's life. Fortunately, she wasn't able to see the bodies of the men she'd shot, or the ones Jake had dispatched. Actually, seeing the gruesome effect her shotgun blast had had on the faces and chests of the men lying dead on the back porch would have compounded the trauma for her. Jake had never taken another human being's life, but he'd talked with some of his fellow rangers who had served in the military. They said their first kill was surreal. Oddly, for the ones he spoke with, seeing their buddies die on the battlefield, while heart-wrenching, paled in comparison to actually firing the round that killed another man. One described how he walked up to that lifeless body with half its chest missing, dropped to a knee, and prayed for the terrorist's soul, and then his own. Others had a sense of guilt upon returning stateside. It bothered them that they'd made it home to their family, but some members of their platoon did not. Then there were the chosen few who, for whatever reason, were immune to the emotions associated with killing. One fellow ranger in particular, a devoted and loving father of 4 kids, said after the first kill, he reconciled it in his mind within seconds. Him or me. He'd absolved himself of the responsibility for that lifeless body in front of him, someone's son, father, or husband, on the basis that he was defending himself, and, in a way, his family, him or me. That was the mindset Jake adopted, although he didn't know it until it was over. In the moment, he'd killed the unarmed man standing in the living room without compunction or remorse. Him or me. When the head thug was pounding on the door with his baseball bat, Jake hadn't hesitated to use his high-powered rifle to blast through the door and drop the man to the porch in a flurry of bullets. Him or me. With each successive kill, he reminded himself afterwards, it was him or me in Ashby. He was now responsible for the life of this beautiful woman lying on the bed. Peaceful, calm, alive, and now asleep. Jake slipped out of the bedroom and set about the task of removing the dead bodies from Ashby's view. Make no mistake, he had no intention of burying them. They didn't deserve it. They'd failed their families, society, and themselves. One by one, he dragged them to the side of the house and piled them up. He contemplated burning them, but he didn't want to waste the fuel to ignite the fire. They weren't worth it. It was morning now, and the sun was shining brightly somewhere in the sky, but not above Central Oregon. Jake returned to the back porch and found a broom. He swept ash over the pools of blood that had formed at the back door, and at the front where the other 3 dead bodies had landed. He wanted to shield Ashby from the carnage the best he could. At some point that day, he planned to talk to her about what had happened, but he wanted to do it on her terms. She might not be able to accept taking another's life the way he did. With the cleanup out of the way, Jake decided to inspect their vehicles to see if they contained anything of value. They were parked at various angles near the bounder. He'd seen something like this before at the Salton Sea Recreation Area when he'd lived in Los Angeles. Although they looked like dune buggies to most people, they were technically street-legal dune buggies known as sand rails, very lightweight and built for traveling on sandy terrain. They became popular in Southern California for off-road enthusiasts who also wanted something to drive on the street. Beefed-up Volkswagen engines approaching 200 horsepower were not uncommon. The stock engines produced a more practical 50 horsepower, but considering the engine only had to push 1,000 pounds, the performance allowed them to be safe for everyday use. Jake walked around the sandrails. He couldn't imagine a better vehicle for the ash fallout, which had accumulated even more overnight. He turned toward the motorhome and groaned. The side of the motorhome had been hit by a couple of stray bullets, including one that had found its mark in the sidewall of the right front tire. The tire was flat. "That's just peachy," Jake mumbled, paying homage to Dusty Speak. With his hands on his hips, he stared at the flattened tire. Aggravated, he stomped to the back of the motorhome and looked for the spare tire. There wasn't one, nor was there a jack to help mount it. He cursed himself for not checking these things out. He walked to the driver's side and noticed a series of compartments along the bottom, just below where the racing stripes used to be before the pyroclastic blast. He tried the latch on the largest door and found what he was looking for, a spare tire, but there was no jack. "Thanks, Brett." Jake went on to mutter some more choice words for the car salesman in Chalice. He rolled the tire around the motorhome and propped it against the deflated one. He looked at the sandrails and then back at his own ride. 500 miles was a long way in a toy car with no roof, doors, or windows. He was pretty sure Ashby wouldn't go for it. Chapter 55, Presley Farm, west of Vail, Oregon. "How's it going?" Ashby asked as she emerged on the front porch. She had ripped some strips off a sheet and created a sling to hold her arm in place. Jake had been staring at the vehicle options and turned to address her. As he was walking back to the porch, he explained their predicament. "We've got a right front tire flat on the bounder. The good news is I have a spare. The bad news is there's no jack. I've looked in all the compartments and there's nothing." "What are you going to do?" asked Ashby, who looked around the front porch. Jake had hidden the dead bodies, which didn't hurt her feelings at all. She really hadn't taken the time to process what had happened yet. She'd rather not. "My hunch is the Presleys have a barn behind the house somewhere. I'm going to walk back there and see if you're okay. We should stick together." "Come with me," Ashby laughed. "Sure, I could use some fresh air." Jake ran inside and grabbed their weapons. He slung both rifles over his shoulder and helped Ashby navigate the steps. She carefully stepped down the stairs and slipped a little on the last step, but caught her balance with Jake's assistance. She joined Jake, and he immediately looked at her shoulder. "Does it hurt a lot?" "Not as bad as the first time," she replied. "Just think, the next time will be even easier." Jake started laughing and then thought of Rita. He wanted to say "you're such a dork," but thought better of it. Ashby didn't need to be reminded of death right now. "Not funny, let's go find that barn, because if we can't change the spare, you're not going to like the alternative." "Which is?" she asked. "Dune buggies." "Ugh." Ashby inquired about the dead men, but Jake deflected as they walked down the gravel driveway covered in thick ash. Using the white field fencing as their guide, the visibility eventually allowed them to make out a barn and 2 utility buildings nearby. As they got closer, they heard the sound of a horse's whinny. They both picked up the pace and within a minute were inside a large barn with a hayloft. They were not alone. 8 horse stalls lined both sides of the barn, which held 4 horses and 2 ponies. Some of them seemed agitated. "Jake, they're never going to make it through this," started Ashby. "Their respiratory system is designed to move large amounts of air in and out of their body, compared to us and other mammals. A horse takes in a staggering amount of oxygen." Jake walked along and saw that their water troughs were empty. He looked around the barn until he found a hydrant. On a farm, a hydrant was not what most people would visualize as a fire hydrant. It was a pump-looking handle affixed to a steel pipe sticking out of the ground. It was often tied to the property's underground well system. Ashby found a bucket and handed it to Jake, who promptly filled it up. They gave it a visual examination for contaminants. Then they conducted a smell test to check for sulfur. It looked okay. Jake offered to run back to the house and retrieve his digital water tester, which he carried in his backpack. "When I camped, I never knew if the streams were toxic due to underground activity around Yellowstone. I always had the water tester with me. Don't bother, Jake. I hate to put it this way, but these horses aren't going to make it long because of what they've inhaled, especially the little ones. The best we can do is fill their troughs with water and give them lots of hay." "Can you do that while I search for what you need?" "Yeah, look around for something that looks like a tall jack," called a cowboy jack. "It's what most people call a farm jack. They're designed to lift heavy loads and equipment. On a farm, they're used for tearing out stumps, pulling out fence posts, and as an all-purpose winch." Ashby glanced around and then asked, "What else?" "Also, I'm looking for gas cans and a heavy-duty chain." "What's the chain for?" "Well, those sandrails might come in useful depending on how things go as the ash continues to fall. If we can fix the bounder's tire, then I'm thinking about taking one back with us." Ashby thought for a moment. "If? What if you can't fix the tire?" "Then you and I will have his and hers sandrails." Ashby shook her head and began the search. "I'll find you a jack, don't worry." Jack had to climb into the loft to locate hay for the horses and found the chain he needed to tow a vehicle behind the motorhome. It had been used in the past for lifting motors out of farm equipment, so it had heavy-duty steel hooks on both ends. Ashby located 2 diesel containers and the farm jack. In one of the outbuildings, there was a 500-gallon tank that was nearly full of farm diesel. After a final check of the horses, they returned to the house. Jake undertook the laborious task of changing the spare tire while Ashby got their things ready for the trip. She made them sandwiches, using up the Presleys' perishable foods first. Once Jake was finished, she brought inside a variety of dry goods and lined them up on the kitchen counter for the couple to see when they returned. Jake entered the house with nothing on but his briefs. Mr. Presley's overalls were hung from a nail on the front porch to allow the ash to blow off in the wind. His camouflage hunting clothing had been washed and dried again, but the bloodstains from moving the dead bodies remained. Jake was anxious to get rid of the grim reminder of what had happened in those early morning hours. "Jake, I think I'm ready to go. Should we leave them some money? Maybe a note?" Jake nodded and sat at the kitchen table with a notepad he found in a drawer of the foyer table. At the top, it was imprinted with the inscription. "For the one I love," he began writing. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Presley, my name is Jake Wheeler, and I am a law enforcement ranger from Yellowstone National Park. I came by your home in search of diesel fuel for our motorhome, and you weren't here. I found the door unlocked, and although uninvited, I took a shower, ate your leftovers, and spent the night. That's when the trouble started. There's been a manhunt going on in the area, and the criminals came here to break into your home. There was some shooting, and none of them made it. You'll find them in a pile out back. I'm sorry for the mess. I also fed and watered the horses, then I filled my motorhome with diesel. I can only spare a few $100s, but will gladly send you more later. If you have any questions, please call or text me at 307-250-7029. Text is better. I hope Mr. Presley's surgery went well. Jake." He slid the notepad over to Ashby so she could read it. "Do you think that's okay?" She read it and smiled. "It's perfect." "Do you think 400 is enough?" "It's more than enough for the diesel I took, but of course it won't cover the damages from the shootout. Hopefully, insurance will." Jake and Ashby took a final look around the house, and pulled the front door, or what was left of it, closed. With clearing skies, they were anxious to hit the road again. Chapter 56. Burns, Oregon. Looking for fuel at the Presley farm turned out to be the right call, although the unforeseen encounter with the anarchists had made it a little too adventuresome. After leaving the farm, they'd traveled 90 minutes when they came upon the town of Burns. As they approached the perimeter, they quickly learned that townsfolk didn't take too kindly to strangers. Burns was just 30 miles from a political firestorm between the United States government, the Bureau of Land Management, and a group of people who'd taken over the headquarters of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge just south of town. The occupiers, led by Ammon Bundy and his son, Cliven Bundy, brought armed supporters from around the country to protest the federal government's resentencing of 2 Harney County ranchers, Dwight Hammond Jr. and his son, Stephen. The Hammonds had been found guilty of illegally setting fires on the federal property where their cattle grazed in the early part of the 21st century. After an appeals court overturned their short sentences of less than a year, a federal judge issued new sentences of 5 years to each man. This sparked outrage throughout the West. Armed protesters descended upon the small town of Burns and later aided the Bundys in occupying the refuge's main building. They refused to leave until the Hammonds were released and the federal government's policies were changed. Patriots from around the country joined the protest, establishing a secure perimeter around the refuge to prevent another Waco-style debacle in which the Clinton administration ordered tanks to attack the compound of David Koresh, resulting in the death of virtually everyone inside. One of the Bundy loyalists, 55-year-old Robert Lavoy Finicum, served as a spokesman for the group, frequently appearing on national television during the standoff. On January 26, 2016, Finicum, Ammon Bundy, and others left the protective perimeter established to attend a public forum in nearby Grant County. Politicians, including the sheriff, and their constituents were interested in hearing the Bundys' side of the story. So the forum was arranged to bring the issues out into the open. Oregon State Police and the FBI used the occasion to ambush the convoy of vehicles as they were en route to the public forum. When confronted, Finicum refused the orders to halt. Rather, he responded, "You kill me, now go ahead, put the bullet through me. I don't care. I'm going to go meet the sheriff. You do as you damned well please." So they did. 7 minutes later, the Oregon State Police fired at Finicum's vehicle as it continued to the public forum. The truck plowed into a snowbank and became stuck. When Finicum exited the vehicle, he was shot and killed. Jake was vaguely familiar with the standoff because it had been in the news again several years ago when President Donald Trump issued a pardon to the Hammonds. Jake and Ashby were unaware that Burns was ground zero for the political turmoil. They knew now, at first, the deputies refused to let them pass through town. When Jake asked about an alternate route, he was told that was not available to him either. One of the deputies proceeded to tell Jake and Ashby the story of the standoff. During this time, a crowd began to gather around the bounder, and they were then subjected to questioning about the sandrail. Jake became nervous as he thought they might become embroiled in a criminal investigation over the anarchists. After 20 minutes of back and forth, the sheriff arrived, and Jake invited him into the motorhome to speak. "Sheriff, we don't want any trouble. I'm sorry Harney County had to endure the things your deputy told us about, but we just need to get to my parents' home in California." "Young man," said the elderly sheriff who'd recently been reelected, "I've got a duty to protect these folks, and we don't know you. The last time we opened our door to strangers, they were marching up and down our streets with their rifles and protest signs. Then escort us through or around," Ashby interjected. "According to this map, we can take County Road 205 south several miles and then pick up the highway on the other side of town. What's wrong with that?" "I don't have the manpower." That's what the sheriff fired back. "The state police pulled a bunch of my deputies to hunt down these fellas from Portland. Now Portland's big city problems have become my problem. I've got anarchists running all over the place to worry about." Jake was losing patience. "Sheriff, you know who we are. You've seen our identification. We're not criminals, just travelers. You have your town blocked off, and I respect that. But you got to let us go and seek an alternate route." "Don't press me, boy. I've got the governor's martial law decree in my hip pocket. I'll confiscate this whole rig and every gun you've got in here, starting with that M16 over there." Jake was incredulous. "That's federal government prop?" Ashby intervened. Gentlemen, please." Then she took a chance, a very risky but calculated chance. "Sheriff, what if I told you that 6 of these bad guys were no longer a problem for you and the state police?" "What do you mean, young lady?" "I'm going out on a limb with you, Sheriff. I know you've had difficulty in the past, and we have no intention of adding to your current issues. In fact, sir, we've helped eliminate the problem, at least in part." The sheriff's face returned to its normal color as the redness receded. "I'm listening," Ashby began to tell half-truths. "Here's what happened, and I'm going to be completely honest with you because I think you're a reasonable man who just wants to get a job done. You got that right? Do you know where Presley Farm is?" The sheriff nodded and replied, "Yes, of course. Good folks. We'd been warned by the National Guard of what was going on when we started this way, and because Jake is with law enforcement, he kept his eyes open for signs of trouble. We saw 4 of these dune buggy things turn into Presley Farm." "Like the one you're towing," Jake interjected as he caught on to Ashby's planned mea culpa. "It's one of the 4. "Okay," the sheriff said skeptically. Ashby continued. "Anyway, Jake became suspicious, so he followed them into the farm. When we came upon them, they were breaking into the farmhouse, busting in the windows and the doors. Jake jumped out of the truck and hollered at them to stop. Not only did they laugh and continue, one of them took shots at us. If you look on the side of the motorhome, you'll see the bullet holes and notice the spare tire was used on the front." "We were pinned down, Sheriff," added Jake. "I had no choice but to defend us." "Bottom line this for me," the sheriff demanded. "There are 6 of these dead losers piled up at Presley Farm," said Ashby without hesitation. He studied Jake. "You killed them all?" "Yes, sir. They had it coming." The sheriff smiled and shrugged. "They sure did. Saved the state the time and expense of a trial." Ashby picked up on the change in demeanor. "Sheriff, I told you the truth, so you can use this to your advantage. Put a feather in your cap, rather than have another standoff situation like years ago. These bad guys were taken down quick and easy with no loss of life to your deputies or the Presleys. I'll need you 2 to provide a statement." Ashby shook her head as she stared him in the eye. "No, sir, you don't, and we won't. This was your operation, and congratulations should be given to the man who saved lives and put away 6 big city anarchists. Wouldn't you agree?" The sheriff thought for a moment and then stood. "I'll make arrangements to have you escorted to the south of town. I'll take care of that other matter with a couple of my trusted deputies who are long overdue for commendations." Jake and Ashby shook hands with the sheriff, and 15 minutes later they were on the other side of town, quickly putting Burns in the rearview mirror. Chapter 57, near the California state line. Jake and Ashby kept pinching each other, like 2 children who found something silly that made them laugh. The 2 grown adults reverted back to 8-year-olds. Ashby blamed Jake, but if the truth be told, it was Ashby who struck the initial blow. After they'd avoided Burns and a possible jail cell, their trip was uneventful. Uneventful, as in a casual drive down the highway toward California. After a brief stop by a joint operation of the Oregon State Police and the CHIPS, an acronym for the California Highway Patrol, during which time Jake and Ashby swore the sandrail came with the motorhome they'd purchased in Chalice. They even offered up Brett's phone number, knowing full well the pyroclastic flow had likely consumed Chalice and all its residents. As darkness set upon them following the long drive into California, Jake made the mistake of using the common phrase, "just pinch me," which was often said when a person couldn't believe something typically good was happening. Ashby did, rather hard, and seemed to take great delight in it. Jake tried to return the favor, but she pressed herself against the side of the motorhome and kicked at his arm as he tried to reach her. Then she called a truce. It was a trick. When Jake wasn't looking in her direction, she did it again. It was on at that point. After Ashby managed another pinch, Jake pulled the motorhome to the side of the road, sending Ashby scampering to the back, completely disregarding her shoulder injury. In the moment, it didn't matter, as the two needed to let off some nervous energy. Between the gun battle, the confrontation with the sheriff, and the concern that the other anarchists on the loose might recognize the sandrail they were towing, tensions had been high all day. The two new lovers found a way to relieve those tensions and started on the road again, with a formal pinky-swear promise to stop pinching. They were approximately 230 miles from the madhouse, but the treacherous, winding road through the mountains left them with a 6-hour drive. The ash had all but disappeared as they entered the Cascade Range in Northern California. After studying the map, Ashby located a campground off Route 299 where they could park, have some of the sandwiches she'd made at the Presley's home, and talk about their arrival at Jake's place on the Mad River. Jake had popped the tops of their last 2 Blue Moon beers and handed one to Ashby. The two of them clinked bottles and took a sip. "I love NorCal, especially the redwoods," Ashby began as she looked around them in the dimming daylight. Jake's eyes were affixed on the massive mountain ahead of them. "I can't believe we left one massive killer behind, and here we sit at the base of Mount Shasta. We must be nuts." He took another swig of beer and shook his head. "You've caught the bug," Ashby said with a chuckle. "Studying volcanoes is addictive. I don't need to study them. I just want to get as far away as I can from them. I hate to tell you this, but the Earth's covered with volcanoes. Some are active, others are not." Jake pointed at Mount Shasta with the neck of his beer bottle. "What about old Shasta here? Is it overdue like Yellowstone?" "It is a potentially active stratovolcano," Ashby replied. "It erupts about every 600 years, with the last time being in the late 1700s. Good. I won't be around in 400 years. Ashby finished her beer and pulled a blanket over her legs as the nighttime temperatures began to set in. The sun left an orangish glow above Mount Shasta and her sister volcanic cone, Shastina, just beyond it. She asked about their destination, trying to wrap her head around what the next phase of her life looked like. "Tell me about the madhouse. When was the last time you were there?" Jake thought for a moment. "Wow, I guess it was my second year of college at Humboldt. Mom asked me to come check on the place because there had been some minor earthquakes in the Cascades and she wanted to make sure everything was fine." "Did they use it often?" "No, especially after my father sold his company," replied Jake. "Why did they keep it?" Jake shrugged. "Because they could. An investment, who knows? Maybe Mom convinced him to leave it to me in his will. Lord knows, that's all I'll get. Not that I care." Ashby continued to make small talk. "They also have a home in Silicon Valley?" "Right, big gated community outside San Jose. Nice place. They kept it because my father traveled back to California frequently and hated hotel rooms. Come to think about it, the last time I was there was before I went to L.A. to be on Survivor. Boy, you think Yellowstone was bad? You should have heard the explosion at my parents' house. I gather you didn't work it out?" Nope." I walked out, pulled out of the driveway, and flipped them off as I escaped to my new life. Ashby became sullen as she looked down at the cool, wet grass. She missed her parents dearly and would give anything to speak with them one more time. When she didn't say anything for a moment, Jake noticed that something was wrong. "Ashby, I'm a real jerk. I'm sorry. Here I am railing on my family. It's wrong, and I understand why you're upset. Really, I'm sorry." Ashby wiped a tear away and reached for his hand. "You and I both lost. My parents died, and it kind of sounds like your parents abandoned you when you think about it." "Yeah, that's true. I could have been less stubborn and tried to make things right. But so could my father. I secretly wished my mom would have intervened and put her foot down. That never happened." "You've got me now," said Ashby, as she squeezed his hand and gave him a sweet smile. A flock of wood ducks sailed over their heads and above the redwood forest until they were out of sight. Exhausted, the two went into the motorhome ready to turn the page on another strenuous day during the apocalypse. Chapter 58. The Madhouse, near Maple Creek, California. The next day, the 7th, following the eruption of Yellowstone, was full of excitement. Jake shared the pleasant memories of his time at the Madhouse and provided Ashby as much detail as he could recall about the interior. He cautioned her that it had likely sat unoccupied for 15 years or more. It was possible his younger brother used it from time to time, but not for the natural beauty of the surroundings or the outdoor activities like hunting and fishing. His younger brother was his father's son, completely the opposite of Jake. Jake loved nature and the outdoors. His brother was a playboy who enjoyed spending Daddy's money. The two hadn't spoken in many years. Jake crossed the bridge at the Mad River and turned down the long gravel road that ran parallel to the water. Ashby's nose was pressed to the window, taking in the surroundings and watching the water pick up speed as their elevation dropped from time to time. She was in awe of the natural beauty of the river and the trees that rose high into the sky around it. "Almost there," said Jake as he slowed down to avoid a few potholes. This was a county road, but rarely maintained, as the only home, as far as Jake could remember, was the madhouse at the end. "You know," began Ashby, "there are quite a few horror flicks that this reminds me of. Charlie Manson could be hanging out in these woods. He died a few years ago." "Oh, yeah, maybe his cousin? Like that Jason guy?" Jake laughed. "Here's what I think. You and I have seen enough drama and bad guys in the last week. Let's allow someone else to have fun, shall we?" "I'm down with that, as Dusty would say," said Ashby, who then paused before continuing. "I'm gonna miss those two. Yeah, me too. Look, here we are." Jake pointed ahead as part of the house could be seen through the towering redwoods. Jake wheeled the motorhome toward the circular drive until the front of the house overlooking the river came into view. "Jake, I see it." Jake jammed on the brakes and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. "Stay here, but be ready. Okay." Jake scrambled to the back and grabbed his rifle. He exited the bounder and immediately pointed his rifle at the SUV with its rear window raised. It was backed into the front porch of the house, but nobody could be seen. Jake knew the layout of the home and was comfortable charging through the front door, which had been left open. He quickly moved toward the SUV and looked inside. The rear seat was laid flat, and a dozen boxes of all sizes were stacked inside. He turned his attention to the house and swiftly moved up the stairs of the covered porch, moving his rifle side to side as he swept the interior of the house that he could see through the front door. Heel to toe, he quietly walked inside looking for the intruders. The house was just as he remembered it. Nothing had changed. He heard muffled voices coming from the kitchen. Jake crouched lower and worked his way around the massive stone fireplace that separated the living area from the kitchen. He took a deep breath and steadied his nerves. Jake burst around the corner and pointed his rifle at the two men inside his house. "Nobody move a muscle,"